Grainger? Click Grainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm meteorologist Lauren Oleski for CBS 12 News. Skies are still cloudy as we move through our Tuesday morning. Temperatures today are only in the low 80s for the afternoon. We're going to stay cloudy, so not a whole lot of sunshine. Scattered showers also continuing out there for us for the next few hours, with thunderstorms likely to return during the afternoon. Could see some heavy downpours at times throughout the day, along with some gusty winds.
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores.
People always say, Ryan, why don't you take it easy? Relax a little bit. Well, that's what the Staples Easy button is for. Just press it for quality products, friendly experts, and services like print, travel, or shipping, because we can't do it all. All right, guys? Thanks, Staples. That was easy.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. Redefining radio. This is where the fun begins. Introducing Greek.
Let me tell you something. Don't ever love more you than anybody else you love more.
Francis.
Because then you're squeezing your banana so hard every time you come in here, and then you're pounding it on the desk.
Let's get the party started. It's the Penthouse on Real Radio.
It is the Penthouse on a Monday. I'm unplugged, so just hold on. Relax.
I was like, we're starting. He goes, relax. He was like, you just get here? I was like, all right. I'll just be quiet then.
My God.
Like I have been. Not here.
As soon as she comes in, I'm like, my God.
I'm just letting you know that we were starting. Jeez. Relax is what he said. Relax.
So we're a little
You just got here.
We'll get into a couple of things behind the scenes about management of Franny. My God.
So nice.
I mean, what do you have to do around
past
here?
few weeks.
You get a day off. Wait, my God, a day off. It is the Penthouse on a Monday.
Just take it.
Franny's here.
Hi.
And we bow to you.
I can tell.
Looking-
That big old attitude I got when I told you we were starting.
Relax.
Relax. It's like you just get back and you're barking orders already. Just trying to tell you the show's starting, dude. That's all. You don't have your headphones on or plugged in.
Nope.
At least you're laughing. I mean, that's a good thing, because laughing is a real key to life and to being happy. A lot of people who study like mental health and where your well-being is every day. If you laugh a little, you'll feel better about things. And if you don't, screw it. Dominic's in the house. What is your #1 complaint today, buddy?
Oh, sleep. I need more sleep.
How was your weekend?
Good. Busy weekend with the Treasure Coast Songwriters Festival.
Oh, yeah. Anything else?
We went to Forbidden Kingdom up in Orlando for a night.
Oh, nice. Who'd
What's
you go
the
there?
Forbidden Kingdom?
It's a EDM festival.
Oh, okay.
Because I knew a girl had a tattoo like that.
Yeah, so like it sounds sexy.
I was like, wow, is that extra? What's going on? So, yeah, you had a good weekend? Mm-hmm. And you got some good news we'll get into in 1 second. But without further ado, I want to say hi to Franny, who's back in the studio. And now, are you back for forever?
Forever.
Forever.
Well, forever's a lot, but
Yeah, with Greek.
Wow, I have feelings. I mean, I really do.
Hey, it's how you started the show. You set the tone, my friend. You set the tone.
What did I say?
Yeah, when you told me to relax.
All of a sudden, you're gone like a couple weeks. You're a little sensitive.
I
That's not
got really
me.
sensitive. I changed a lot during those weeks.
Well, we all missed you.
Yeah, I miss being here too. I know, I dropped in here and there. I've been doing the Gator a few.
Yeah, that's why we were jealous.
I've been doing that a couple times, but it was nice because my co-host, he picked me up, but also he set up a nice little studio in the house too, so I've been able to do some like production and stuff in there
they
too.
They love you and kiss your ass.
It was
it's
just
unbelievable. They would never do that. Today she's working as well. I go, what about me?
Greek goes, what about me? Why don't they take care of me? What about? And I'm like, because you're not broken. And then I said, and then he was like, I was like, well, then take a day off. He was like, you took yesterday off, but you're like, I want a vacation. I was like, but first of all, mine was not a luxurious vacation. I was in a chair on pain medication and excruciating pain for weeks. So yeah, I wouldn't call that a really great time off. And
I took off yesterday because Dominic had a gummy convention.
oh, got it.
Really?
Yeah. Because I
will say gummies have been a savior though too, just to
Really?
get off of the pain meds. Yeah.
what are the pain meds like? Like a couple a day or?
Well, in the beginning, it was a lot more than a couple a day, and after surgery, it was. But, they give... So, with my initial break before surgery, I was prescribed Percocets, and what else? I don't even know. Like the 800 milligram ibuprofen. Then after surgery, they gave me Tramadol, and they gave me gabapentin, and they gave me... I had like 8 different things I was taking.
What was the first one?
They're really bad for you. They're opioids. So I try to wean myself off of them. Yeah. Only time I have not been able to sleep, because I still am sleeping like propped up. Mm-hmm. Luckily, you guys saw that other, like the big bulky one. They took I had my post-op yesterday.
Okay.
So
what is a post-op for people like me who don't know?
Post-operative appointments. Okay. Yes.
Is that where they give you the bill?
I already paid a lot of that. So that's another not thousands of dollars later out of pocket too. But yeah, so it's one of those things we talk about. Do you have enough money saved for surgery? Yeah. Luckily, I got a tiny little windfall of money that came my way, and I don't want to call it windfall because it was due to work. But it all went to my surgery. It was like, thank God for that. But yeah, so I had my post-op yesterday where he unbandaged me, and my scar is... I've never had anything like it, so it kind of grossed me out. It's pretty gnarly, but
it's not bad at all.
I showed you an a picture because I put a silicone bandage on it, and Greg was like, "Yeah, it's pretty bad." He was like, "Oh, that's kind of gross."
You're still hot.
He was like, "Ugh." Obviously, it's gonna get better. I'm not even 2 weeks out of surgery, so
you can put some ointment on it.
Well, for now, the silicone bandage protect it from sun. They're like no sun whatsoever, and this helps the healing process. So give this a few weeks, then I can start doing like the vitamin E and all that stuff.
Now, what did they say about? Did they probably not know? When can you think you maybe be able to drive?
So I'm hoping very soon.
Really?
They did say, well, because now I'm on a big thing is pain medication. You shouldn't be driving anything on pain medication. Yeah. I'm not on any of that.
Okay.
And then I take it to help me sleep at night because I'm not sleeping well. But
me either.
I'll give you some. Just kidding. I'm not sharing my drugs.
Since you've been here, like every night.
Not sharing my drugs.
Yeah.
And then but then they also said with a sling on, not the safest thing, but he did say like places. I have a buddy who's in the industry, and they also recommended a suicide knob. Have you heard of those?
No.
I think that's what's called a suicide knob, like suicide doors. It looks like a doorknob, and you install it on your steering wheel.
Okay.
So basically, you can like steer like this anyway, like just holding it instead of base. I guess it's meant for instances like that.
Wow.
But he was telling me about the suicide knobs, and he said, just have. I think I'm saying it right. He was like, just have your husband install it, and it makes driving easier.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So I haven't. I have not driven in over a month.
Now, do you have
I
any?
guess 3.5 weeks.
Do you have any movement in your arm? Like, can you?
Oh, so much better than before.
Oh,
I mean,
good.
I couldn't wiggle my fingers. My fingers are wiggleable. I have to like do this pendulum. I'm bummed. I'm supposed to start physical therapy this week, but like everything else, they can't get me in at such short notice. So I start next week. But my elbow's stuck. It's from being this. I can't straighten my arm out. I can't put my arm over my head. I can't any of that stuff. Can't do any of this. I'm doing it right now with my right arm, but I can't do it with my left arm. But I'm doing what I can do at home. And he said with the surgery, they did the X-rays again and everything, and he said that it looks perfect and
good.
That I'm healing.
Thank you. Well, you're in good shape too.
So yeah,
that matters when you go through anything. That's why you never know in life. Things change every single day.
And not just that. I mean, being in good shape, but then I'm also like doing research and I'm taking things that I should be. I'm eating certain foods that you should eat too. Like I did research, like how to heal, like diet to heal better after surgery.
Did they say drink a lot of milk, like for calcium and your bones? And no, really.
No.
That's an old wives' tale.
Drink a lot of milk.
Yeah,
I have. Well, that's the thing. I have strong. He told me, he said you have strong bones, and I said, well, clearly not.
Really not, Doc.
Did you see that break? So that's what he said. He was like, I must have, hit it super, super hard to get because the doctor said I have very good bones. So so that'll help with the break.
Maybe I'll start sleeping better now because I haven't slept well. Because you're here, like I haven't slept well for like 3 weeks every night. Like this morning I got up 4 o'clock and I write you letters to check on you.
I'll never get them though, so he must be mailing them to somebody else.
I checked on you all the time.
But guess what? I have that text line in front of me, 47142. Started off with Real Radio. So I know that with me out, the text line has been ignored. I do understand that, but I'm here. So if you want to text, you can absolutely do so. 47142 started off with Real Radio.
So, Dom, the Panthers are in the finals. I know you're very excited.
Yes, sir.
And so you did work out tickets for you and your...
Oh, you did?
Yep, I managed to get tickets.
I heard the saga. The saga was going on, and Greek trying to get you tickets, but now you're going.
Yep, I got
Should we be
tickets game
concerned?
4.
Should we be concerned? Because last time you went to Panthers game, they lost. So
Yeah,
I don't
I'm
know
not going to wear anything the same that I did.
I don't know if we should let you go.
No, that's my friend, my buddy Dan Levine. He's a big jinx. You're not. Are you taking your other half?
Yep, I'm going to try to.
Wait, was she there too when they lost last time?
Yeah. So
Son
we're
of
going
a
to try
good
again.
job.
Yep. Jason said the same thing. He's like, you can't bring her. You can't go to another game. And I was like, oh.
So you must be so excited.
Can't you do like, what?
He must be so excited.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a blast.
Yeah. Now, did you have to you just paid face value?
Oh, yeah, face value.
Good for you.
And we don't have to give him any perks or anything?
Nope.
Wow.
Any perks?
No, well, we were offered.
Favors?
He got offered 3 games because he's a season ticket holder, and he didn't want to pay the full price. So he's like, you could pay half. You get 1 game, I get 1 game, then we both go to a game together.
Oh, so that's
Cool.
nice.
So
You guys are like
game
friends.
6, if they go to game 6, me and my buddy are going to go together.
Oh, that's cute. That's nice.
Cute.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, good. Oops, I almost said a bad word. Less stuff I have to worry about. My God. I was nice to somebody all weekend because he had Panther tickets. Now I don't have to be nice to him. Because I was like, throw him a couple cigars because he's like, yeah, Greek, I'll give them to you for your boy. I'm like, thanks. He had like the far corner all the way up.
These are section like 320.
Yeah, I think these were section 105, but like I think the last row before there, but they were still good seats. So that's good because I don't want to really be nice to this guy, and I was for no reason.
Hopefully he's not listening.
It's okay. I don't really care if he is. Working on my will again this weekend.
I know there's a lot when you go through stuff like this where you're filling out stuff where a lot of people ask about wills, living wills, and I was like, man, should I really? I'm 43. I guess I really should start thinking about a will, a living will and stuff because it's so how often every time you go to a surgery center, or hospital, doctor's appointment, like they always have those, and it's one of those things you just don't think of because you're like, I'm too young for that. I mean, God forbid, I hate to put it on me, but if I would have fell differently and hit my head, who knows what would have happened? So it's one of those things you just gotta think about, even though you don't want to.
No. I mean, the good thing for you is obviously you have your husband who would be there. And when you're married, usually the spouse, when you're single, it's like, hey.
It's a little messier.
Yeah, well, every week I switch it. I cross out, I put somebody in, I put somebody out. So yesterday I got invited to my buddy's house. They had a beautiful brunch, and I thought it was very nice that they invited me. Then when I got there, I found out the only reason I was invited because all the other people didn't show up. So I said, I'm a fill-in. I said, so
Monday brunch, that's nice.
It was Sunday.
Okay.
Sunday, I'm thinking, because you had the gummy convention yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
So you had to be there. So I was just like, so I'm a fill-in. Oh, I get it now. I thought I was actually being invited, which I thought was very nice. And then when I got there, his wife said, well, you know what? My aunt was supposed to come. And
so-and-so was supposed to come.
Yeah, so they had a whole bunch of food. So I said, so I'm just the fill-in. So I brought some champagne over and orange juice. I thought it'd be nice. But then I was like, maybe I should take it back because really I'm not supposed to be here.
Oh, my God.
So it's like...
I hope you didn't take it back.
No, I didn't take it back. I didn't take it back. But I was like, I'm a fill-in. I don't sort of feel special. So then somebody else came and a different person stopped by. So I asked him on the side. I said, what time did you get invited? And he was looking at me like, what? I go, what time did you get invited? He goes, like 10:30. I said, you were a fill-in too. Just remember, you weren't top choice either. So we worked with it. Let us know if you would feel bad if you found out you were invited to something only because other people didn't come.
Like, how did you find that out, though?
They told me.
I mean, they just straight up. That's what they said. They're like, hey, just so you know, we invited you because we needed more people because people backed out. Like, how did they tell you without sounding rude?
They said to me, we were supposed to have like 6 people over and everybody canceled. So we had all this food. So we really didn't know, we wanted to call a couple of people. We thought if you were near, if you wanted to stop by.
Okay.
So I was like,
I think either way, they probably shouldn't have said that.
I think so.
Yeah.
Hurt my feelings.
You just leave it as, hey, you want to come by for brunch? There's no explanation needed. Yeah. That they had extra food, everybody backed out. There's why? You just leave it as, hey, you want to come over? We're having brunch with friends.
I felt so bad. I walked on 95 backwards for a while. I was like, this is so.
And look, still didn't get hit.
I still didn't get hit. I was like, man. I mean, you want to feel like you matter to people. Like, invite me, but then you feel like, oh my God, I was a fill-in. But then when the other guy said he got called 10:32, he's like, I got called 10:32. I'm like, oh, you were a fill-in.
Did you check your phone? I got called at 9:38. I'm better than you.
I said, oh, you were filling too, bro. Don't worry about it. 877-927-6969. If you want to say hi to Frances, you can. She's here for a limited time.
Limited time offer.
I have an expiration date.
Yes, expiration date. We will have Andy Quinn join us later in the show. Thank God, because I was going to have to pay for gas for his private plane. So he'll be in for a little while. Dominic got tickets to Panthers, so I don't have to be nice to this guy anymore, which is great. I bought him a couple cigars this weekend. I had to listen to his conversations that were brutal.
It's crazy because, it's when talking with Jason, who's a huge Panthers fan, I forgot it was like this last year just because it's the furthest distance travel for both teams that they have so many breaks in between. Because we were talking about, I think the next holiday we have coming up is Juneteenth, and he was saying maybe, he might take that Friday off too, which a lot of people will, to make it a nice 4-day. And he was like, nope, never mind, I can't. He was like, because Game 7 might be on the 20th. And I was like, Game 7 would be 17 days away if they made it. That's crazy. That's how long this thing is stretched out for.
But it is planned. It's not.
Of course. And that's why he knows it would be on the 20th.
Yeah, it's not because I'm saying they're in Edmonton or Florida. It's just like the NBA Finals. It's 3 weeks.
Oh, okay. I thought he meant it was because of the travel, how long it would be.
No, it's always planned like that.
I was like, that's a long time.
You blink and they're back in October.
Yeah.
They're back. They're in training camp. I mean, hockey has one of the longest seasons. I mean, last year went 7 games. And if you remember last year, it was huge because the Panthers were up 3-0 and they were playing the parade. And then Edmonton came back 3 games and then Game 7. So we'll see. I mean, it's great news, though, for the Panthers. I'm very excited that you got tickets, and for many reasons. First of all, you're a fan. You're going. You're continuing your romance with your significant other. He showed me a picture of her last week. They went to the game. She looked so cute and nice. She had her little Panther. She looked like one of the Jenners at the Nikkei. By the way, Jenner had orange underwear. She wore.
You saw that?
I got about 17 texts from my friends. They're like, Greek, your girl has orange underwear. I'm like, still didn't help them. But yeah, she was at the game, and they went actually in Indiana. Mm-hmm. They went to Indiana, but to no avail as the Knicks lost. The NBA Finals starts Thursday. And they got a big break, too.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they'll be done around the same time, like after close to July if it goes 7 games, which is crazy. They try to get like 2 games a week for ratings. But we'll see what happens. But excited. But I'm glad you got tickets.
Do any of those games overlap, NBA and NHL on the same day?
I think they try not to.
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, because the Panthers are Wednesday, and then the NBA's Thursday. And then I think the Panthers is Saturday and Sunday. I think you would have to double check, but they try to do it. I mean, they know what they're doing. It's all pre-planned because they don't want it to be like that. I mean, a lot of people complained about that down here because the Panthers were on the same night. It used to be brutal when the Heat were good because then the Panthers were like almost on the same time when they were in the playoffs. But people were complaining this year because the Panthers were on the same time. Like if you went to any bars or restaurants, it was predominantly Panthers.
Yep.
Like if you wanted to go watch, like we had to go to a couple of places. If there was 10 TVs, 8 were Panthers, and then 2 were basketball. So, but whatever. The NBA Finals is Thursday. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. If you want to get involved, you could say hi to us, and of course say hi to Francis. That's the most important thing. Tell us about your weekend, what you did, and what went on. And then where did you go up in Orlando? Where was that?
Forbidden Kingdom.
And what was that, a concert?
Yeah, EDM festival.
Ooh. And how was that? It was good too?
Mm-hmm. Packed.
No wonder you're all banged up.
Yeah.
Yeah. And did you drive up there or fly?
Mm-hmm. Drive.
And you could go back?
Fly?
Yeah.
Really?
You can fly to Orlando.
Yes, but what's the point? I mean, it's only a 2-hour drive.
I mean, you flew up there. Who knows? I don't know.
You
what
can take
do.
the bright line there.
I
if
mean,
want
you
it.
would fly up there, G-Man.
No, I would drive to Orlando. I would fly up to Orlando. I mean, I would drive to Orlando. I wouldn't fly. That's a little like brutal. You can fly from Fort Lauderdale to Miami.
Mm-hmm.
You can fly anywhere you wanted, but
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
I guess you could.
From my house to yours if I wanted to, if I had a plane to do so. But yeah. But I've never heard of that concert before. I'm sure it was great. It was an all-day festival. It was just one day.
No, it was Saturday. It was Friday and Saturday.
Oh, okay.
So this girl's doing pretty well. You're doing a lot of big events. Didn't she get to the Hard Rock thing too?
Yeah.
That's very nice of you. It says a lot about you as an individual and how your family raised you. You're very generous. Now, what are you going to do when you run out of things to do with her?
I don't know.
Is she going to parlay us into like football season? Is she about the Dolphins yet? Like, hey, we going to Dolphin games?
Does she like sports? Does she like
Yeah.
gambling? Okay, cool.
Does she gamble?
A little bit.
Really?
Yep.
Ooh, that could be bad. Ooh.
No, it's Just like me, very little.
Yeah? On
Yep.
sports or horses?
No, on Panthers. It would be on that.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. Now we know
She's a Panther fan.
Hey, she's a gambler. We like her more. The Belmont is this Saturday, by the way, the third leg of the Triple Crown. There will be no Triple Crown winner this year.
No, because they didn't do which one?
The Kentucky Derby winner didn't run in the Preakness.
The Preakness, yeah.
Yeah, and I think there's only like 6 horses this week.
Oh, wow, that's it, huh?
Yeah. So I'm not going to really bet on it. There's no long shots. But it is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. We're back in. We wanted to come back work yesterday, but Dominic said no. So we didn't come back.
I know. I texted G on Sunday. I was like, all right, see you Monday. And he was like, nope, we won't. I forgot.
But didn't he tell you?
I forgot. Yeah, and I did. I forgot.
And I said
because I thought there was like a maybe on a Friday too. Like maybe Friday would have been a maybe.
Yeah.
And then Monday, and so I completely forgot about it.
Well, it shows you the power you have with this organization. Like if you say you're not coming in, we have to obey you. I mean, it's unbelievable the juice you got. Also, some good news for everybody in our audience. Notre Dame is the first game of the year against the Hurricanes. And we have tickets that we're going to give away.
Sweet.
So that's going to be good. We're going to probably do that in the Greek Zone in August, but that's going to be an unbelievable game. I think it's a Sunday night, too. Notre Dame against the Canes. That'll be a big game. Maybe we'll give them to Matt, your husband. 877.
We normally go to that game.
877-927-6969. If you want to say hi to Franny, you could also text her. She will show you her scar for $75.
Oh, or you can just go on Real TV.
Yeah. Can you really see it?
Because we're there.
Yeah.
No, you can see it bandaged up. But yeah, I'll send you the unbandaged, the unfiltered photo.
That's $75.
The
Yeah,
uncensored.
hit us up on Instagram and you'll get the uncensored
There you go,
one.
uncensored, $5.
OnlyFans.
It's okay, it'll go to my medical bills.
Oh, God. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. My God, it's so crazy. It's
I know
Tuesday.
somebody texts her like, Franny, glad you're back. Greek has said Monday like 2 or 3 times.
Hey, I'm a work in progress. You know what I'm saying? It's not easy, and I'm trying. Saw my doctor yesterday. He just got done playing golf. I'm like, what do you think? He's like, Greek, you're a mess. I said, thanks, Doc. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. We'll be back. We'll tell you what our giveaway is and so much more. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
There's a person trying to cross the street. They're in one of those little like scooters that you can shop in.
Okay.
The person's like missing their left leg, and apparently it's recent because when I saw them trying to walk afterwards,
Still bleeding.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One is coming back to Las Vegas.
And you can win your way to be there.
Streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets go on sale June 13th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific through AXS.com. But starting June 11th at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details. What's in your wallet? Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Presented by Capital One.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center, have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Checking on your drive, dealing with an accident 95 southbound approaching Boynton Beach Boulevard that was blocking your left lane. Now move to the shoulder. Heavy delays back to Lantana Road. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Russo.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
What's birthright citizenship? This week on Red Pilled America, we investigate what it means to be an American by telling the story behind the case that defined birthright citizenship. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Got a classic, hot rod, or resto mod? GimmeTheVin.com wants it. Just go to gmtvcc.com. Get an offer in minutes. GimmeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better with their big cash giveaway. Gimme the Vin is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. There are 2 ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry, or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. That's with GimmeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? The care team at Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, can help you use your Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or Florida Blue to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you're ready to change your life, search Eric's Dental Group right now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
The NBA Finals tip-off soon on Hard Rock Bet. And right now, this bonus bet is a layup. If both teams hit a three-pointer in Game 1, you win a $10 bonus bet.
From way downtown, bang!
Just bet $1 on Game 1 of the Finals. No need to overthink it. Lock in any Game 1 bet and cash in on a $10 bonus bet. Hard Rock Bet. Roll with us. New players, win your first bet or try again on us. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMIT-IT.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine.
I'm Ellie Anajar.
Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
In office, West Palm Beach.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 62225. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
It's IDC's most anticipated event of the year. 0% financing for 5 years. That's right. High interest rates have been put on hold at International Diamond Center. Now through June, you can make any purchase and spread your payments out to 2030 without paying a dime in interest. Engagement rings, wedding bands, eternity bands, earrings, pendants, and our largest selection ever of certified hand-picked diamonds and exclusive designer fashion jewelry. Pick any item, celebrate your love, get the value price you deserve, then spread your payments over 5 years. That $6,000 pair of diamond earrings is just $100 a month. That $12,000 engagement ring is just $200 a month. Everything's affordable with this amazing offer. 0 interest all the way to 2030. There's just one catch. This is a limited time offer just for the month of June. So don't wait. Let IDC help you get the jewelry you've been dreaming of at a price and payment you didn't think was possible anymore. International Diamond Center, US 1 and PSL Boulevard. Excludes Rolex. Details and more at shopidc.com. On approved credit.
Love Wendy's classic chocolate and vanilla Frosty flavors? Announcing all new Frosty Swirl and Frosty Fusion flavors. The same creamy treat you love, now with a flavor refresh. Refresh on a classic? Gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery. so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Real Radio weather.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting the possibility for more showers and storms through the rest of the day today, so don't put away the umbrella quite yet. We are going to see also the possibility for some locally heavy rainfall leading to the potential for some flooding. So just be careful, especially around those areas that typically flood this time of year.
This report is sponsored by WhatsApp.
Wondering what a personal message with your credit card number has in common with way too many pictures of your dog? Well, they're both private. Because on WhatsApp, your personal messages are yours. No one else can see or hear them, not even us. WhatsApp. Message privately with everyone.
Here's what's trending now on the new and improved iHeartRadio app.
If you're looking for your new summer obsession, I got you covered. Start with Boys Sober. It's the new podcast about the global dating movement that everyone is talking about. Plus, we have your ultimate summer playlist, and guess what? It's updated weekly with songs of the summer. And we have more explosive reactions from the Diddy trial from Aubrey O'Day. Trust me, you're not going to want to miss what she has to say next.
Explore the latest. Open the free iHeartRadio app and see what's trending now.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast. You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
What are you bitching about?
He just sees me struggling with my headphones and everything. And, you know, I go on this other show in the mornings on the Gator, and my co-host, he comes right over and he puts my headphones on me.
I don't want to touch you. If something happens, you know, there's a problem.
I know. I was like, Dom even notices. I'm okay. I'm trying to figure, but I did struggle a little bit. I'm just trying to, yeah, you can, I had to tighten it up.
It is the Penthouse. Oh, my God. And on Tuesday, we had to miss yesterday because Dom had to go to a gummy convention. Franny's back in the house. She's doing great, if you guys are wondering.
Just the one, the back.
She has a little bit of a small scar, and she's healing, and she has a sling on, and Dom's helping her. He should do it. He's the producer.
Scar's about 6 inches, small. 7.
His 6 inches small? Really? Wow.
Thank you. Well, you said small, so there's people out there going, oh, geez, that's small, huh? That sucks for me. But yeah, no, every time I was very, thank you, Dom. See, Dom came in if you're watching Real TV, and he helped me out. Greek just watches me struggle. And I was like, on the other show, Jason comes and he puts on my headphones for me and makes sure, and Greek just watches me as I have my head down trying to do it.
Obviously, Jason's a better person.
Even Dom looked at you. He was like, help her.
I was like, all right, I'm just going to click it early and run over there.
I'll just walk over.
I don't have to do, I don't help Andy Quinn.
It's true.
Andy walks in, I need help.
Yeah, put on my headphones.
What do you need, Andy? Come on. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. Franny's back. We're very excited. Glad she's back. It was a tough time without you, but we made it through. But we are very happy that you're back in the studio, and we hope you never leave again because it's not a good thing when you're not here. We appreciate you that you are back, and we know that you're going through a lot. We're here to help you. At least Tom is. Dom's in the studio.
Hello.
What's our giveaway today?
Cedar and Daughtry.
Nice.
Ooh. Now, when is that? That's coming up in July. Do you know anything information about that? I mean, you are the producer of the show.
It is November 15th at the War Memorial, which I don't know where that is.
Interesting. I don't know where that is either.
Yeah.
I got to look into that. Because Daughtry was just here. I think they were with Disturbed, maybe? I know that was at Hard Rock Live. I could be lying. I don't know. I just know that my husband, Matt, went to go see him recently. They opened up, and I think it was for Disturbed. I could totally be wrong. And he said that they were great. They sounded great. So if you get to go check them out, that'll be exciting.
That'll be at 11:45, your opportunity to win tickets. Again, Franny's here. Good morning, Francis.
Hi, what's up?
And it's time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
All right, TNT ended their reign on Saturday night after the Eastern Conference. They were doing the after NBA show for years. I believe it was 35 years. And I know Barkley and Shaq and Kenny Smith were there for a long, long time. They're going to move to ESPN People are worried about how if they're going to change it or not. I don't know how much they'll change it because the show is a very good show. It's won so many Emmys over the years. Barkley said he's going to work 2 more years, and then he's going to retire. The Marlins, every time you have a little faith in them, they let you down. They lost last night to the worst team in baseball, to the Colorado Rockies. There was probably more people at New York Prime last night than at the game. The Rockies only had 9 wins. They were 9-50. This is why sports betting, my God, you got to be careful. And the Marlins lost. I couldn't believe it, 6-4. So now the Rockies have 10 wins. Can you say 2 in a row? Last night in Major League Baseball, every away team won. Dom, could you imagine that parlay? 7 teams, all 7 teams won. Even if you put down $50, you would have won a lot of money. You would have won like 10 grand. Which was awesome. So hats off to the Colorado Rockies. Bad news for us because we got beat. The Mets beat the Dodgers. Yankees are playing the Guardians tonight. And the Panthers kick off the NHL Stanley Cup. Let's go for back-to-back. Edmonton is favored by a few. Dominic got tickets, so it's one thing we don't have to worry about. He's going to be going to Game 4, him and his senorita, so they'll be there if you see him. Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza. And now over to Franny for This Day in History. We've missed this.
On this day in history.
Alrighty. Well, we're going to go back in the day on June 3rd, 225 years ago. In 1800, President John Adams moved to Washington, D.C. He was ready to go in the White House, but unfortunately it wasn't finished yet. So they said he moved into a room above a tavern. He had to live above a tavern until they were able to let him into the White House.
I wonder if he was Greek moving and storage.
Maybe he did, yeah. I mean, they move everybody. 137 years ago in 1888, the poem Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer, if I'm saying that right, hopefully, was first published in the San Francisco Daily Examiner. The guy earned a big whopping $5 for that.
Not bad.
88 years ago in 1937, the Duke of Windsor married Wallis Warfield Simpson. He was King Edward VIII of England, but he was forced to give up the throne in order for him to marry a commoner. That's how much he loved.
You can't fight love, Franny.
Yeah.
I mean, it's worth. He was a king and he gave it up?
Duke. Yeah. He was a king. Well, he was King Edward VIII of England, but he was forced to give up the throne so he could marry his commoner.
She must have been some piece of ass.
Right?
Would
79.
you do that, Dom? Would you give up your throne for a woman?
What?
Would you give up your throne if you were a king and they said you can marry her, but she's a commoner, but you're not going to be king anymore, but you can marry her?
No.
See, I would all day long.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
Are you kidding me?
To give up being a king?
Of course.
Whatever.
I'd be like, love conquers all. Look in the mirror. Go ahead. What do we got?
All right. Okay. 1946, Jacques Haim, a French designer, debuted a 2-piece bathing suit in Paris. What, a 2-piece bathing suit?
That's crazy.
Scandalous.
Dun, dun, dun.
And named it the bikini. He named it after the Bikini Atoll Islands in the South Pacific where the atomic bomb testing was going on. He chose a name because he thought the bikini was so scandalous that people would react to it the way that they did to an atomic bomb being dropped.
Wow.
And so he named it the Bikini after the Bikini Islands. 70 years ago, 1955, the 7-Year Itch was released in New York, starring Marilyn Monroe. And that was one with the subway vent, the infamous dress skirts blowing up.
And that's so many places have that as like a statue and Marilyn Monroe. I think Tony Curtis was in that.
55 years ago, in 1970, Ray Davies of the Kinks, flew from New York to London to change one word in the recording of Lola. Coca-Cola became Cherry Cola because the BBC did not allow commercial references in songs. So they weren't allowed to say Coca-Cola. So he flew all the way just to change one word.
Wow.
Yeah.
Couldn't email?
Not back then. Not 55. Yeah.
I get it.
I mean, I'm sure it's somehow, some way. Pigeon, right? Messenger Pigeon. 37 years ago, 1988, the Tom Hanks movie Big was released. 37 years ago. Wow. 33 years ago, 1992, presidential candidate Bill Clinton, I call him Billy, played saxophone on the Arsenio Hall show. Remember that? He played Heartbreak Hotel and God Bless the Child. They said, which surprisingly had a pretty strong positive effect on his run. 24 years ago, 2001, Tina Fey married Second City TV director Jeff Richmond. They said he opened her flower. She was a 24-year-old virgin.
Whoa.
Did you know that?
Wow.
Yeah. I'm sure she was like, thanks for putting that in this day in history.
My God, it's not something real I'm talking about.
29 years ago, 2006, Ben Affleck's brother, Casey, married Joaquin Phoenix's little sister, Summer. That's cute. Didn't last very long. Well, you know what? No, they lasted, I'm trying to math, they lasted 11 years and do have 2 sons together.
Oh, that's great.
Yes. 17 years ago, 2008, Weezer released the Red Album. It was their 6th album and their 3rd self-titled disc. Few more here. We have 2010 Golden Girls, Rue McClanahan died at age 76. 14 years ago, speaking of death, Jack Kevorkian, 2011, died all on his own at age 83.
Wow.
We remember that because he was the one who did, right? Helped with the assisted deaths.
Yeah.
He said all on his own. Another sad passing 9 years ago, 2016, Muhammad Ali passed away at the age of 74. And then 1 year ago, to 2024, much anticipated Beverly Hills Cop Axel F was released. And that's what happened this day in history.
When you talk about big, I do remember that was filmed in New Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
And when it was going on, I was dating somebody there, just banging around with her. I was very young at the time. But I remember one of my friends, and there was a couple of things he said. I never forget. We just saw it. It was in a neighborhood. And it was in actually Cliffside Park. So we were asking, like, what's it about? And they told us the whole premise. And my buddy's like, that's going to suck. Who's going to watch that?
Like everybody.
Huge. And he said the same thing. There was a nightclub in the city called Cafe Goanna. So we walked in there the first night and it had like a huge goanna in the middle of the place. Huge. This place will be closed in 2 weeks. It broke like all records. It killed me. And when the Mets played the Red Sox, I remember he's like, I'm betting the Red Sox huge and Mets are going to get killed. And every time we see him, like I would see him, I'd be like, big, great call. Cafe Iguana, great call, and the Mets.
Was there a Cafe Iguana down here, right, for a long time?
I think in Lauderdale,
maybe.
I don't know if I don't know if it's the same thing.
Okay.
But yeah, there was. Dom, you have somebody on hold?
Yep, we have Chris on the phone.
Hello, Chris. How are you today on a Tuesday after we had to take off Monday because of Dom?
The Greek Meister. What's it doing, brother, man? Penthouse, how y'all doing?
Well, we're doing great.
Doing good.
Franny's back, so, you could hear the step in my hip. I'm so excited.
The step in your pep, yeah. I hear it, Greek, yeah. Look, I'm in a good mood today, so I'm not even going to roast you, Greek. I really am. I woke up in a good mood. Dom still sucks. My wife is good. My life is good. I got a good job. And then I hear Franny on the radio.
So does that mean you're ready to roast me? I had a feeling. I've been waiting for this.
She was off 3 weeks, and she was in Barbados.
This is the one time, Franny, you're not going to get a roast. I'm happy you're safe. I'm happy you're okay.
Thank you.
I'm just happy to hear you back on the radio. And I did keep them boys in check for you while you were gone. I'll let you
Good.
know.
I was checking in here and there, and they're like, yeah, you should hear. Chris says he's keeping him in line since you're not there, so I appreciate you doing that.
We appreciate it because management can't. So we appreciate you keeping us in line.
Well, somebody's got, Greek, look, I got to pay the bills somehow. This is what I do, Greek.
Hey, everybody needs a boss in life. I've always said that. And sometimes you don't realize who
Well,
your
and
boss
maybe
is.
it's not at work. Could be your wife. Could be your husband.
Of course.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be at work.
You're my boss. I mean, forget it. When Franny tells us something, chop, chop. I do it right
no, you
away.
don't. You told me to relax last time. I told you to do something.
Everything
hey, Greek, host a show. Relax.
Relax and easy. Come on. We're going to go shoe shopping to make you have a smile on your face. That'd be nice. I'm going to buy you one shoe.
He's been saying this too, the shoe shopping. I was supposed to have that spa day. Remember for the massage? Remember that? Remember?
How about we went out to dinner? Remember you said, let's not get me anything, take me to dinner?
I don't remember that. But you are very generous. Sorry, Chris. We didn't mean to take over your conversation.
No, you're good. But you got to understand, Greek has people to see.
You're right.
People to talk to on the phone. He's at the studio 6 days a week. I mean, how much more do you want?
You're right. I can't spread him too thin. He's not Gumby. I get it.
Let me tell you something. Franny is one of my top priorities in my life. I honestly do mean that. I was worried about her every single day. It's truth. She knows she can call me for anything, and I would do it. No doubt. The same Dom, not as much, but her, yeah. Well, Franny's got more years in. I call him Monday. I go, what are you doing? And he shows me like this big sign over his head, gummy convention. I'm like, what are you doing? Because I'm trying out gummies. That's why I couldn't come into work today.
Oh, my God.
I'm like, that's crazy. But Chris, I got to tell you, his girl is pretty easy on the eyes. She had her little Panther uniform on. What was that sound she was making? Rah, rah.
I think that was, yeah.
What else, Chris?
Nothing. I was just saying, attaboy to Dom, man. I mean, even though you suck sometimes, Dom, you stepped it up here, man. I'm proud of you.
No, he did it.
Boy.
Yeah. He's very impressed. He outkicked his coverage. Okay.
Thanks, you.
Coverage. This is why I tune in every day. It's the best entertainment everywhere for 4 hours, brother.
I agree 100%. Please tell my boss. He tries to tell me, Greek, you're not that good, and I take it to heart. I walk out of his office, and I'm like, oh. But inside, I'm like, dude, you got to be kidding me. What else, Chris?
No, next time your boss says that, just look at Dom. You'll feel better. You guys have a good day.
Bye, Chris.
Miss you, pal.
Good hearing from you. 47142 started off with Real Radio, some nice messages, and then we have, hey, Franny, glad you're back. Can we hear? They just want to hear one little sound bit, I guess, and I figured you guys played it enough, but get my coffee, bitch, is what they want to hear.
We played it.
Uh-huh.
We played a couple of your sound bits, just to make sure like we had a little sprinkle of you in here.
Got it. Bitch, you know how to take my coffee. There you go.
That was her at the hospital.
And then we have welcome back. No. What they have you on the hospital, it makes you happy. It says, welcome back, Franny. 2 times now, Greek said it was Monday. Can you check that? I'm sure. I believe you.
So if you know it's Tuesday, what are you worried about?
Then, let's see. I'm not exactly sure here. He says, I believe the War Memorial is in North Fort Lauderdale, close to the beach somewhere.
Okay.
And then it says, damn, Franny, I'm glad everything's okay, except for the broken arm. I went to the hospital first of the month. I reached out and was just like, man, that's serious. With a heart attack, They had open surgery. Open heart surgery, excuse me. They said, and you were, when I was gone, I'm glad to see you're back. I'll have to get with you when I decide to have my very first tattoo that they're going to be putting on this horrendous 10-inch scar on their chest.
Oh, well, thank God he's okay.
Yeah, and that's what I said. I'm so glad that you're okay. That's very scary.
Oh, yeah.
Open heart surgery, but glad you came out on the other end and hopefully stronger than ever before. But yes, you get with me too. So I was supposed to get a tattoo. Yeah. The first I had a schedule to finish up my arm, my sleeve. And obviously I can't now because I broke the arm I was going to get it done on. But the guy my tattoo artist said this thing because I was like, I'm so sorry I have to cancel. And he was like, that's horrible. He's like, I had a very similar break. And he said he probably doesn't recommend until about 6 months because you have to let it heal completely and all this stuff and the scarring and all that. But he said he was in physical therapy for almost a year. I know I have to go 2 to 3 times a week.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't even know time yet.
My first one's on Wednesday.
10 to 2.
Yep, during the show. No, don't worry. I'm making sure to do them after or before the show because they're an hour long.
Really?
And everybody tells me it's gonna suck.
Oh yeah, they actually make you work.
They said it's gonna hurt so bad. Well, I can't straighten my elbow. I'm afraid of that. I haven't been. They were like, just don't go in there going, yay. They're like, you're gonna leave and you're gonna be in so much pain. They say physical therapy, but it's what you got to do in order to get movement back.
If you go after the show, he can give you the show and you can listen to that while you're
I'll be okay. I'll be okay without it.
Well, you got something else?
Yeah, we have Mark on the phone.
Hello, Mark, and good morning on a Tuesday.
Good morning. Glad everybody's back together.
Thank you.
Franny,
yes.
You need some time off. Just ask Greek. You don't have to break an arm.
Well, every time I do, he bitches about it. This time, I actually had some real concern out of him. So it was take however much time you need.
I was so concerned about you.
We know Dominic's not getting any time off. The only Dominic's getting any time off if he gets clipped by a fast-moving Uber crossing the street with Greek's pizza order.
That's why we love you guys. You know the show. You know what it's about.
I know.
And even then, he'd send you out there to ask him if he's going to do the...
No, he brought the pizza back in one piece. Not one was even
Did you guys do it again or no?
Yeah, we did it with Andy.
Oh, you did it again? Where you ran it? How long did it take?
Oh no, we didn't even time it. I did it no problem.
Okay.
He didn't even want to bet or anything.
Yeah, because we knew you could do it.
Yeah.
I'm still amazed that you do that. That's really impressive.
Hold the pepperoni and watch this.
No, he's a jack of all trades. I am very impressed that he got across the street and brought back that pizza.
I just seen him on TV. He's pretty, but is he faster than a Maserati?
He's not faster than Maserati. I don't know if you saw him on TV because he's not on. That's in his contract. He's never going to be on TV.
He just came and clipped Franny's stuff.
Yeah, I was on there for a second.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. He did
Oh,
help
yeah.
me.
He was helping me out.
Yeah, I can't help her. I'm not allowed through management.
That's not true. You just didn't offer.
Okay.
Dom saw me struggling from another room. Was like, I'll go in there.
Exactly. I mean, I was trying to reach through the phone.
See, people would watch it. We're like, help her, somebody.
I get very nervous around Franny, and I get like so excited. Like I'm like,
Well,
oh
it's
my
true. Last time he tried to help me with my headphones, he had no idea what he was doing, so it's all right.
Yeah.
It's probably better off that he doesn't. He might injure me.
Yeah, I might hurt her more. So management was like, stay away from her. I'm like, okay, you guys got it. Mark,
There you go.
thanks for the call, and appreciate you listening, and I hope we entertain you every day.
Every day. I appreciate you. I love you guys.
Love you too, bro.
Bye, Mark.
Thank you so much. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. So just remember it's Tuesday. A lot of people think it's Monday, but it's really Tuesday. We were off yesterday.
No, it's just us. I think it's Tuesday because we took off yesterday.
Yeah, we took off yesterday for a gummy convention. Where was that?
I know. I'm really sad I didn't know about this.
Where was it? Because I didn't know about that either.
I just stocked up.
So I don't know anything about gummies, okay?
Yeah.
So are they like Tic Tacs? Is one good?
Depends on the dosage, milligrams. Like, so I've been taking indica to help me go to sleep and relax.
Yeah.
Since I'm not taking any of the hard opioids or anything anymore. So I do, it depends. Like during the day, about 10 to relax me. At night, I'll take 20 just to help me go to sleep.
20 of them?
Milligrams.
Oh.
Which would be 2 gummies.
Wow, that's
He's
a
like
lot.
20.
Yeah.
Whoa.
But a dose.
No wonder you can tolerate me.
A dose typically is 10. Right? When they give it to you in the gummy packs, it's typically a 10 milligram gummy.
So do people know?
But they have some that are like 100. So
Those are the ones I usually have.
You got to be careful.
Now, do people
Those are the ones you
know-
got, but they don't sell. Like I don't know if I've seen a 100 milligram gummy at the dispensary. I don't know if I've seen those.
Because I was at Hard Rock about a couple weeks ago, and these two guys were sitting next to each other, and the guy got crushed, and the other guy said, I heard the whole conversation, you want a gummy? He's like, yeah. He goes, here, and he gave it to him. And like, does it say, like, do you know what you're taking is my point.
Well, not if he just hands it to him,
Yeah.
but on the packaging it says it.
No, I'm just, because the way
But I would ask, because a gummy could be mushrooms. You never know what they're giving you. So.
That's why I'm asking, because he was like, he got crushed. He goes, here, dude, take one of my gummies. You'll feel better. And I was like, he just handed it out. It's,
and there's hybrid, there's sativa.
Oh my God, it's too confusing.
So indica, like how indica is sleepy time, make you feel good because the saying they do, and indica's INDICA, they call it indicouch.
Oh, really?
Which means, well, that's how you know that indica is relaxed, sleepy, because you'll be stuck in the couch. So that's what they say, indicouch. And then sativa is an upper.
Really?
Sativa gives you a little pep in your step, and then a hybrid is a combination of the two.
Wow. So it's like going to Starbucks. You got to know all the terminology.
They have, those, what do they call people at dispensaries? What are they?
Bud tenders.
The bud tenders. The bud, yeah, isn't that cute?
Tenders.
They're very helpful. That's what they're there for.
Who do you think makes more, bud tenders or baristas? Ooh.
Pretty even, probably.
I told the girl over the weekend I was a barista in Fort Lauderdale. She's like, really? I'm like, yeah, why?
Did she give you her order?
Yeah, she did. She was getting me a vente. It is the Penthouse. It's a Tuesday. Remember that, people. Tuesday. Franny's back, and we're very excited. She's not going to be here all day, so if you want to say hi to her, make sure it happens in the next hour. Andy Quinn's going to be stopping by, thank God, because I don't have to pay gas for his private jet. We got 11:45. We got a giveaway and so much more. Peace.
When the smart speaker you gave your parents eventually becomes yours, tell your smart device to play Real Radio 92.1 on iHeartRadio. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
A decent drive along your expressways this morning, 95 and the Turnpike, currently accident-free. Got some construction on Jog Road northbound after Belvedere, blocking your right lane. And roadwork on Boynton Beach Boulevard westbound at Hagen Ranch Road. The right lane is blocked. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of how and why Superman battled the Ku Klux Klan. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Granger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Franny, and we know GimmeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better. With GimmeTheVin.com's big cash giveaway, they're giving away $25,000 in cash every month. There are 2 ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry, or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. Whether you're selling your daily driver, pickup, SUV, or even a supercar, they want it. Just enter your VIN or license plate at GimmeTheVin.com and get an instant offer in minutes.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? The care team at Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, can help you use your Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or Florida Blue to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you're ready to change your life, search Eric's Dental Group right now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
As men get older, our bodies change. We all know that. And often, we just accept the changes as the way it is. But some of those changes, such as bad sleep patterns, low sex drive, brain fog, no energy, and reduced gains in the gym, could be due to low testosterone. And that is something you can change. This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic. And even if you're in your 30s, if you're experiencing some or all of the symptoms I just noted, you very well may need low testosterone treatment. With our treatment protocols, if you're like most men, you'll be amazed at the change. You'll have more energy, improved mental clarity, your sleep will be better, so will your workouts, and you'll likely find that your sex drive increases too. So give us a call today and make the change for good. Your initial visit includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300. Or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 7 offices across South Florida to serve you, including our new office in Hollywood, Florida.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. I've been asked many times how Morgan & Morgan became the largest injury firm in the world. I think I know. When someone comes to us for an on-the-job injury, we have a huge workers' compensation practice. But many times we find a defective product that was responsible for that injury. Luckily for them, we have a product liability section headed by my son, Mike. In addition to the comp case, there is a product case too. Other times, the injured worker is fired or harassed for bringing that claim. We have them covered. Our employment lawyers handle retaliation claims as well as wage theft and discrimination cases, and in some cases need to file for Social Security benefits. No problem. We became big for a reason. 30% of our new cases come as referrals from former clients. Hiring us is easy. Go to forthepeople.com on your mobile device or computer, or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. Morgan & Morgan.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting the possibility for more showers and storms through the rest of the day today, so don't put away the umbrella quite yet. We are going to see also the possibility for some locally heavy rainfall leading to the potential for some flooding, so just be careful, especially around those areas that typically flood this time of year.
This report is sponsored by WhatsApp.
On WhatsApp, your personal messages stay private. So things like those selfies from last weekend's party stay between you and your bestie. Because on WhatsApp, your personal messages are yours. No one else can see or hear them, not even us. WhatsApp, message privately with everyone.
What the Florida is sponsored by FAMU's MMERI. Educate, Learn, Talk.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Franny's back, so, you could hear the step in my hip. I'm so excited.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Tuesday. I hope you guys are having a good day. Listen to Rover. Always a lot going on. Big news of the day is that Franny's in the studio, which always is great. And she's healing every day, and soon she'll be back to 100%. Dominic's still with us.
Hello.
As a U.S. citizen. Great job. Franny's here, and we're going to turn it over to her for our first batch of Florida stories in a while. We haven't heard of anything happening in Florida?
Or talked about it, because,
Florida.
Lots of things.
Florida. Did you say Florida?
I'm from Florida.
WTF.
What the Florida?
All right. Well, we're going to start here in your What the Florida. Happened in Florida. Woman not from Florida, but we're going to bring it up because it happened here. There is a woman who is facing charges after police in Florida said that she hit a child who made fun of her weight on a flight from Orlando.
Oh.
So, yes, according to documents obtained by this news website, they said that this is terrible, that she took the kid's head and slammed it against the window of the plane in the incident.
Wow, that's bad.
46-year-old Christy Crampton appeared in court earlier this week facing child abuse charges after the disturbing incident that happened on an Allegiant flight Memorial Day weekend, Orlando. Charging documents say that she did that. They said first it was with her hand, then a water bottle.
Oh.
Slamming this kid's head into the airplane window. So the police did not detail her relationship with the child. I mean, terrible, but I hope she knew this kid. I hope it wasn't a stranger. It's terrible. Never do not do that. But it's like they don't release the relationship, which makes me think, well, if it was a stranger, you would think no. But this is what happened. So she told authorities that the kid became very disrespectful, and her and the kid got at it. She's arguing with the child. And they got into an argument, and the juvenile started calling her fat and Miss Piggy and making snorting noises at her.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
Does it say how old the kid is?
So they had to. I love how they say they don't know the relationship. Guessing, because with details, the police wrote that she took the phone away from the kid. He got angry. He pushed her arm off of the armrest twice. That's when she smacked the kid.
So I would say it's got to be a mother or maybe an aunt.
Yeah. You would think.
Yep.
One witness told officers a woman was not connecting the child. She was abusing him. So there were people on the airplane who witnessed this whole thing. They said that they reached out to her. She didn't immediately hear back, but FAA tracks unruly passengers. Behavior does not shock many travelers today. They said, I feel like we're living at a time where violence is high. I guess you can say up in the air too, and people are just under stress. Yeah. They said, if I were you, humble yourself before you get on an airplane.
Yeah. I would not think it was somebody sitting next to her. She didn't.
No, I mean, the more the details, but they put on here that the relationship is unknown.
But they don't say mom. It's crazy.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be a mom situation, but
yeah. Maybe a sister.
Just could be a guardian. Who knows?
Yeah.
Who knows?
Could be a stepmom.
Yeah, just a guardian. Who knows? Yep. Then next up in your What the Florida, another crazy stalking situation here. 20-year-old man in a ski mask. They said carrying gloves, a knife, and tools. Like he's prowling a Deltona neighborhood. If people see you, you're getting the cops called on you. You got a ski mask on. You're carrying gloves. You got a knife and tools. And you're prowling a neighborhood.
And it's not the winter.
No.
Ski mask.
It doesn't even matter if it is from Florida. But yeah, they said they saw this happening in Deltona neighborhood, and he was on his way to watch his ex-girlfriend sleep.
Oh.
So you watch her sleep with a knife and tools? Cool.
Sounds like a tool.
Sounds way more nefarious than that, right? Helen Vallejos was arrested, they said, on charges of aggravated stalking, attempted armed burglary, loitering or prowling, and possession of burglary tools and criminal mischief. They did locate him walking in the neighborhood while attempting to conceal his face with the mask. They said, along with a knife and lock-picking tools, he had a couple other things on him. He did admit to sheriff's deputies that he was on his way to watch his ex-girlfriend sleep.
Pretty weird.
Creepy.
Yeah.
They said, so you did intend to go there and just watch her? A deputy can be heard asking him in body camera footage. He was like, yeah, I don't break in. I just watch her from the outside, he's saying.
Wow.
Like, you can hear this. He said he wasn't sure of his intentions, what they were going to be that night, but he was afraid his actions could escalate.
Oof.
Somebody keep that dude locked up. Restraining order, girlfriend, restraining order. He had a knife on him. He admitted that he's been visiting his ex-girlfriend's house and watching her sleep for the last 8 months.
Oh, my goodness.
In addition, he confessed that he vandalized her house back in April.
Oh, well, at least he's honest.
Yeah.
Give him credit.
They said he used his dad's truck to drive to the area. So when they found the vehicle, the dad's truck, as he was walking, they found a backpack with duct tape, wire cutter, spray paint, sledgehammer. They said that he stated he would potentially use to break through a door or use against the victim's father if he was ever confronted.
Terrible.
Jesus
What a watch out.
Christ. Let's keep that guy locked up for that girl's safety.
And 8
Right?
months he's been doing it. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah.
And then he catch him in 8 months. Wow.
That is loco. And speaking of loco, he's back. It's been a few years since we talked about this guy. The guy who likes to make love, and I don't know, do we call it make love? To pool floats.
Oh, God.
Talked about him a while ago.
We don't judge her.
And now he's back. So this guy has admitted to sexually gratifying himself with pool floats. And he has pleaded guilty to a months-long burglary spree. And what he was stealing was people's pool floats out of their backyard.
That's pretty brutal.
So in a deal with Florida prosecutors, Christopher Monin copped to theft and burglary charges in Brevard County. They said, while such felony convictions carry stiff maximum prison terms, Monin's plea deal resulted in downward departure.
Did you put that word in there, or was it there?
Because he requires specialized treatment for a mental disorder. They're like, this guy can't be right with this addiction to humping pool floats. So, yes, they said that he is up for treatment, the defendant is. A judge sentenced him to 2 years community control, an intensive form of probation that compares to house arrest. He will then be placed on standard probation for 8 additional years. They said his case has been dragged on for years following his 1:30 a.m. suspicious person arrest in Palm Bay when the cops spotted him riding a bicycle carrying a white garbage bag full of deflated pool floats he planned on banging when he got home.
Pretty brutal.
Yeah.
People have some weird
His
kinks.
favorite one was one that looks like a piece of bacon.
Ooh.
They said that when they went to his house, they found 75 pool floats in his house. A search warrant inventory listed some of the seized items that he found oh so sexy. A lounge chair with cup holders, a duck float, a poor duck float, a lobster float, french fries float, a pizza float, a turtle float, a whale float, a banana float, an elephant float, a watermelon float, and I mentioned the bacon one, and a float that was branded as Shaquille O'Neal. They said he stole a Shaquille O'Neal branded Shaq inflatable lounger. Yeah,
Sounds like he likes
and
food,
he
too.
says he told people that he sexually gratifies himself with these floats. There you go. That is you with the Florida.
I don't know where you go after
Did you
that.
miss that?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Sure you did.
Oh, man. There's some weird stuff that people, that they're into. Not that we judge, but still. The bacon float. Imagine if you're in your pool and you come
The
out. and
bacon float. I
Yeah,
think
like-
the Shaquille O'Neal float is a little bit more interesting.
Like you come out to your pool and you realize one of your floats, you would think like, where is it? Maybe it's out.
Where's that damn bacon float?
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
I get it. Listen, I'm not in for stealing. Bacon float, pretty sweet. Don't want to have sex with it, though. But it's cool to be like, you have a bacon float in your pool.
But to go in somebody's backyard and steal it,
Yeah.
that's pretty crazy.
It is, and that's why it's in what, the Florida.
Good job, Franny. We missed those when you were gone. 877-927-6969. That's a number if you guys want to call in and possibly say hi to Francis. Yes, who do you got?
I have 2 talkbacks real quick.
Did you listen to him?
Jeremy, I trust him.
Okay.
Hello guys, what's going on? Palm Beach Gardens' favorite pool guy, Jeremy, checking in. Franny, it's great to hear your voice again. Just want to give you a little heads up. My girlfriend did the same thing to her shoulder. She's an occupational therapist. They told her she'd never get back to 75% movement. She is now back to 100% movement. What I'd like to do for you is pay for an initial assessment with her as an occupational therapist when you're ready for it.
Oh, nice.
And we'll get you moving in the right direction for total healing. Okay, girl?
Well, that was very nice.
Very, very nice.
How about American Express?
Yeah.
I got one more from him, too.
We also have the ice bucket. Attaches to that cord, goes over your shoulder. Looks like you just pitched Game 7 of the World Series. If you need that, let me know. We can get that to you as well. But take it easy. Great to hear you back. Let's get in touch with each other, and I'd like to set you up with an initial assessment with an occupational therapist. Get you moving in the right direction, Franny. Great to hear you guys. Dom, G, hope you guys have a great day. And G, it's Tuesday. Peace.
Thank you, Jeremy. That was very, very nice of you.
Yeah, our audience, we've said it so many times, is one of the nicest audience they do. That's so nice of you, Jeremy.
And I know Greek said I broke my shoulder. I didn't. I broke my humerus. But either way, the shoulder is the bigger concern that they talk about as far as movement's concerned. So that's really what they're going to work on. And my elbow is stuck, so they got to work on straightening out my elbows.
Yeah, very nice of Jeremy.
It's very, very nice.
Now,
but I had somebody else message me like, yeah, I'm glad your shoulder's okay. And I'm like, leave it to Greek to say it one time. Incorrect.
But it's for people to get involved, to ask more questions. That's what it's about.
I know.
That's very nice of Jeremy. Really
that was really, really nice.
Jeremy, I mean, if there's anything we could ever do for you, we can't.
Because I'm supposed to start therapy this week, and with everything else, it's really hard just to get in last minute. So I have to wait a week before my first appointment. But it was funny. So I called a few places, and I was like, I can't do it till this. So finally, the closest was Wednesday. And the lady, I'm talking to her, and because I'm trying to see if I'm in network too, because I don't want to pay an arm and a leg. So
at least not an arm.
So, give her my information. She's going to see if my insurance works out, because I had a bad situation with my insurance where I was supposed to have surgery on a Tuesday. I get to the surgery center, haven't eaten, bright and early, and the surgery center in Hope Sound, which they should have done their due diligence and told me. I'm sitting there waiting, tells me that I'm not in network, and it would cost me $13,000. I cried. I sat there and I was like, are you kidding me? Because I've been dealing with the pain for so long. So then they had to push my surgery back to Thursday at Jupiter Medical, which I knew they would.
Sex change, remember?
Yeah. I don't know if sex changes goes under insurance. I don't think you can do that.
No, we can't?
I think it's like strictly cosmetic, yeah.
Oh, okay.
You get care credit, pay it off that way. But... So anyway, I'm like, I'm giving her all my information. She was like, let me ask you. She was like, I'm just curious, how'd you break it? And I tell her story. She's like, are you the girl from the radio?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I was like, yep, that's me. She was just like, but she said she knew. She was like, we've been missing you. She's like, but I heard your story.
Yeah, see, because we were talking about it so much. That's unbelievable. What do we got next?
We have Larry on the phone.
Hello, Larry. What's happening?
How you doing today?
I'm doing great, Larry.
Hi, Larry.
I mean, I can't be doing better, but I could be doing good. What's going on?
Francis, I just want to tell you, you got it a lot better than some. My sister was going to have shoulder surgery.
Okay.
And they decided that they wanted to check her heart first. Check her breathing.
Yeah, of course.
And everything, make sure it's going to be all right. So anyhow, they took her in. First, they found some lumps in her lungs.
Ah.
All right. They believe they're cancerous.
Ah.
Then they check in her heart. She has to have a triple bypass.
Oh.
Jeez, I am so sorry.
They have 2 masses cut out of her heart.
Wow. Those are one of those stories that you do hear that's unfortunate, Larry, because she's going in thinking, I just broke my arm. But it's also fortunate that because of that and the surgery, they found all these other things that are way more terrible that hopefully they can take care of. That's crazy.
She's up in Jacksonville. They got some good doctors.
Okay,
up there.
good.
You know what I'm saying? She's at St. Vincent's Hospital, or where she's going to have it done at, which is a real good hospital up there. But I just wanted to tell you, sometimes the little things don't mean much later whenever you find a major thing.
You're so right, and I'm so sorry about your sister.
Like I say, the good Lord. I mean, it's we're both up in our ages. You know what I'm saying? We're all getting up in our ages, but you know what I'm saying. We just have to put it in good Lord's hand and let it go there, and pray that He's got the surgeon's hands and doing the right thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, please keep us posted. My heart and prayers definitely go out to her.
I will. But I just wanted to let you know. Sometimes the little things, don't mean much later. You know what I'm saying?
You're right. You are.
So it doesn't mean much right now. It's just to let you know It is.
It could be worse.
Here in West Palm Beach.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that, and I am so sorry to hear about her. But yeah, we are sending her well wishes. And you're right. I mean, overall, I'm in good spirits. But man, I'm glad that they caught that for her.
Thank God.
Yeah. And you know what I'm saying. But I just wanted to say good morning to y'all and give y'all the weather report and let y'all know it's raining cats and dogs here in West Palm Beach. And
oh wow.
I'm over here on US 1, and it's coming down by the buckets right now.
Well, they're calling for a lot of rain the next couple of days.
All week, yeah.
Yeah, I know. It ruined my fishing. I know.
But like everybody says, right? But we need it.
We need the rain.
Yeah, but we need it.
Yeah, they're calling for rain. Weather guys are outside right now. Rain.
Hey, they hit it 100%.
True.
Their forecast was correct today. But yeah, y'all have a nice.
Thank you, Larry.
Bless y'all.
You too.
And thank you for the wonderful, entertaining radio show. It is out of sight. I mean, it is so wonderful to get on here and listen to some of the things y'all talk about.
Well, we appreciate it.
Thanks,
we try real hard. You know that every day, and we've spent a lot of time on the show.
So much work.
We spent a lot of time on the show.
That's facts. On it.
Did they pay you?
Did they pay me?
No, he volunteers.
Did they pay you? I'm just wondering.
They do pay me. Somebody asked me that over the weekend.
But as Greek would say, not enough.
I never said not enough. I never said that. Dom has said it many times as he raises his hand. Now, we're very fortunate, and we know it, and we appreciate it. And I think it's a good relationship. Most of my relationships, Larry, I get taken advantage of. So this is no different than any of my other relationships in my life. Thanks, brother.
Have a wonderful day.
You too. Oh, now I got to wonder about it. Did they pay me? Oh, my God. 877-927-6969. I know, Franny, you have some things that can make traveling a little bit easier. The number one thing, I think, is if somebody else is paying.
Well, that is nice. But no, we're not talking about pocket-wise easier. We're not talking about that, your bank account. But a lot of people, last day of school was last week, right? Was it Friday?
Last Friday.
Last Friday, right? Kiddos are out of school. And a lot of people are planning family vacations, or maybe you're just getting out there on your own. But if you want to make traveling smoother, as we mentioned, all the crazy stuff that's going on, you may want to make it as stress-free as possible because you may catch some stress while you're there. But these are things, this is a handy checklist to do pre-flight. So travel is smoother for you. Say if you're flying to your vacation destination this year, this is Travel and Leisure. They put together a list of things to do pre-flight thanks to input from or multiple frequent flyers.
Okay.
So tackling the items on the list, they said will make you travel much smoother. This one I have, and I think a lot of people do. Whatever airline you're utilizing, G-Man, because, well, you don't fly that often, but they say utilize the airline apps.
Okay.
And make sure you have your notifications on because whether you're, if you're canceled, you're delayed, whatever it is. Gate change, all that stuff. And that's the one thing. Have your notifications, because I know we don't like notifications for all of our apps because it can get annoying. But specifically, if you have a flight that day, you can turn off and on your notifications. Make sure they're on if you have those airline apps. That's how we found out that my Jamaica trip was canceled. Yeah. And it just, all of ours were ding, 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 ding. Like, thank goodness. But yeah, get those apps. They say sign up for TSA PreCheck. That's one thing I did it. I let it expire. I think I'm going to do global entry next, which you do get TSA PreCheck. But also international. That's nice. Investigate security speed. They have websites for that where you actually can go put in the airport and it'll tell you how long the wait time is right now going through TSA and security.
That's amazing.
Yep. Every airport, they have access to tell you real time how long everything is. So say do that. And you can do it way ahead of time to be like, all right now they're saying an hour and a half. I should hustle. Even though you get there, it may not be as long. They said use the Grab app for airport food. I didn't know that was a thing. It's called Grab app. It's Grab. It's just Grab, but it's in the App Store. And they'll tell you all the restaurants and fast food restaurants in the airport. And you can go ahead and pre-order. Because you know that line at Starbucks is always forever long.
Oh, my
That is the longest line ever.
How about when you're near? Is there anything you get up
No.
Is there like a Wendy's you can pull up to?
Something we all used to do and stop doing, disinfect everything in the plane and airport that you touch. I remember after COVID, everybody was wiping down.
Oh, everything.
Lysol wipes, everything. You don't see it anymore. And including myself, I'm guilty of it. I was one who was just wipe. And now I use hand sanitizer quite often, but that's it. And on here too, they say these days things and the way they're making planes and they're trying to cram people in here comfort is a thing, and the chairs are not comfortable anymore. No. They're not what they once were, and they don't recline as far back as they used to. So said if you are one who is not good at sleeping or whatever, just make sure you bring a pillow, a blanket, all the things that they don't give you anymore.
Or try maybe to get a ticket in the first row. You can do that, if you're...
Well, it's more money that way, too.
Is it?
To get a ticket in the first row?
I thought like JetBlue, they don't have like first class.
They have
further up you get, it's more room.
Yeah.
And I think it's 2 seats instead of 3.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, for the first like 3 or 4 rows.
So it is more expensive.
It's more expensive, yeah.
Uh-huh.
All right, get somebody to pay for it then.
Well, they have Blue, they have Blue Plus, and I want to say they have business class, and that would be the one up front. I do.
I remember when I went last time, I flew back and I got my seat. Maybe it was more, and I didn't pay attention. I was like, I told
I can see that happening.
Yeah, I said
you're not paying attention?
Yeah.
For sure.
Well, you haven't changed.
You haven't either.
I said to the lady, I want to get off the plane quick. She goes, I got a seat in row 2. I said, I'll take it. I said, are you on it? She said, no, I'm not. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. Red Meat Lovers Club, they had a great event Saturday night at Palm Beach Meats.
Oh, yeah? Everything. Yep. It was another, Evan called in again, talked about it.
Who's one of her friends at?
Oh,
yeah,
and this is one was like up in my hood, so
that's why he said
if I wasn't out, I would have been there because it was actually in Palm Beach. Well, he does Boca, which is Palm Beach County, but it's closer to my way. But everything was great. You went?
No, I didn't go because Madison wasn't working. So I got the heads up she wasn't working, so I'm like, I'm out. But it was a great event. Red Meat Lovers Club always does a great job for different charities. It is the Penthouse.
G-Man, real quick, I need a favor from you when you leave the studio. There's a little baby out there, so don't be so loud when you leave the studio.
Is there really a baby?
Yeah, there's a baby out here.
Who's baby?
Yeah, I don't know.
We're like, nobody here has kids.
Yeah, just watch out, G-Man.
Oh, we actually have a pretty big, we can't say who it is, but we have somebody pretty big who's recording in here this week.
Yeah, I got a couple text messages last night.
Behave.
Yeah, I was a little offended by it.
Why?
I go on my attorney.
I'm sorry, but they're major.
I know, but why to call me out? It really hurts.
Why are they calling you out?
They just said make sure you behave this way.
Oh,
that's why now I see there's a baby.
And Brian Mudd text you. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Management did. 2 people in our building and somebody north of us. Said, "Hey, Greek."
I love that you're offended, but there's a reason that they did it.
I still think it's wrong.
Because you were kind of rude last time we had a big guest in the building.
I was not rude. The gentleman checked me at 6:15 in the morning, and in our building we have 10 people. I didn't know who he was.
Well, I don't want you to go check this lady and her baby too right now.
I mean, a guy said to me, "Who are you?"
Okay, so there's somebody with the baby. It's not just a random baby. No.
I thought it was some kid just walking around.
Just a baby crawling on the floor.
Yeah. So that guy said to me, "Who are you?" at 6:15 in the morning. So I just said back to him, I go, "Who are you, bro?" And that was it. And he was like, "I'm so and so." I said, "All right, it's nice." And he wouldn't let me in my office. So I'll settle out of court. This is the Penthouse on a Tuesday, by the way. I don't know why people think it was Monday.
It's Taco Tuesday.
It's Taco Tuesday. Don't forget that. And we were out yesterday because of Dom, because he's the boss, and he had to go to a gummy convention in Orlando. And you look good, though, by the way, I got to say. Now, does the girl, the associate, I don't want to say girl, because I don't want to.
Associate.
Does she like the beard, or does she not like the beard? She had mentioned it?
No, I haven't. She hasn't mentioned it, so I don't know. I'm not sure about that yet.
I remember in the beginning you didn't have a beard, now you got a beard. So
but he's always back and forth. Like
it comes so quick.
Yeah.
It just that's it.
877-927-6969.
That's what she said kind of joke. Is that what you want to say?
I didn't say anything.
All right.
I'm just going to, during the break, I'm going to find out if I'm getting paid for this. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
There's a person trying to cross the street. They're in one of those little, scooters that you can shop in.
Okay.
The person's, missing their left leg. And apparently it's recent, because when I saw them trying to walk afterwards...
Still bleeding.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One is coming back to Las Vegas.
And you can win your way to be there.
Streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets go on sale June 13th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific through AXS.com. But starting June 11th at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only, or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details. What's in your wallet? Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Presented by Capital One.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
So far, so good along your expressways. 95 and the Turnpike currently accident-free. Got some road work here on Beeline Highway northbound before Blue Heron Boulevard, blocking your right lane. And construction 441 northbound at Boynton Beach Boulevard. The right lane is blocked. That's traffic. I'm Ricky Rousseau.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's new Frosty flavors. Love Wendy's classic chocolate and vanilla Frosty flavors? Announcing all new Frosty Swirl and Frosty Fusion flavors. The same creamy treat you love, now with a flavor refresh. Refresh on a classic? Gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later at participating U.S. Wendy's. Hours may vary by location.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Celebrate Independence Day at Roger Dean Chevrolet Stadium for Mega Bash July 3rd and 4th between the Palm Beach Cardinals and Jupiter Hammerheads. Both games start at 6 p.m. with post-game fireworks and the Mega Kids area with inflatables. Purchase your tickets at RogerDeanChevroletStadium.com.
That's you, looking at your garage door. And you're wondering, if it gets windy, just how much can this door take? 20 miles an hour? 30 miles an hour? Sure, if we get a little wind, your buddy says if you back the car up against it just right, you can probably save it. But what's your clever plan the next time we get a storm with a name? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Storm-rated doors are built to withstand heavy winds, even if your building codes aren't there yet. It's like the door to the safe that protects your whole house. Stronger materials, heavy-duty motors and springs to handle the weight, and reinforced struts to keep it from bowing out in the wind. How do I know it won't bow? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll make sure you're prepared the next time a storm with a name comes sailing across the Gulf of Mo.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Dinner's ready. All right, is everyone here? Where's Michael? Food's getting cold.
Every day, 9 people on our Florida roadways won't make it home. Don't let it be you or someone you love.
Michael, is that you? Officer?
Ma'am, I'm so sorry. I have some very sad news to share.
Michael never made it home. Buckle up. Every trip, every time. Let's get everyone home safely. A message from Florida Department of Transportation, Target Zero. For more information, visit targetzerofl.com.
It's IDC's most anticipated event of the year. 0% financing for 5 years. That's right. High interest rates have been put on hold at International Diamond Center. Now through June, you can make any purchase and spread your payments out to 2030 without paying a dime in interest. Engagement rings, wedding bands, eternity bands, earrings, pendants, and our largest selection ever of certified hand-picked diamonds and exclusive designer fashion jewelry. Pick any item, celebrate your love, get the value price you deserve, then spread your payments over 5 years. That $6,000 pair of diamond earrings is just $100 a month. That $12,000 engagement ring is just $200 a month. Everything's affordable with this amazing offer. 0 interest all the way to 2030. There's just one catch. This is a limited time offer just for the month of June. So don't wait. Let IDC help you get the jewelry you've been dreaming of at a price and payment you didn't think was possible anymore. International Diamond Center, US 1 and PSL Boulevard. Excludes Rolex. Details and more at shopidc.com on approved credit.
What's birthright citizenship? This week on Red Pilled America, we investigate what it means to be an American by telling the story behind the case that defined birthright citizenship. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America.
For more information about contests on this station, visit realradio921.com/rules.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sarah Spain for iHeart Women's Sports.
Presented by Capital One.
Today's the day PWHL teams have to submit the list of 3 players they're protecting during the league's upcoming expansion. Starting tomorrow, the 5-day exclusive signing window begins. That's when new teams Seattle and Vancouver will be allowed to start negotiating with unprotected players. Both teams will be allowed to sign 5 players each during this period. They'll add more in the expansion draft June 9th. For more women's sports stories, subscribe to Good Game with Sarah Spain on iHeart Podcasts.
As a founding partner of iHeart Women's Sports Network, Capital One wants to help you hear more about today's top female athletes and keep more money in your wallet with no fees or minimums on checking accounts. Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One, N.A. member FDIC.
Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Precision Garage Door of South Florida. Precision Door, a name you can trust.
The Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Recipients have done the improbable.
This medal is for the men who went down that day.
On Medal of Honor, Stories of Courage, you'll hear about these heroes and what their stories tell us about the nature of bravery. Listen to Medal of Honor on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Medal of Honor and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
I was like, we're starting. He goes, relax. He was like, you just get here? I was like, all right. I'll just be quiet then.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
That's so not the way it goes down around here. It's unbelievable. I just said to her, I said, relax, sweetums, I have it. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
And he's going to Panther games, 2 games. Man, did you learn anything about that whole scenario in life? Because when you step away from something, being a young adult with a bright future, you should learn something. What did you learn about that whole thing with the Panther tickets?
Money get you tickets.
A, but B, it's good to have friends who have a lot of perks.
Yeah.
That's what you learn. So kick his ass a little, this kid. Stick
Kick
around.
it or kiss it?
Whatever.
I would kiss it.
Kiss it, kick it.
Kiss it.
Give him a New York Prime gift card. You know what I mean? Maybe we'll throw him with some Tito's. Is he into the gummy scene?
A little bit, yeah.
So buy him some gummies or something like that. Give him a gift card. And the Greek, Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
Franny's here. Thank God she's back.
What's up?
Best news since me hitting a parlay with Dom last week, which was very good news on Friday. I want to thank you again for all your hard work.
That was so surprising to me that it hit.
You're like, wow, that hit? I'm like, yeah. Well, they cash a lot all over the place, but with you, for whatever reason, and now I really can't bitch because we're about plus, I would say.
I feel like sometimes with me, you go for like the far ones though. You're like, all right, I'm gonna go for a 4-teamer today. We're gonna go this one, this.
Yeah, I just do crazy stuff, just for blanks and giggles. It is the Penthouse. It's time for a trifecta.
Riders up. It's Creek's Trifecta.
So the Marlins, you want to count on them. Hopefully they have a good season and maybe to go over their season win total. But, man, last night they blanked the bed and screwed the pooch. They lost to the Rockies, the worst team in baseball. Rockies ended up winning 6-4 and only getting their 10th victory of the season. So hopefully the Marlins do it again a little bit better. There was more people last night at New York Prime than was at that game. When I did put the game on, I was like, oh, my God, there was nobody there. It was crazy. But the Marlins get another chance today to beat the Rockies. We'll see what happens. Yankees are taking on Cleveland. The Mets beat the Dodgers last night, so they're back out in La La Land. How about the Dodgers? They had the Yankees over the weekend, and now the Mets. In the NBA, the finals is Thursday, but TNT ended their show after 35 years, Emmy Award-winning show for years and years and years. Had so many different people involved with it and on the show. But at the very end, for the last decade and change, it was Barkley and Shaq and Kenny Smith, the Jet, and doing a great job. And now they're going to ESPN. Charles Barkley said he's going to play. He's going to be on 2 more seasons, then he's going to retire. So he'll be done. So it'll be 2 more years of Barkley. And he did end it on a nice note. He's been blank talking the 4-letter network for the last year. But he said, hey, I'm looking forward to working there. You guys got a lot of stars. So that was nice that he did that. He was a little humble. That's not too much like Barkley the way he is. I do see some stuff that, you get on social media that you never really got, where everybody's always filming people. I don't know if you saw this, but there was a kid that went up to Barkley for an autograph, and he was being really not cool. And again, we talked about Windhorst last week. When these guys leave the stadiums, for whatever reason, the fans have the access. Mm-hmm. And I am surprised about that more and more. And this one kid was really bad with Barkley. I mean, saying some stuff to him, using a little profanity, but you got no rings, this and that. Then wanted him to sign, and Barkley's like, I'm not signing it. But even the whole thing with Windhorst, it's just, I find it odd that these guys are, fans are around them. That's what I find. Because, I mean, again, you got a lot of people out there who are not playing with a full deck. And it does appear to me a lot of times they were walking without security. I could be wrong. Maybe there's security around them, but we saw the whole thing with Windhorst. And the one with Barkley that one of my buddies sent me over the weekend, he was like, Greek, check this out. And he said the same thing. I can't believe Barkley's just walking around the stadium. I said, yeah, I think it was Oklahoma City when they played there. And there's this one guy. But again, everybody's filming. There's always somebody with a camera. Barkley's a big guy. I think he's 6'6", 6'7". Not, easy to spot. But yeah, I am just really surprised about that they walk in around and there's no security. And you would think there'd be some security for them. To me.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people out there not playing with a full deck.
Even leaving the Garden.
Yeah. The Garden, yeah, I'm shocked because underneath all the players go and there's a special entrance. And I was surprised about that. Now, I didn't see that so much. They've made going into the Garden like a presence where they show everybody coming in, getting out of their cars, and they have this little area they walk through. It's on the other side of the Garden, and then they show Jerry Seinfeld, everybody, Tracy Morgan, they show them. But leaving and walking out to a hotel or stuff like that, I'm very surprised they do it, and I hope there is never an incident. Because, again, you catch somebody in a bad mood and things happen, especially when the Knicks lose or something like that. A home team loses.
You would think there'd be just a tunnel, or something like that to a hotel or...
Yeah, and I think that there's massive security. You know what I mean? Somebody gets them to a cab or a car service and says, hey, you know what I mean? Like I said, the Barkley one, I'm pretty sure it was in Oklahoma City and he was walking. But, again, it's I find it a little bit... weird. Diggs had a big problem last week. He had a video where he was on a boat, and there are speculations that he might get cut by the Patriots. I don't know if he does or not. He was at practice yesterday. Do you think they cut him?
No, because Bill Belichick isn't there anymore. If Bill was there, I think they would cut him, but since he's not, I think he stays.
We'll see what happens. He was on a boat with 3 girls. Now, some people are saying maybe it was somebody who had a camera in their eyeglasses or sunglasses because nobody budged when they were doing that, the whole video. I don't know. I don't think he knew he was getting filmed. Do you?
I feel like he did.
Did you? Because you were one of the first people that sent it to me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you sent it to me. It was all over the internet, social media. Everybody had an opinion about it. But he was on the boat with his girlfriend, and I guess he was in front of the boat, and she was in the back at the time. And then he was seen handing a substance or offering a substance to these 3 girls. They don't know what it is, but a lot of people...
Is this the pink stuff?
Yeah, people considered it to be...
It's supposed to be very dangerous, that pink cocaine.
Yeah. That's what they're saying it is. But we'll see. I'm sure the NFL's investigating, and so are the Patriots. So we'll see what happens. Greek's Trifecta is sponsored by Pollard Coffee Bar on Ice Streets in Deerfield Beach and the Cove Shopping Plaza. Peace.
So we'll get into this before giveaway, 10:45, right? Normal time? 11:45, excuse me. 10 things that happened 10 years ago this week.
Oh.
Do you remember it just like it was yesterday? Let's see. So a website called Topical, instead of Tropical Fruit, topicalfruit.com posted a list of 10 things that happened 10 years ago this week. Do you remember them? Caitlyn Jenner introduced herself to the world. This happened 10 years ago.
Wow.
This week. Yep.
Was that for the ESPYs?
Her famous Vanity Fair cover.
Oh, wow.
Landed June 1st, 2015 with the headline, Call Me Caitlyn. You're like, I don't pay attention. Who is that? That used to be Bruce. Kim Kardashian, speaking of Caitlyn, revealed she was pregnant again. It was her second of 4 kids with Kanye West. Their son Saint was born in December, but that's when they announced it. I don't remember this being a thing. New York Times, thongs were going out of style.
Really?
Yeah, New York Times did a story on how thong sales were slipping and women were opting for granny panties instead. Don't remember that being a thing, but guess it was.
Is that gone out of style for
Yeah.
you?
Don't remember.
2015, do you remember switching from your thongs to granny panties?
Don't remember that.
All right. Then we have YouTube's 10th birthday video was trending. It marked the 10th anniversary of YouTube's beta version that launched in May 2005. They said they recently announced there are now over 20 billion videos on YouTube.
That's a lot.
Tracy Morgan did his first interview after he almost died in that terrible car crash, right? It was a Walmart truck that hit him, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it supposedly got like 100 million.
They said, sadly, his longtime collaborator, his name was James McNair. People forget that somebody lost their life.
Yeah.
Didn't survive that one. 7 years ago, IHOP updated their logo to make it happier. They said the old one looked like a frown, so they gave it a smiley face look. IHOP changed their logo. 8 years ago, I remember this. The guy with a guy's long neck mugshot went viral. Do you remember the dude with the long
skinny
neck?
long neck.
My God, it was crazy. He was accused of stealing $3,000 worth of antique coins from a store. This is a stupid joke, but they said, but the only question anyone was asking was, how is his neck that long? It is nuts. I'm going to pull up his mugshot. It does not look right. Like, it almost looks like, you know how some African cultures, they do the rings around their neck to stretch them out. Looks like dude did it and then decided to take off the rings just to see. I mean, his neck is, it's got to be, I don't know. I'm looking at it right now. I'm not pretty good at length, at estimating that. But I would say it's about like an 8 or 9 inch neck.
Wow, that's a long neck.
Right? Isn't that pretty long? What's the average neck?
I don't know. You might have to wear 2 scarves.
It's pretty long. It's pretty long.
Imagine turtleneck.
We're talking about things that happened. The Broadway casts of The Lion King and Aladdin got stranded at an airport together, and they had an epic sing-off. I don't remember that. Happened 10 years ago this week. And the trailer for all of our favorite movies, Sharknado 3, landed. They said they ended up making 6 of them in a span of 5 years. That's how popular it was. So that's what happened this week, 10 years ago. 10 things.
I'm not sure. I think the Heat were in the NBA Finals. They went 4 years in a row, 12 and 13. No, I don't think so. I think 14.
No, I think by then LeBron was back.
Yeah, he was with Cleveland. Yeah, so 15, I was thinking maybe they were in the NBA Finals against the Dallas Mavericks, against the San Antonio Spurs. Oh, thank you, Franny. Great job.
Yeah, of course.
877-927-6969. Now is your opportunity to pick up the phone. Do something and try to win these concert tickets. Dom, what are they going to see? Where are they going? What are you doing? Come on. Chop, chop. Let's go.
They get the chance to win tickets to see Seether and Daughtry at the War Memorial, which I think is actually in Fort Lauderdale.
Yeah, that's what somebody texted in, right?
Yep, I was trying to find out exactly where it was, but because I never heard of that venue.
North Fort Lauderdale, but they said it's close to the beach somewhere. So we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out for you.
Bring your lotion.
There you go.
877-927-6969. The phone lines are ringing. So pick up the phone right now. Your opportunity. Dom will get you on, and then we'll play the Greek Casino, and then we'll figure it out. It's pretty simple. It's roulette. It's red or black. It's odd or even. It's first 18 or 19 to 36. If it comes up 0, that goes with 1 to 18. If it comes up 00, it goes 19 to 36. So you get an equal opportunity on both of those 19 actual numbers you get either way. Dom, who do we have on the phone, dear Biscuit?
First up, we have is Joe.
Hello, Joe. What's happened?
Hey, not much. How you doing?
We're doing good, Joe. Are you a big fan of Daughtry?
Yeah.
All right. Well, what is your selection going to be on the roulette wheel?
19 to 36.
Okay. As we speak, it is spinning around. The Greek Casino last week had a big run. We had like 6, 7 people.
Oh, the house was killing it.
Oh, my God. Last week, every day. We'll see what happens for Joe.
How's it looking?
Looks good, I think. Joe, what was your selection again?
19 to 36.
Well, it's 29 black. You are
Nice
a winner.
job.
Way to be, Joe.
Wow.
Congratulations. Stay on the phone. Dom will get all your information, and you'll be on your way to enjoy the show. And thank you for listening to Real Radio.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Dom, thank you for your help in assisting this young individual with another great prize from Real Radio. 877-927-6969. If you want to say hi to Franny, she's back in the house for about another 7 minutes. Management doesn't want her to work too long with me, so
47142 started off with Real Radio as a text line. Let's see. They said, I'm pretty sure that as Franny was thanking Jeremy for his kind words and offers for medical service, Greek said, thank you, Jeremy. And if there is anything we can do for you, we can't. Pretty sure he did say that.
I love Jeremy.
And I got a very nice offer, so thank you for that. I responded back. They said, if you're going to fly, don't be afraid to start popping zinc products like Airborne, start popping them like Pez, and don't be afraid to wear a mask and keep a container of wipes handy. You are correct. You can still do all that stuff to keep healthy on an airplane. Let's see. They call it pink cocaine, but it's mostly MDA, ketamine, and some other party favors. But you're right. It's very dangerous is what they're saying.
Stay away from it.
And then we have Brett from Melbourne listening on the iHeartRadio app. Hello, Franny, Greek, and Dom. Hello, Sweetums. I'm sure you missed hearing that from Greek. We're so happy to hear you're trickling in here. They're so good to have both. I love it. Our queen's back on the air.
Yes.
That means you. Of course, Brett always does really great at asking Greek for a Jules update. And hopefully we hear from Pops and Sarah B soon. They seem to call when Frady's there. Maybe you can be on air for a WWGD tomorrow. You know, we'll make it happen. Either way, keep getting better. We all look forward to you being back full time. Money's on the dresser. Thank you so very much. And yes, he is putting out the back call to Pops and Sarah B. So hopefully we'll hear from you guys soon. And G-Man, do we have an update on your mama?
It's pretty much the same.
Yeah.
You know, she's hanging in there. She's not going to be out of the hospital anytime. She's been in a while now. It's been over 5 months, 6 months she's been in there. And maybe, you know, we get some good news. She might see a different doctor next week.
Okay.
So hopefully she gets out sooner than later, and then I'll take a trip up there to see her again. But But thank you very much for asking. I do appreciate that. It's very, very nice that it's on your mind. 877-927-6969. If you got invited to a brunch and you found that other people just didn't go, would you be upset? Or would you be like, all right, I'm here. Let me enjoy it.
You're not the A-list. You're like the B-list or C-list.
D. Like D. Franny put out a good point. They really didn't have to tell.
No, they shouldn't have.
Yeah. But there was so much food. I was like, when I got there, man, there's a lot of food for 4 of us. But that's when they said, oh, so-and-so there was like 6 people who all canceled. So she said we were thinking about who we were going to invite. And then there was another person who was there, and I asked him, I go, what time are you invited? And so he said 10:30. And he was a family member, so they really screwed him too. So I was just like, all right, well, I don't feel so bad. So he came at 10:30. I brought some champagne, and, you always got to bring something when you go to somebody's house. I was going to take it back, but I didn't. 877-927-6969. I'm kidding. That's the number to call if you guys want to get involved, or just say hi to Frances. She's back with us. She will be here, I believe, tomorrow, which is great.
I will be, yes.
Yeah, she'll be here. Limited time, though. The doctor said that they don't want her around me too much.
They don't, yes.
It's a risk.
It's a risk. Your arm's healed and fine, but Greek, we don't know. Maybe
could have some health complications from it.
Side effects.
Yeah.
Who do we got, Doc?
We have Toot on the phone.
Hello, Toot. How are you?
Hello, PH. How you guys doing?
Oh, come on. We can't be doing any better. It's raining, and Franny's here. It's perfect.
Hi, Toot.
I know. Franny, welcome back, honey.
Thank you. It's good to be back.
Every time I turn on the radio, I didn't hear you. I'm like, da. Then I hear Dom. I'm like, see. And then I hear Greek, and then I change the station.
So I love about
the same thing.
That's what I love about you, too.
You're funny, too.
I'm not offended. I'm not bothered by it. I accept it. After the show, the first thing I'm doing is checking if I got paid. I don't even know anymore. Do I get paid for this? That's crazy.
But my sister, Franny, on the other hand, my sister said, hi, Missy, that's back all right. Tell her if she wants anything to eat, I'll make her for her.
Oh, nice.
That's nice. That's one thing that people have been very, very good at is feeding me. They
is
really
great.
have. Yeah, they have. But thank you.
Yeah, tell her to drop off some lobster ravioli tomorrow.
For Greek.
I'll give you one.
Yeah, she loves you guys. As soon as I turned on to the station, she's like, "Who's that girl? She sounds cute."
Well, that was a very nice offer from your sister.
Yeah, tell her to make it happen.
And then she's like, "And who's that funny guy?"
That funny guy is a legend.
Crick's like, how old's your sister?
I did not say that for the playback. That was Dominic. That was Dominic. I did not say that too.
Yeah, it was dumb.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I'm not inappropriate. I'm not that guy.
How'd you do with your gummy press there, Dom?
God, Crick.
I mean, you get a text in the morning from management at 6:45, and they're like, "No show today. Dom's at a gummy convention." I'm like, "All right, whatever." I wasn't happy about it because no matter work, I spend money. Actually, it wasn't a bad day yesterday. I didn't sleep Sunday, so I was a little like,
No, what happened?
I was worried about Franny. And
Yeah, right.
We were all worried about it.
Yeah.
That's not why he didn't sleep, too. That's not why. Yeah, we know something else happened. Maybe he was at somebody's house, needed to get good rest or something.
I was tied up.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Which I don't understand the whole time. Yeah.
If you don't understand it, you could just say no.
I know, but I don't understand. I understand the whole thing. Like, I'm not going anywhere. Like, you don't have to tie me up. I'm here.
You got a
know what I mean?
safe word?
Safe word?
Yeah.
Cash.
Well, all right, guys. I love you, Franny. I'm glad you're good, and
thanks too.
You got yourself a nice little breakfast concoction there going on. Yeah, so make sure you have Uber on speed dial.
All right.
Just in case.
Thanks, too.
Just in case. All right, guys. I love you, and have yourself a good dry day.
We're going to try.
Adios.
It's tough today. It's supposed to rain all day. That sucks if you're on 95 or driving anywhere. Please be careful and pack your patience, by the way. So that's, it's raining and it does rain. Yeah, go ahead, Dom.
I got to talk back with Freddie.
Okay.
Hey, Franny, Jeremy's not the only one wants to help you out. Tell your husband I'll be his sexual servant while you're incapable. Oh
boy.
Who is that?
Sound like Granny.
It sounded like Paul Lynn.
Yeah, I think that might have been.
It sounded like Paul Lynn. Well, you got people offering all kinds of
I know,
things.
even for my husband. That's
For
very
your
nice of you.
husband.
Thank you for your generosity.
I mean, lobster ravioli.
Yeah.
I mean,
Sexual favors for my husband.
I mean, it's unbelievable.
You guys are great.
You really are. Now, when somebody
Listen, he may take you up on the offer. Who knows?
if somebody wants to step up with some medical bills, we appreciate that too. That's what we're looking for. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday, all day, by the way. We're going to come back.
Is that how it works?
Well done, yeah. We're going to come back with a little bit of a lineup change. Franny's gone because her doctor said only 2 hours a day for me. Not offended, but hey, I'd rather have 2 hours than no hours. See, that's the way you got to look at life. You know what I mean? Like that gentleman said earlier in the day, his sister went in for an operation, she had a shoulder, and then there was bigger problems.
Yeah.
As bad as it is in life, it can get worse. Believe me when I tell you. So we're thankful you're back, and really does make a difference around here. And the audience missed you. And I can't tell you, every night I went out over the last 3 weeks, and people, and I kid you not, were asking me constantly, how is she? What's going on? Is there anything we can do? And every time I said something that she needed, they were like, "Nah, I can't do it." I was like,
"Then why ask?"
Yeah.
It's like you.
I was like, "Portofino."
It's like you. It's the empty questions that you ask. You're like, when you're like, "Hey, you want to do this?" And I'm like, "I can't." You're like, "Thank God."
Yeah. I said, they were like, "What does she need?" I said, "Portofino" by Tom Ford.
Oh, all the things you need. Got it.
New pair of Ferragamos if you want. Gas in the car. Stuff like that. But we're glad you're back. We're a little depressed you're leaving the 12, but again, we got Andy Quinn in the background, which is good because I don't have to pay for his gas now in his private plane because I was feeling bad. But the Penthouse will be back for a second half. Franny's coming back tomorrow. She guarantees it.
Guarantee it.
Guarantee, even if she has to drive with me, which she really hates. But
now, Franny, did you come the second half to do WWGD?
Oh, maybe. Yeah. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out.
We could just
it's up to Boss Man, so we'll figure it out.
Yeah, I like starting the day with her, to be honest with you.
Okay.
She cheers me up. And
we can do 2 WWGDs. We can do one here, and we can do Dom. I can email you the WWGDs, and you can read them.
It's not the same without you. That's why we didn't do all the stuff that you do.
No, that's not true. It's because you just don't want to. Because it's very easy to do. You can pull up Florida stories. You can pull up This Day in History. I can send you the information for the text line.
It's your gig.
But Greg chooses not to have anything in front of him.
Yeah,
I'm not going to say Dom because Dom's got plenty to do.
Oh,
plenty.
Yeah. Oh, he does.
Yeah.
He's got the gummy convention.
Greek is like, nope. I don't care about the text line. I don't care about Florida stories. I don't care about anything else that we do on the show except what I talk about.
Because it's your stuff, and I don't like to step on your toes.
Well, you know, when I used to be out every now and then, and I know Dom's got a lot, and he's still, I mean, you're going to be here almost a year now. Well, September, right?
It was started in September, and I got to tell you, ever since you came, it's been...
But, you know, Jimmy used to, when I was out, he would take on What the Florida.
That's great.
And I would take on This Day in History when he was out. That's what, you know, we do. We're a team.
We are
so
a team.
we keep the show the same.
We don't have to keep it the same.
Whatever,
it's your
see?
thing.
I tried.
We didn't do WWGD when you were out the whole time.
Okay.
We didn't do it for 3 weeks.
And people were like, where's WWGD?
Yeah, if they got problems, figure it out. Get some of his problems. What you want me to do everything? Jesus. We'll be back.
The Stanley Cup Final is on Real Radio.
The Panthers are Eastern Conference champions in 2025.
Our Florida Panthers have slashed their way through the NHL playoffs to become Eastern Conference champions.
The final seconds tick away, and the Florida Panthers are going to the Stanley Cup Final for the third year in a row.
The puck is dropping on an epic rematch for the Stanley Cup against the Edmonton Oilers. Real Radio is your official home of Florida Panthers hockey and the Stanley Cup Final. Catch every goal, every fight, every face-off on the way to victory. Not Hero Radio. Make Real Radio 92.1 a preset on the iHeartRadio app and stream the Stanley Cup Final anywhere.
Mo Better Garage. We make it Mo Better.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Problem-free drive along our Palm Beach expressways. No major delays on the Turnpike or 95. Roadwork slowing us down Boynton Beach Boulevard West and Hagen Ranch Road. There's a right lane blocked, and we have roadwork Jog Road South right after Belvedere. We're slow, blocking a right lane. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
What's birthright citizenship? This week on Red Pilled America, we investigate what it means to be an American by telling the story behind the case that defined birthright citizenship. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app. That's Red Pilled America.
Do you own a business? Poured your heart and soul into it? Well, it might be time to retire and just relax. One day, you will need to sell. Don't wait till it's too late. You can't click for a buyer on your phone. To get the most for your business, you'll need to plan ahead. And you'll want to work with a company you can trust. Call me, Andy Cagnetta at Transworld Business Advisors. We have been selling businesses here in Florida for 40 years and have offices all over the world. And we can tell you what your business is worth. Let's talk. It's confidential and there's no obligation. Call Transworld at 833-SELL-FLA or visit tworld.com. That's 833-SELL-FLA or visit tworld.com.
If you're into true crime Tonight will be your new obsession.
We're unpacking the latest true crime headlines with our team of experts, covering all of the major trials that are heating up this summer.
From the team that brought you the Piketon Massacre and Murder 101, it's a first-of-its-kind live interactive true crime radio show.
5 nights a week, we go live with bold opinions, expert insight, and real-time listener call-ins.
Open your free iHeartRadio app, search True Crime Tonight, and start binging now.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay, things, people, love. Eligible items only, exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting the possibility for more showers and storms through the rest of the day today, so don't put away the umbrella quite yet. We are going to see also the possibility for some locally heavy rainfall leading to the potential for some flooding, so just be careful, especially around those areas that typically flood this time of year.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Don't postpone better sleep. Shop Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale now. Upgrade to a premium bed from a curated selection and take your rest to the next level. Don't miss out. Visit Mattress Firm today. Get matched. Sleep at night.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on Real Radio on a Tuesday. If you thought it was Monday, it's not. It is Tuesday. There's an individual who was trying to spread that rumor. Dominic's in the house.
Hello.
It was great to see Franny today. She'll be back with us tomorrow, but only 2 hours, her doctor said. And here's a guy that comes in who's done a great job, and he puts a smile on my face, just like when the number 30s come out in roulette, or a girl I'm with says, you know what, Greek? No charge. Andy Quick.
You know, I feel the same concept of not really being wanted. Like you went to that party, I guess it was Sunday, and they informed you that the party was actually for other people.
Yeah, it was a brunch party my buddy had and his wife, and I thought it was very nice that they invited me, which was nice. But when I got there, I saw so much food, and I was like, man, this is a lot for just me.
Yeah.
And it was him and his wife and his daughter, and he said, no, his wife said, no, we had like 8 or 9 people were going to come, but they all canceled. So we just thought to start asking, who can we ask? And I was like, Then this other individual came, a family member. No, he was family stuff. And he got invited 10:30 too. So I sort of said to him, I go, dude, you got screwed too.
That's how I feel about your phone calls when you say, look, I need you for Franny to substitute.
Yeah.
And I say to you, that you want me back? And you say, no, management will only let her work 2 hours. So
yeah.
I need you to come in.
No, they love her. They really do.
How can you not?
Yeah, she is.
It was so great hearing Franny back on Real Radio.
She's they're only allowing her 2 hours a day. Has nothing to do with her arm. It's me.
So there's a limit with how many hours you can pull with the Greek?
Yeah, that's what she said. I hear that a lot, by the way. We have somebody at home?
Yep, we have Jorge on the phone.
Jorge, what's up?
Yeah, not too much. Franny's back, huh?
She's back for a couple hours. She is not working a full day. They want her to work 2 hours a day just to get her back to full speed. And obviously the injury she went through, but she sounds great. She looks good. I'm not offended. They will only let her work 2 hours, but we're lucky enough. We got Andy Quinn comes in and helps me out the last 2 hours.
I gotcha. Yeah, you're very lucky. Yeah, indeed. Yeah. Hey, did you hear that Diggs showed up for practices at the Patriots camp?
Yeah, I'm not surprised he showed up. I mean, the thing is, what are they going to do? I think the NFL is going to investigate it. I'm sure the Patriots will. They were questioned about it yesterday. I don't know. I think Diggs is a good player, but he's a pain in the ass, and he's always been a pain. Yeah. No matter where he's been a problem. Is the squeeze worth the juice? Like everything else in life, you got to figure. I don't know if it is. It's a new culture with the Patriots, with a new coach. So I don't know. We'll see.
And his choices of female partners is lacking as well. Because I was reading, Jorge, about the fact that Cardi B, and I don't know much about this Cardi B.
Very
talented. I think she was an idol judge, wasn't she, Greg?
I believe so, yep.
Yeah, but she's also a big star.
Yeah, fairly. I don't know much about that whole rap scene, but I don't think I'd even... He's definitely playing with fire, playing around with her. She sent out some message last week across her social media site, and it popped up on my phone, something like she wishes a slow, painful death on her ex-husband.
Yeah.
Yep. Offset, who cheated on her.
And he cheated on her? Is that what it is?
Yep.
Yeah, but most people feel like that when somebody gets cheated on. They just throw it out there. She just had the nerve to say it.
Yeah, but this came across as so violent that I locked the doors in my car. I didn't feel safe.
You should. Yeah, you should. You definitely should. She's a rags to riches story. She was working in a supermarket, and then she parlayed that into a strip club, and then she parlayed it into a singing career.
Who doesn't do that?
I mean, it's unbelievable. She pays her driver $10,000 a month. Dom, you should look into that job. I would, but she would hit on me too much. And it's to drive her kids to school and soccer, and then I never get anywhere. I'd be like, looking at her, I'd be like, come on, will you stop? I got to drop the kids off. This is getting ridiculous. I feel like a piece of meat.
You love feeling like a piece of meat.
If I'm getting paid for it.
Good for you.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, buddy. I don't know if they're going to, cut him or not. I don't know. But we'll see. It's going to depend on his attitude, too, when he comes to camp, like everything else. If he's humble and says, hey, I should have used better judgment or something like that, maybe. I think if he pulls any attitude, they're going to tell him to go pack. And then I don't think anybody's going to pick him up either.
Oh, yeah. No, I agree with you. Hey, did you hear about Rob Gronkowski? He's in some low-budget film that was filmed in Rhode Island.
No.
Gangster movie, yeah. Yeah, it's. I think he's playing an Italian Greek.
Really?
Well,
I mean, it's an act. You remember that. He's acting. I mean, people do it every day. I do it 5 hours a day. I act like a radio host.
And were any of us invited to Josh Allen's wedding?
Josh Allen's wedding? No, I couldn't make it.
You couldn't do it? Yeah.
I told him.
What type of gift do you think you'd have to bring to something like that?
Josh Allen?
Yeah.
Something like you. Just throw him something, a nickel. What are you going to do? Well, he's got everything.
Yeah.
5x7 and me getting out of my car with me and Jorge.
Receiving that invite in the mail would probably be unnerving because you'd sit around and say, what do I do for what is the minimum gift you would bring for a Josh Allen wedding?
I think it's the same as any wedding. I mean, just because he's a gazillionaire, what do? I mean, you try to cover your plate,
right.
Figure out where it is, and then you and plus one or whatever if you go alone.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe I throw in a dolphin hat signed by Tua. His ex-girl was out there, too. She was talking about it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And his wife's very pretty. I wish them all the luck in the world. So hopefully they end up having a great life together. Children, the whole 9 yards, white picket fence, and a Super Bowl ring. And what are you going to do? Everybody's got their hopes.
Oh, yeah. I think somebody should give him a bunch of rubbers there, Greg.
Well, I can't really reflect on it. I know he's got bunk beds. I read that.
Greek doesn't support that.
All right, you're 1 in a million. That's what I love about you. We'll see what happens to the Patriots. I do think they'll have a better season than last season. That I think.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, it won't be hard to do, so.
That's all right. It's still better. I mean, it's going in the right direction. They made some good draft picks. I like the coach, and I think they'll be in a good shape.
Oh, yeah. Yep. They get a real good team together now, so we'll see what happens. And I guess May's been lighting them up at practice now after his poor start.
Yeah, he had a bad start, but yeah, it's practice. You can't go by that, good or bad. I always talk about it. We're just, at this time of year, we're so desperate for anything that we hear about practices and drills and we get excited. And it really doesn't mean anything. I mean, it's a practice, but again, we're starving. We're like in the desert waiting for water. I mean, you get the countdown every day, 97 days, 95. Where the hell do you get that anywhere else? Only in the NFL. So hopefully it works out well and the Patriots have a good season for you.
Yep, that's what we're looking for, buddy. All right, you guys enjoy the rest of the day.
All right, we're going to try. So, Andy Quinn, how was the weekend? You said that you thought about me when you were walking your dog?
Yeah, so I know that Dom is a dog owner, and I don't know about you, Greek, are you? No. No. And I'm somewhat into the new dog ownership situation. As
Is this the first time you ever had a dog?
I had a dog as a kid.
Oh, okay.
A golden retriever.
In Jersey?
In Jersey, and I think, actually he came down with us.
Okay.
He came down with us here in 96 when I relocated to Florida.
Okay.
So I'm kind of new, like in the whole ownership situation, learning about the dog thing.
And your dog's pretty big, too.
My dog is, I think they said 55 pounds. So I adopted her at 45 pounds from the West Palm Beach shelter.
Well, seafood will do that.
She's been eating well. She's been eating well.
Lobster steak.
Yeah, she's been eating much better. She is a husky.
Yeah.
And huskies are just, they're just a ball of energy, right?
Now, do you look forward to seeing her when you leave and you come back and all that?
I do. This dog is the most lovable pain in the ass you've ever been around.
That's good.
It's sort of like the
Greek.
Yeah, right. Okay.
I'll make sure till 2 o'clock. No, 3 actually. He was at a gummy convention on Monday.
I heard.
Yeah. We'll get into that later.
Yeah. Well, I got some information on that too. I'll give to you.
Okay,
Ooh,
good.
you were probably enjoying it up there, huh?
Well, I got a little bit of information for you. Yeah, I'll save that. We'll tease that. So we took the husky on Sunday to the dog park in Jupiter, the dog beach.
Yeah.
The dog beach.
Okay.
And by the way, Greek.
Yeah.
If you're looking for females on Tinder or the Match.com.
Bumble.
Or you're looking for a partner on the Grinder.
Sistersass.com.
Yeah, there you go. You can any of these great places.
Yeah.
Right? Just shut it off.
Go there.
And go to the dog beach in Jupiter.
But I don't have a dog, so I'm going to walk around with a leash.
Walk around with a stuffed animal.
And walk around with a leash and be like, oh, my God, my dog's missing. Oh, yeah.
My dog went for a swim.
Oh, my God. Hello, Diane.
You single. So
hello, Rebecca. How much is your rent?
So we did this dog beach Sunday. This was my first attempt at ever taking my husky.
No, you just alone or with the girl?
No, I went with my girlfriend, and I'm not allowed to call her my girlfriend. My kids just say it's gross at my age to even use the term.
So what you use, side piece?
No, I use cost center.
Oh wow, nice.
So
that's better. Wow. How about if we say somebody you're involved with?
Yes. Okay.
That's to be politically correct.
An associate.
Yeah.
I think
that's what I call
Dom labels his girlfriend an associate.
Yeah, I came up with that.
I like that.
Yeah, associate. Most people, the girls
G calls them pros.
Yeah. Dom's doing a nice one from the corner.
But those were formerly call girls. He's just made it a much nicer sounding.
That's right, because I think that everybody should have a lot of respect for each other of what they do, no matter what your profession is.
Good for you.
You're out there earning.
I'm into titles.
Yeah.
I'm into titles.
So
I took this. We took this dog to the dog beach.
Go ahead. Where's this? I'm writing it down.
This is just north of the Juno Beach Pier.
Okay.
In Jupiter.
How many dogs would you say were there?
Ooh, I don't know. Let's just take a wild guess and say 40 to 50.
Wow.
And like I say, this is the most social place I've ever been to in Florida, and I didn't realize this.
Yeah.
Because people want to come up to you, talk to you about their dog.
Sure.
It's really a great place.
So if I show up with a dog that's not mine, I got to know a little.
Yeah, I would take my dog.
Yeah, okay.
Borrow my dog.
All right.
Bring her over. You will meet at least 5 or 10 people. Now, some are couples.
Yeah.
They may be, just hanging out on the beach. Some may be swingers. I met a couple that I swear is a swinger.
Now, the rescue thing, I think, really makes you even look like a better person.
Yeah, people like you.
Does G ignore the guys? Or what does he do when the guys walk up?
Say hi to them. Ask them when they like in the games.
Sometimes you got to take one for the team, Dom.
Yeah.
It
happens.
Every now and then. But this dog was off her leash for the first time.
Your dog?
My dog. I've never done this.
Okay.
And I don't know. We set up the blanket. We set up the chairs. And
so this is a big ordeal.
Well, yeah, my girlfriend likes to put her AirPods in and then crack open her book.
Oh, she likes to read.
And then she likes to just chill out. And for some reason, she ignores me on these beaches.
Is she reading about the SEC this year with Florida?
I don't know.
She's got all the games going on.
But she does this. So I was with the dog and I was talking to all the people. And I let my dog off. And make a long story short, my dog did about 30 miles an hour, about 2 football fields directly up the stairs.
Wow.
And she ran up A1A and sat next to my truck.
Oh, she didn't want to be there.
I've never seen anything like it. I've never tried this before.
Yeah.
The dog was supposed to be social.
Yeah.
But she beelined up the stairs. And this dog, Huskies, I didn't realize Huskies are like thoroughbred sprinters. And the thing ran to my truck.
Oh, so you had to chase it?
I had to chase it. I didn't have the leash at the time.
Wow.
She sat right by my truck. She wasn't moving.
Okay.
Like there's a bunch of people on the sidewalk and she was just sitting there like, I'm not going anywhere.
Okay.
So I carried her. I got to the truck and I carried her back, all the way back to our blanket.
Oh, that's nice of you.
And she hung out. And I will say this, we had a great day, but I'm learning in dog talk that here's a line that I find that a lot of dog owners use on the beach. And because my dog's so gentle and friendly, I've heard this line now in my neighbors and stuff. When you hear another owner or a couple with their dog say you hear them say this while they're standing with you.
Okay.
And they're talking about their dog.
Panthers and 6?
No. When you hear them say, oh, Max, look, we can do this. We can have friends too. That's scary.
So what does it mean? They want to be friends with your dog or you?
That's basically telling me at some point in time, their dog ripped the nuts off of somebody previously.
Oh, okay.
And their dog now, they are so proud of the fact that their dog can be friends with the dog. Because my dog's friendly.
Yeah.
But that puts me as a new dog owner up on guard and says, something's really about to go wrong here.
So you wouldn't bring a Frisbee to park and just throw it arbitrarily. Like 30 dogs go flying for it.
No, because they do. And then my dog ran with literally 20 dogs.
Oh, nice.
Staffords, retrievers, labs. You're supposed to have them on the leash, technically by law, but we kind of let them off down by the water. And it was really a great day.
Nice.
So if you're single...
Is it free or you have to pay?
No, it was free.
Okay. I don't know if there was a mission.
I can't think of a better beach that I've ever been to in the state of Florida or met a better group of people.
Yeah, Don, go there next week and charge $25 as people are walking up. They won't even know. They'll just give it to you. You got a guys like Andy. $25, here you go. You and your dog, go ahead. We're not going to charge you for your girlfriend. Make like a nickel. And then we can put on the Panthers. That's pretty cool.
But you don't have to spend any money. And
which is nice.
Finally, I got 2 phone numbers. I met a couple, and I met a single girl who's going to call my girlfriend, and we're going to meet up. Like we're going to do like the Juno Beach Cafe where they let you bring your dog.
Oh, what does she look like? What's her potential?
I'm talking about the dog.
Oh, okay, sorry. I went to a different day. Is that the chick with the bunk beds? You were like, wow, you got bunk beds. That's weird.
G's still wondering about your girl. Well, not your girlfriend. Your acquaintance's sister.
Look, I would put her on a scale.
He said she's a little bit of, she's out there.
Well, no, I'd put her on a physical scale of at least an 8, maybe a 9.
Oh,
and remember, my girlfriend's probably a solid 9 or 10 physically.
I got to see a picture again. Because
I have one on my phone.
All right, go let me see.
I'll find it. But if there's a crazy scale, do we have any barometer?
Crazy,
do we have a barometer?
Crazy scale is 1 to 10. So you would say she's a 10.
I'd say she's an 11.
Yeah.
But
see, what crazy to you might not be crazy to me, or vice versa. Just like betting, like somebody might be like, I killed this week and they lost $8, and I might say I lost a different amount and
I lost $8,000.
Yeah, that's true. Like my scale of crazy
might not be the same as mine.
Maybe a 5 for you.
It might be normal.
I think an 11 may be flat normal for you.
Have you seen the girls G's been living?
Yeah, they're not playing with a full deck, believe me. And when they are playing, they're dealing from the bottom of the deck. You like that one? 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. If you didn't hear maybe earlier in the show, where were you? No, kidding. Franny was in for a couple hours. Doctor's only giving her 2 hours a day with the Greek. Not offended, not bothered, fine. Andy Quinn is nice enough to come in from 12 to 2. He doesn't work Fridays like Johnny Carson, right?
That's right. Mondays and Fridays.
Mondays and Fridays. He doesn't work, which is nice. I like that. It's like sort of like a dating schedule. Now, because a lot of people have dating schedules. When you date somebody, night. At least I did, like nights that you would have. You know what I mean? Like me, Monday Night Football, you shouldn't see anybody because it was Monday Night Football.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then you talk to your girl on Tuesday, she's in a great mood. You're like, that's weird.
Yeah.
Like, how was last night? Fantastic. Did you have the game? No. Then who came over?
I was expecting a great night Saturday night. I had the Knicks game on.
Yeah.
I thought we were going to have some sexy time. And
now, is that ever discussed before, or is there a routine? Like Saturday night is usually like,
Saturday night's usually where we're chill, and I feel like at that point in time, usually it's known that both of us are gonna, have a good night.
Okay.
But I got in bed at like 9 because the Knicks game was on.
Yeah, against the Pacers.
And I heard this. I don't know if you can hear my voice. I'm clogged up.
Yeah.
I heard this hacking in the bed.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of germ phobic. Yeah. And I turned to my significant other and I said, I don't know if Franny is going to be able to come back this week for the Greek.
Yeah.
And if he needs me to help out.
Yeah, that's important.
I said, I don't want to be sick.
Yeah. I mean, that's
and
important.
she says, You're so full of drama. I'm so sick of it. This is allergies, she said. Allergies. Yeah, and remember, I was feeling great.
Yeah.
All right. No sexy time was happening at all. So I was watching the Knicks. That game went to hell. And I then decided, okay, I'm going to go to bed.
Yeah.
This was 11 o'clock.
Okay.
And I'm still hearing this hacking. And I'm thinking of you in bed.
It's awesome.
Because
that's a good way to run a mood. Or get a paycheck.
All right, I was thinking of Dom. So
it's gummy convention.
Yeah. So I said, okay, I'm going to go sleep in the guest room.
Oh yeah, of your house.
Of my house. So I'm going to sleep in the guest room.
Really, she should have went to the guest room because it's your house.
Right, and she said, I just can't believe how much of a drama queen you are. It's very annoying.
A lot of women say that about men. Like women, can handle things. Guy gets a cut or something like that. He's like, I got to call a priest. Yeah. Like when I get my blood results from my blood work, I have a priest and a rabbi right next to me.
You're prepared.
And I say to the guy, you're on speaker. He's like, all right, Greek, you're okay. I'm like, damn it.
Well, I went to bed and then the hacking continued. So like 2 a.m, I called my husky. I said, come here, little girl. Come on up here. And she jumped up between us.
Wow, it's the same way you call your girlfriend. Same style. Come here, little girl. Come here.
Come here, little girl. So she jumped up. She slept between us. And I slept with like my head next to the husky's ears all night.
Really?
Because I just was using it as like a block. A block. I didn't want the germs coming over.
Now, do you sleep with your dog?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people do.
Yeah, I love sleeping with my dog.
Yeah. Do you feel safe?
Yeah, I feel safe, but I just feel loved.
Oh, which is nice. That's awesome.
And oftentimes when you're called a drama queen, you don't feel loved with the person that's 3 feet from you.
Now, does she listen to the show at all when you're on?
She's not right now. She's working.
Oh, she's working. Okay, good.
So no, I fixed that.
What is the over-under on her making Labor Day?
I got an extra sheet in the plane.
All right, I'm ready. Okay. I'm ready to go.
So you're going to fill in.
Oh, I'll fill in.
See, if I lose her, I think you're coming off the bench.
Oh, you know it. You kidding me? I'm throwing at you like Frisbees. That lifestyle.
So let me just get to the bottom of this. This is why I sound like hell today.
Okay.
I'm sicker than a dog.
Oh.
I was told it was allergies.
Yeah, it's probably not.
I think it could be. Can you get VD or anything in the air?
No, I don't know. I mean, if you're sick, then I'm going to be sick. That's not good.
No, I'm saying, don't worry. I took the airbornes.
Yeah, okay.
And there's no way I could give anything to you.
You should spray a little Windex on your inside of your thumbs, and you'll be fine. It is the Penthouse on.
Didn't Trump say to suck down the Tide Pods?
I don't know. Who knows? I saw a headline the other day that, and you think about like where we are. Trump might pardon Diddy. 50 Cent said he's going to get involved. I mean, when did you ever think those three names would be involved in a headline?
Trump, Diddy, and 50 Cent.
Right? It's crazy.
Oh, my God.
It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
I know somebody who got bit when they were a kid by a dog, and they, as an adult, have an uneasy relationship, especially with larger dogs.
It's weird to not know anybody who's been bit by a dog. Pretty much everybody who's ever visited my house has been bit by a dog.
Lexi's just a terrorist, or what?
She likes butts.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One is coming back to Las Vegas.
And you can win your way to be there.
Streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets go on sale June 13th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific through AXS.com. But starting June 11th at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only, or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details. What's in your wallet? Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Presented by Capital One.
If you've been injured in a car accident, call Pound Law from your cell phone. Morgan & Morgan.
Here's traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Watch out for wet roadways. No significant delays on our expressways. Roadwork slowing us down. Jog Road South after Belvedere. There's a right lane blocked. Jog Road North. Look out for delays before Belvedere. Right lane blocked there. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen. Hurry into DQ for their sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets with flavor from the top, bottom, and everywhere in between. Try them today in Honey Barbecue or New Buffalo. Only at DQ. Happy tastes good. Only at participating Dairy Queen locations.
Progressive knows when you're on your boat, you're already on vacation. And Vacation You forgets all your worries. Vacation You doesn't even keep track of time and knows that time is a meaningless construct designed to control us, man. But Regular You knows you don't want to be too far out in the water after the sun goes down because Vacation You doesn't know how to navigate in the dark yet. Vacation You and Regular You really need to get on the same page. So bundle your boat with your home or auto policy and earn an automatic discount from Progressive. And spend the savings on the both of you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Do you hear that? Asthma triggers are everywhere. From dust mites, pet dander, and pollen, to smog and smoke. An asthma attack can strike anywhere, anytime. Be prepared with quick-acting Primatene Mist. Clinically proven to open airways quickly. It's the #1 FDA-approved asthma inhaler available over the counter. Primatene Mist. Breathe easy again. Use as directed.
Sponsored by Armstrong Pharmaceuticals.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? Think you can't afford dental implants? The care team at Eric's Dental Group may be able to help. Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, focuses on helping patients use their medical insurance to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. You may qualify to receive total full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Eric's Dental Group is in network with Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO and Florida Blue and work with most employer-based insurance. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you have Blue Cross Blue Shield and you're ready to change your life, search for Eric's Dental Group right now. That's Eric's Dental Group. Your insurance company will hate it. Your family will love it. Step up and visit them now. ericsdentalgroup.com.
If you're into true crime Tonight will be your new obsession.
We're unpacking the latest true crime headlines with our team of experts, covering all of the major trials that are heating up this summer.
From the team that brought you the Piketon Massacre and Murder 101, it's a first-of-its-kind live interactive true crime radio show.
5 nights a week, we go live with bold opinions, expert insight, and real-time listener call-ins.
Open your free iHeartRadio app, search True Crime Tonight, and start binging now.
The NBA Finals tip-off soon on Hard Rock Bet. And right now, this bonus bet is a layup. If both teams hit a three-pointer in Game 1, you win a $10 bonus bet.
From way downtown, bang!
Just bet $1 on Game 1 of the Finals. No need to overthink it. Lock in any Game 1 bet and cash in on a $10 bonus bet. Hard Rock Bet. Roll with us. New players, win your first bet or try again on us. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMITTED.
Victim of a slip and fall? It takes one phone call to take back control of your life. Anajar and Levine will fight to get you the compensation you deserve. Call me, Mark Anajar, for a free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE. That's 1-800-747-3733. In office, West Palm Beach.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software. Upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Straight Talk might not be on your shopping list, but it should be. Next time you're grabbing some milk off the shelf at your local Walmart, stop by the Straight Talk aisle and switch to real unlimited data. It's quick and convenient. It won't even take up room in your cart.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay, things, people, love. Eligible items only, exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting the possibility for more showers and storms through the rest of the day today, so don't put away the umbrella quite yet. We are going to see also the possibility for some locally heavy rainfall leading to the potential for some flooding, so just be careful, especially around those areas that typically flood this time of year.
This report is sponsored by WhatsApp.
On WhatsApp, your personal messages stay private. So things like those selfies from last weekend's party stay between you and your bestie. Because on WhatsApp, your personal messages are yours. No one else can see or hear them, not even us. WhatsApp, message privately with everyone.
Greek Trifecta is sponsored by Jason Weiser, attorney at law.
The Medal of Honor is the highest military decoration in the United States. Recipients have done the improbable.
This medal is for the man who went down that day.
On Medal of Honor, stories of courage, you'll hear about these heroes and what their stories tell us about the nature of bravery. Listen to Medal of Honor on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Medal of Honor and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
I'm your bitch.
You're listening to the Penthouse. Now back to the Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
For the organization, the Greek organization, we're saving money as we speak. We found these new smoothies that I enjoy. I get them at Publix. All right, so they're $3.99, but with a coupon, you get 2 for $4, which is good. So I cut out the coupon, I go online. And every time I get a smoothie, it's like $10, $11 when you get it at a store, $9. So I'm saving money. So actually, the money I'm saving, I get bet on a game. Dominic's in the house.
You cutting coupons now?
Oh, yeah, I cut out coupons. You didn't know that? For years.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I'm doing my $40 a day challenge. I'm pretty good on that so far.
Really?
Yeah. I talked to this financial guy. He said, if you put $40 a day in a draw, at the end of the year, you got $15,000.
What about, G-Man, do you think you go spending $40 only a day?
Can I spend $40 a day?
Only could you go a day with only spending $40? Would you be able to make it through the day, or
is that include eating too?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Everything.
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Not every day, but if the challenge is one day, $40. Yeah.
Could you do a week straight of that?
No, I couldn't.
But with your smoothie, you just save $2 a day.
Yeah,
What's 2 times 300? What is that? $600? You would say.
Well,
so if you just keep buying these smoothies, you have $600 at the end of the year.
Yeah, but if you put $40 away in an envelope, at the end of the year, you got $15,000.
It's unbelievable.
$40 a day.
Yeah.
I mean, now $40 a day you got to breakfast, lunch, and dinner. I figure I spend sometimes I would say if I'm solo, like breakfast, I'll say $8. Lunch, I make peanut butter and jelly after I lose to Belmont. The Kentucky Derby. And sometimes I get a slice of pizza at Joseph's. $4.
I think $40 a day, like when you're on company travel, and I've done it, where the company, have you ever, and you do this quite a bit when they send you away, the company will say, I'll give you 16 for lunch, and I'll give you 26 for dinner.
That's not bad.
And
something.
You feel like you're still eating okay.
Yeah, it's not bad.
And then what I do is I kill them on the minibar in the room.
Yeah, can only imagine. and the person that visit you.
And the movies.
Yeah, in the movie.
The room movie.
Yeah,
the spa.
You stay normal for the food. You're like, oh, great, but everything else you go crazy.
That's what I do. I kill them on the room.
Yeah,
they don't catch it.
$40 a day. Yeah, that's tough though. And if you got gas, because gas every day for me is $30.
What?
Yeah, about $15 each way. I mean, I'm almost 60 miles away.
Wow. That's big.
45 each way.
Okay.
Then Miranda, like I drive around a couple times for mental therapy. Look at that poster they have me in the back of the building. Let's do a trifecta.
All right,
and then we'll get into the gummy bear situation. Andy's got some stuff.
It's Creepy Trifecta.
All right, TNT ended their reign for their basketball as far as covering it and the show, which they had going on for 35 years, but so many Emmys, and it ended with Kenny Smith, the Jet, and Shaq, Ernie, and Barkley. They are moving to ESPN. Barkley says that he's going to do 2 more years, then he's going to retire. Barkley will be missed because he is just he's funny. He kills me, the stuff he says. So hats off to TNT. What a great run they've had with the NBA. The Marlins last night did something that a lot of teams don't do. Lose to the Colorado Rockies. The Rockies are the worst team in baseball. They got a win last night, winning 6-4, and it's only their 10th victory of the season. So hopefully the Marlins can get back on track and win tonight as they take on Colorado in game 2. The Mets beat the Dodgers. The Mets have beaten the Dodgers 3 of the last 4, so hats off to them. Yankees are home tonight against Cleveland. We'll see if they can pick up a W after they had a tough weekend in L.A. They lost 2 of the 3 to the champs. No surprise, though, because the Dodgers seem to have their number. And we will see what happens with Diggs. It's going to be an investigation about what is going on with him with that whole situation of him on the boat with those girls and offering them, it looked to be some pink cocaine. They can't confirm it, but they're going to look into it. Greg's Trifecta is sponsored by Polar Coffee Bar and Ice Treats in Deerfield Beach in the Cove Shopping Plaza.
And Ohtani, I guess, when they were up 16-2, fell asleep.
Saturday night. Yeah, he fell asleep. So I think a lot of Yankees fell asleep. The pitcher fell asleep.
Hey, thank God they came back and won, 7-3 the following night and didn't get swept. It would have been ugly.
Yeah. Well, the Dodgers are a tough team. I mean, again, they got a lot of injuries, too. Wait till everybody comes back. I mean, their payroll's the highest in the world. It's worse than they got a high payroll.
Yeah, I mean, they got 3-4 home run hitters, and they got this pitching staff. It's one after the next.
And they have a lot of pitchers that are hurt. Wait until they get back.
Oh, my goodness.
It's going to be worse.
Yeah.
I said, that team, they buy everything. I mean, they really do. What did you have? You sent me something about the Kardashians? Oh, that was not for the air? So what do you have, Jim?
No, I'll say it. Someone just posted on Instagram, and they were requesting Kylie Jenner to let them know her...
underwear?
No, her boob job.
She's had that done for years.
Well, they wanted specifics, like, the details. And Kylie Jenner actually responded back and told the exact details of exactly her boob job.
Yeah, she's a very pretty girl. She really is. She could maybe take me away from the game for a quarter. Not the whole game. So tell us some information about gummies that you have that you said is very interesting.
I don't want to be a downer.
Yeah.
I hate being Debbie Downer.
Yeah.
I mean...
Well, don't be Debbie. Be Andy Downer.
I'd rather be Debbie Does Dallas, but not Debbie Downer.
All right, so what is the information you have?
All right. So, Dom, I know you went up to this music festival. Is that what it was?
Mm-hmm.
And what does that consist of? Just curious, because I wasn't there.
EDM, electronic music, DJs.
And that's DJs and people are just dancing in the...
DJs, you said a different word. I was like, wow, that's impressive. I heard something else. I was like, wow, when's the next one?
That's a different consonant. That's the different consonant.
So what do you got there? You got good information for him?
Not really.
Okay.
So,
is this a reputable source? I mean, is this somebody 3 a.m. on Chinatown? Where are we getting this from?
Yeah, no, but I mean, we just keep hearing about these health things, and I keep it front and center. Obviously, Franny was hurt recently, and she's been out. So health has been on my mind when I come into the show. Awfully and sadly, I've spoken about this, and I hate to keep bringing it up, but I'm going to say it one more time. Obviously, I am a recovering person and a family from the shocking death of my wife at 49 years old, who dropped dead from heart afibrillosis, and that is a racing of the heart. This was shocking. Like I say, we are recovering, and we have basically recovered as best as possible, myself and the 2 kids, because we got to live our lives, obviously, but it's hell on earth. So I was looking at this thing that flashed up on this study, Dom, and I don't know, I just wanted your opinion or your comments on it. So the study reveals that...
He's shaking his head.
And he probably... I mean, I'm not here to scare anybody but it does stay on my mind, filling in for Franny when she had this injury.
And then we're going to come back to Kylie Jenner, so get your information.
Did you read it? This is such a downer, maybe we should skip it.
Really?
I don't know. All right.
What does it just say?
The headline basically would be this.
It says it's not good to take a lot of gummies?
Yes.
All right. There it is.
Yes. So basically, the THC in the edibles, in the gummies, is exacerbating significant signs of early heart disease. Now,
but they say that about a lot of stuff. They say that about parlays.
They say that about Coca-Cola.
They say it about milk, steak. I mean, you hear everything. Everything's bad for you. Then next week, they got a different study.
What was interesting about this is, let's see.
He's young. He can bounce back.
I think so.
Yeah, he's fine. He's fine.
But still, I just want to put it out there.
Yeah.
All right. They're alleging that 42% of marijuana smokers suffered significant vascular function reduction, which would be the blood pumping in and out of the heart. 42%. Here's what shocked me. 56% vascular reduction of those that were doing the THC edibles, which I guess are the gummies, right?
Yeah.
Compared to non-users. So I guess they're going to need a lot more information, and these studies are not big enough.
Yeah.
When they're only doing a few.
There's a different study.
Yeah, and the mice may not be the ones to give you the end answer. You know, Greek, when I'm studying in human form, maybe the mouse is different than the person.
I think anything you do excessively and you put into your body is obviously going to have a negative, outcome, no matter what, whether it's drugs, alcohol, cigarettes, cigar, whatever it is. If you're doing a lot of it, it's going to affect you.
Yeah. And having spent an awful lot of time in an emergency room on the final days of my wife's life, I came across quite a few patients in the building that suffered from liver toxicity.
Okay.
Due to the drinking and the alcohol.
Yeah.
So does this mean I don't drink? No, I still drink. Okay. I don't have any other information other than
what
what
do you like
I
to
read.
drink, by the way?
I'm actually a 100-calorie Mick Ultra drinker.
Oh, so you just drink beer?
I drink a small can.
So you're not drinking like bourbon, stuff like that?
Why? Unless the back nine goes to hell.
Okay, that's fine.
Speaking of, we got to talk about how your back nine was on Friday.
Oh, it wasn't.
Yeah. How was your golf tournament?
It wasn't great. So the first 9 we were down.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the update we got.
Yes. I told you this sick side of me in stocks forces me to double down on everything in my life.
Well, it's also because you have the money to do it. If you didn't, you couldn't double down. You'd be crapped out. You'd be like, I'm done. Most people leave a casino when they're broke.
Right.
It's the truth.
And unfortunately, I had told my neighbor, who is a Budweiser delivery distributor, he doesn't have hundreds of thousands of dollars laying around.
Yeah.
I told him.
But if he's your neighbor, he's not charity either. He's
no, but I've heard that was trust funded.
Okay, good.
But I don't want to get into that.
Ask him if he wants to donate, if he wants to adopt a Greek handicapper. 3 days a week.
So I told him, I said, Tim, the worst that can happen if we lose badly is you're going to lose $150.
That's not bad for him.
Right? And he says, okay, I can handle it.
150 each?
150 a person.
Okay.
We were already down 75 from the front 9.
Okay.
I doubled down all the bets.
All right.
And
love your stuff.
My game went to absolute garbage.
Okay.
I don't know what happened, but I was hitting, I had a hard time getting the ball in the air. Have you ever had that, Dom, where worm burns down the fairway? And I could hear my neighbor grumbling in the cart.
He was bitching?
Yeah, because he was sitting on his ass doing nothing.
Yeah.
And
so you're a team, so when you're doing bad, he's doing bad.
Yeah, and he was really getting worked up.
Yeah, tell him to relax.
So the round ended, and we did lose 3 1/4 a man, which is pretty high for most people. And even for me, I don't like to lose 3 1/4. And Tim turned to me and said, I thought you said I could only lose 150.
Yeah.
And I had to give him the right answer.
Which was?
I didn't know you were this bad.
There it is, Tim. Suck it up and pay, bitch.
That was my only response. What am I going to say to the guy? You were out of every golf hole.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happens when you bet. I mean, you're going to win some, you're going to lose some. You get them back next week. I know the answer to this for Dominic, but I'm going to ask you, do you like pizza? Andy?
Me? Yeah. Yes, I do like pizza.
Dom, you like pizza, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right, guess how
I'm
much...
ready to order some right now.
Are you really? And run over there? Last year, guess how much Americans spent on pizza? It's a huge number.
Gosh. Is it in the billions?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
I saw it, so.
Yeah, it's a lot. Weren't you shocked?
Yeah.
I was like, Mingada.
Maybe 2 billion?
40 billion.
Oh, my God.
Was spent on pizza. Did you see that? I mean, that is astronomical.
Hey, the good news is that carb stuff's straight out the window.
Well,
Have you noticed that? A lot of people are back on carbs saying they're not the problem or the reduced carbs are the answer, but not cutting out.
Yeah, because they're taking Ozempic. So they're figuring I can have a pizza.
Yeah. Hey, there's a lot of people banging Ozempic like Bowls M&Ms.
Yeah, they take a shot and they have a slice.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
I hang out with a few of these guys.
Yeah. But 40 billion, I was shocked by that number. I really was. What do you think you spent a year on pizza? Do you think you spent over $1,000?
Oh, absolutely.
For the kids?
I'm a twice a week situation, pickup or delivery due to the kids. So, yeah. And those are up. Well, how many slices are in a pizza?
8.
8. Is it 8?
Yeah.
I thought they're cutting them small. They're doing some sort of trick with the size of the pizza. A large is no longer covering 3 people.
Well, it depends how, where you buy it and where you're getting it. I mean, everybody's different. Every place has a different, amount or size or anything like that.
It just feels like there's some sort of inflation trick going on. Because now you got to order 2 larges, and they're both going for 18. So you're at $36.
Yeah, so you're saying you spend 40 a week.
Yeah. Well, probably 80 a week, to be honest with you. I'd probably do that twice a week.
So 80 a week.
Yeah.
Wow, so you're almost up to 5,000.
Yeah.
Whew. What about you?
Maybe once a week, I'll have it for lunch.
Yeah, and again, I'll have a slice.
I don't think they sell by the slice in Florida.
Yeah,
they do. Across the street,
they do?
Yeah, they do.
Oh, up north, everything was by the slice.
Yeah.
And I remember when it was 96 cents a slice.
Yeah, because they rip you off.
Yeah.
Because we know what they make. I mean, for a slice, they're making it 8 times.
Yeah, yeah.
Ba-bing, for a pizza. I mean, pizzas are expensive now. Most pizzas are like $20. $25.
Oh, more than that at times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I had to pick up 10 pizzas last week in Boca. It was $370.
Oh, did you call out sick the next day? I mean, because that bankrupt you.
Nah, I had to pick it up for somebody. They gave me the money.
Oh, they gave you the money?
Yeah.
Oh, then you don't care.
No, I didn't care. I gave the kid a $50 tip.
Oh, of
I
course.
said, you don't have to. I said, I'm not. I said, somebody else is. I said, Minka, for $370. I was like, Jesus, my God.
It's gotten very...
You know how many girls can get Boca for $370? I was like, Jesus. I thought it was a lot.
It is. Things are... I don't even know what the cost of a Domino's delivery is, but I remember the days of the $8.99 delivery. Yeah, the pizza plus the delivery for $8.99. It's got to be double that now, right?
I haven't had a pizza delivered in my life, probably. I don't remember.
Really?
No, I never had. Like when I lived in the city, girls I was with would get pizza, like delivered, something like that. But I don't remember. Like I couldn't tell you, like offhand,
Right.
Domino's or what's the other one?
Papa John's, Pizza Hut.
Yeah.
I don't think they're showing up at your house for under $20 on a ticket.
Is there a minimum?
I think usually nowadays it's like $15 minimum.
Oh, it is.
Like you can't go out and get a slice.
Yeah, right.
You're like,
so you got to go out.
Or could you get a slice would they hammer you if you went to like Uber Eats? Did they deliver a slice?
They might, but you'd still get a delivery charge or whatever.
But they would deliver a slice. If you know, call us, 877-927-692.
I'll try it right now. Hold on.
Go ahead, see if you get a pizza slice. That's unbelievable. Give me a slice of pizza. Yeah, $40 billion. I was like, wow. That is a lot.
And that's just U.S.?
U.S., yeah. That's what Americans spend on pizza a year, $40 billion.
Amazing.
And there's so many pizza places. I mean, all over the place. I mean,
yeah, Portnoy, I guess he just reviewed this this pizza parlor. Is this in Stewart? I got to look online. And I guess either Stewart or Juno Beach. I can't recall. But he blew the business up, right?
He always does.
And gave him a decent review. And then I was reading on the Facebook reviews.
Yeah.
He's getting surly, this guy. He's like, I know you have to wait. And they're like, I ordered a salad. We ain't making salads right now, bro.
Yeah.
So I hear he's getting real.
Oh, the new
after the review.
That was good.
He's getting very, very difficult to deal with because he's either overworked and he did this pizza stuff as a hobby, this owner.
Oh, okay.
And now they're lining up. They're demanding all these custom items. And he's like, no.
He did one in New York recently, and it was the first time ever he gave it a 9.
Oh, yeah?
And people were waiting like 4 hours for the place.
Mm-hmm.
He's never given any pizza. He's done them in Rome, everywhere, over a 9, but he gave this place in downtown Manhattan a 9.2 or something like that, and they like went crazy. They showed the lines. God bless him. I mean, I respect him. He does a great job. He started his thing with a newspaper. He was handing papers out, parlayed it all, sold it, got the business back, and the pizza review is great.
But sold the business to a casino firm for, I believe, somewhere above $460 million.
And he got his,
then paid. Do you know what he paid to get it back?
$1.
$1.
They gave it back to him.
He'll probably sell it again in the next 5 years.
Yeah,
maybe more.
Yeah. Well, they couldn't handle it, and they didn't want it. They were like, take it back for $1, which is crazy. That amount blew my mind, because you'd think they would have tried to sell it for something.
Right.
$500,000,
right.
something, like $1 million. They just go, here, take it back
here,
for $1.
please, get it off our hands. And now he's building it back up.
Yeah, and he will. Great businessman, but the whole pizza review is cool. I always like checking this out. And, there's a little key to the success of that. It's simple, to the point, not long, because people don't have long attention spans. They just don't. You're in and out less than a minute. He comes up, everybody knows the thing, one bite does it, and people really, they stack into it because they believe what he's going to say.
I keep telling my son, I'm like, when it comes to this stuff, you don't need to reinvent the wheel. My son's like, I keep thinking of these inventions for this airplane, inventions for this boat. Like, he came up with this whole concept last month about a glass cockpit in a boat, similar to an airplane.
Okay.
Where the boat actually pretty much does AI steering.
Mm-hmm.
And he came up with this whole concept. I'm like, dude, the amount of money you're going to need to invest in your prototype.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot.
I can't even find enough people that will back us.
Yeah.
But yet this guy reviews pizza, and he's turned it into $1 billion business.
It's crushed it. Yeah, and then he once a year he has a big event in New York City at Central Park, or one of the parks in Brooklyn, and he has like hundreds of people that show up, and it's all about pizza and different things. So hats off to him. If you're listening, you want to call in, love to talk to you about gambling. He's an okay gambler. He'll win and lose like everybody else, but he states his stuff out there.
Yep.
And he does a good job. He's got the couple dogs that he rescued, just like yourself. So God bless him.
He's killed it in stocks, too, by the way. He made a fortune.
Yeah. Yeah,
he made a fortune in stocks and real estate.
Yeah, he likes betting horses, too. So show him at the track. It is the Penthouse, and it is a Tuesday. We appreciate you guys always tuning into Real Radio. Had a giveaway. Don't forget, on Thursday and Fridays, we back it with 2 for both days. We give you a gift card to either Deck 84, Burt Max's, New York Prime, Miller's Ale House. So we try to do that every Thursday and Friday, give you double the action. And also, don't forget, we got the Panthers on Real Radio. They will start tomorrow night as they're in Edmonton for Game 1. To try to be the first time ever in franchise history, they go back-to-back. First time ever during 3 Stanley Cups in a row, which is amazing. But this is going to be their first attempt to go back-to-back and beat Edmonton. You could hear everything on Real Radio 921 and also 101.7. We're the reason why the Panthers are winning. Don't forget it. Shot, score. Yes. We'll be back. Peace.
The Stanley Cup Final is on Real Radio.
The Panthers are Eastern Conference champions in 2025.
Our Florida Panthers have slashed their way through the NHL playoffs to become Eastern Conference champions.
The final seconds tick away, and the Florida Panthers are going to the Stanley Cup Final for the 3rd year in a row.
The puck is dropping on an epic rematch for the Stanley Cup against the Edmonton Oilers. Real Radio is your official home of Florida Panthers hockey and the Stanley Cup Final. Catch every goal, every fight, every face-off on the way to victory. Not near a radio? Make Real Radio 92.1 a preset on the iHeartRadio app and stream the Stanley Cup Final anywhere. Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
Watch out for wet roadways. No significant delays on our expressways. Roadwork slowing us down. Jog Road South after Belvedere. There is a right lane blocked. Jog Road North. Look out for delays before Belvedere. Right lane blocked there. That's traffic on Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by WhatsApp.
Wondering what a personal message with your credit card number has in common with way too many pictures of your dog? Well, they're both private. Because on WhatsApp, your personal messages are yours. No one else can see or hear them, not even us. WhatsApp, Message privately with everyone.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BIKE to 321321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BIKE to 321321. That's BIKE to 321321.
That's you, looking at your garage door. And you're wondering, if it gets windy, just how much can this door take? 20 miles an hour? 30 miles an hour? Sure, if we get a little wind, your buddy says if you back the car up against it just right, you can probably save it. But what's your clever plan the next time we get a storm with a name? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Storm-rated doors are built to withstand heavy winds, even if your building codes aren't there yet. It's like the door to the safe that protects your whole house. Stronger materials, heavy-duty motors and springs to handle the weight, and reinforced struts to keep it from bowing out in the wind. How do I know it won't bow? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll make sure you're prepared the next time a storm with a name comes sailing across the Gulf of Mo.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Quitting tobacco is hard, but it's also hard to deal with a cough that won't go away and thinking it's lung cancer, or feeling your heart race after a walk and wondering if it's a heart attack, or telling your family you may not be around to see your next birthday.
Quitting tobacco is hard, but the consequences are even harder. Tobacco-Free Florida has free resources to help you stay smoke-free. You may be eligible to receive free nicotine patches, gum, or lozenges. Call 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW or visit tobaccofreeflorida.com.
Business owners everywhere are raving about ZipRecruiter's new feature, Zip Intro, which does the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates to meet with you as soon as the next day. So we decided to call up some of these employers and hear their stories. Today, we're on the phone with Pilates studio owner Crystal M. Harris. Crystal, how has Zip Intro helped you hire?
Well, I was opening a Pilates studio in McDonough, Georgia, and I needed to staff up quickly. Zip Intro did the work for me. It helped me find enthusiastic candidates who matched my qualifications perfectly.
That's great.
Yeah, I had my Zip Intro session on Tuesday, did all the interviews by Thursday, sent out the offers on Friday, and they started on Monday. Because Zip Intro did most of the work, I saved so much time.
Absolutely. And to our listeners, you can try Zip Intro for free right now at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay, things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Real Radio weather.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting the possibility for more showers and storms through the rest of the day today, so don't put away the umbrella quite yet. We are going to see also the possibility for some locally heavy rainfall leading to the potential for some flooding, so just be careful, especially around those areas that typically flood this time of year.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Don't postpone better sleep. Shop Mattress Firm's Memorial Day sale now. Upgrade to a premium bed from a curated selection and take your rest to the next level. Don't miss out. Visit Mattress Firm today. Get matched. Sleep at night.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorney Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
Hey, it's Rover. Real Radio has your shot at $1,000 and a VIP trip to Vegas for our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Text the nationwide keyword LUCKY to the number 200-200. You'll get a text confirming entry plus iHeartRadio info, standard data, and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's LUCKY to 200-200. And good luck from Rover's Morning Glory and Real Radio.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Monday. Thanks for always tuning into Real Radio. Appreciate you guys tuning into us every day, whether it's 92.1 or 101.7. Also, do not forget we are the home of the Florida Panthers, and they are going for back-to-back winning Stanley Cups. 3 times in a row they have been in the Stanley Cup final. So hats off to the Panthers. Great job. Dom's in the house.
Yo.
Francis, if you heard, was with us earlier. She's going to be on a pitching count. So she's only allowed to work till 12 with me every day. So we have this individual, Andy Quinn, in the house.
I am transitioning out and back to the golf course while she transitions back into you, Greek.
That's okay. How many times do you play golf a year? A week?
Well, it varies. In the summer, I actually play less because of the heat and all that. But I average 2 days a week.
All right. That's not bad. 2 days a
2
week.
days a week.
What do you do, Dom?
Based on once a month, maybe twice a month.
Now, if you are financially independent, which you probably will be someday, how much would you
working here? I don't know that, but
shout the company. If you were financially secure, what would you like to play?
Oh, I'd play every day. Every morning I'd be out there.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, at least I would play at least 3 times a week.
Wow, that's well, 3 times a week's not bad. I know people play 7.
Yeah,
every single
My
day.
buddy plays every morning. He's out there.
Yeah. I mean, it's unbelievable, and it's a sport that is, again, I never played it, but very addicting.
Yeah, but I got to tell you, I've played with a lot of rich guys that have either living off family trust funds or have retired at 45.
Give me all their numbers.
And they play 7 days a week. And they
still suck.
They're awful, and they're cracked in the head. They've lost their marbles. Golf has a way of somewhat making you insane.
Well, also because if you're not good at it, you get mad. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure, and people spend money and they want better clubs, and they get a golf pro.
Like I said, the golf pro job is the greatest job on the planet. Like if you're thinking of doing something else, or what would I have done?
It's been good for you. Listen,
the TV weatherman is a great job.
Yeah, you can't get fired.
You can't get fired from that. And a golf pro.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, these are guys that most of the teaching pros that I have and I've used, they're whacked in the head too. They've been through vicious divorces.
Yeah,
many of them.
Now, how long could you pull off a scam? Like, say I went to a golf place and I said I'm a pro before I had to show my swing.
That's another thing.
Yeah, did I play a lot?
They hide that from you. So, as my dad once said, you never take a golf tip.
Okay.
That's rule number 1. You never take a golf tip from an amateur.
Yeah.
Rule number 2, don't ever come off rule number 1.
Yeah.
You cannot take a tip from an amateur. So when someone says I'm a golf pro, you do need to look into the fact of what are the numbers they card? Because when your golf pro's a hack, and you can beat your golf pro,
that's not good.
That's not a good sign.
No.
But they have an
if they were
ability.
just a pro, that's a better sign.
Yeah.
Yeah,
If they're a pro and they can play golf,
Yeah.
okay, you can take a tip from them.
Sure.
But, you're not necessarily in life going to take a tip in anything from somebody that's worse than you.
Well, you try not to, but I think a lot of golfers, like a lot of people who do things, look for any kind of insight and try to say, like, hey, have you ever taken a lesson? No, right?
Just 2 lessons now, yeah.
And did you think they helped you?
I took them I was just learning golf in the beginning, so it was just like the basics of basic. This is how you swing. This is how you move your arms.
Introduction.
Yep, that was basically all I did. And since then, no.
All right.
And I have confirmation they don't work.
Yeah.
I've been with the same guy in the Tequesta area for 18 years.
And he's been your same pro for 18 years?
I've been with my same golf pro.
Wow. And have you paid him throughout the whole 18 years?
Yes.
Wow.
I've even taken him on European travel dates with me.
Wow.
Because I was nervous that I was in front of a lot of people. And I says to him, you know what, you can play around with me on the practice day. And if you can do me a favor, walk the course. Because you're not allowed to take tips during a round, just so you know.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not like golf legal as far as the rules go.
What about your caddy?
No. Technically, the caddy can give you the wind direction and things that can enhance you where you're going to leave the shot.
Can he point out like a hot chick on the stands? Like, over there, look at a girl over there with the red. Yeah, she's cute.
They can do that. You'll hear some of that. But I brought this guy to Europe with me. And
my God, what a treat.
Just to watch.
Yeah.
But like I said, I've been with him for 18 years.
Yeah.
I started as probably a 3 handicapper, which is, close to par. I'm playing from an 8. I'm playing up to an 8 to a 10 handicap now. I've gotten significantly worse annually.
That's not good.
And my bills to him have gone significantly higher.
Of course, because he's robbing you.
Yeah, because like I said, you hit if I pull the golf ball, if I step up and I pull the golf ball.
Yeah.
And I say, Brian, I just pulled that golf ball.
Now, is Brian in the area?
Yeah.
Brian, if you're listening, Andy's saying you've been ripping him off.
Oh, I told him if he doesn't fix this swing, he's going to be selling Alpo because dog food. Because when I told him I was pulling this golf ball left, here was his answer. Ready for that?
Yeah.
You're getting ahead of yourself, man. We're working on your problem. You're right.
He sounds like a therapist.
Yeah. So of course I'm going back next month to start fixing the pull left. But from what he claims is that's not the problem right now.
Sounds like a scam.
Well, yeah, and what are you going to say? He's the so-called golf pro. And he's always got a couple of these Yenta retirees, right?
Well, if he's there 18 years, he's got to be doing something right.
But here's what he says to you. I'm like, I said, I got to work my chipping game after this. And he says, can't do that. I look back in that chair.
Yeah.
See who's sitting there? And there's this Yenta. She's sitting in a chair at the bar.
Yeah.
And she's waving to him.
Yeah.
And she's ready to pay him her $140.
Yeah.
And she's got her little miniskirt on. He compliments her. And next thing you know, she's next up.
He gets 140 an hour?
140 half hour.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
280 for an hour. That's not bad. You should look into being a golf pro. We'll dress you up, give you some real cool apparel. Nobody will know. And you got a decent swing. You know what I mean? You probably get a good scam going for like 6 months. People are like, oh, my game's not improving.
Well, he could ride this out for decades.
My bank account is. Jimmy Fallon was on the podcast this weekend, and he said if he didn't get Saturday Night Live, wow, by the age of 25, he thought about hurting himself. Wow, that is unbelievable. He always thought he was going to be on there, and obviously he's parlayed into the show, obviously, late night, and he's done a great job with that. A lot of movies. But, yeah, he took it so serious that he said he was going to hurt himself if he didn't get it. That is crazy when you think about it. 877-927-6969. The Panthers are home for games 3 and 4, right, and game 6.
Yep.
For the Stanley Cup. Andy, have you ever gone to a hockey game?
I used to go to, this is dating myself big time. I was a big fan of New York Ranger Phil Esposito. He did not wear a helmet for many years, and he would take some cracks to the head, which were downright frightening.
How's he today?
I haven't updated on Phil.
Okay.
But he was one hell of a New York Ranger. So I would go to a lot of New York Rangers, Islanders games out at the Nassau Coliseum.
Okay.
My brother was he sold beer at the beer stand.
Okay.
For the Islanders games.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so we would all get free refills here and there. In fact, we cherished our cups. We would show up with our cup because at the time the cups were counted. This is way back when.
Oh, wow.
So my brother couldn't go in and give you a new cup. So you kind of showed up with your 7-Eleven Slurpee Big Gulp
And then
cup,
you're ready to go.
and you were all set, man. You're drinking for free.
Wow, that's cool.
Yeah, he lost that job. He lost that job.
It happens. 877-927-6969. That is the number to call. You can reflect on maybe you want to talk about the Panthers and how excited
Have you
are.
watched a lot of hockey in the New York area? Because I know we're both from that Jersey region, and it was pretty big, the Rangers and the Islanders.
I was never a big hockey fan. The only time I went to the Ranger games was when they had those couple of years they were really good with Messi.
Mm-hmm.
In 94, and the only reason I went is because I heard there was a lot of hot chicks there. So I was like, all right, let me go to a Ranger game.
Devils fans were crazy back then. And they have a good franchise. New Jersey Devils fans are crazy.
Well, they got 3 or 4 titles.
Yeah.
I never went to a Devil game.
No?
Went to a couple Ranger games here and there. Went to a couple Panther games over the years when I was with 940 Miami because they were carrying them before us then. And now, I mean, again, the team's doing great, so God bless them.
Are you excited?
For the Panthers? No, I'd like to see them win. I don't know if I'm going to bet on it or
Now,
not.
Edmonton's favored, right, Dom?
Yeah,
Yes,
slightly.
Slightly.
Slightly, not big favorites.
All right.
I believe because of the home advantage, basically.
Yeah, it's like 120, so you would have to, say you're betting 500, you have to bet up 600 to win.
Is that just for the first game or for the series?
That's for the series. I think the game's a little bit more evenly matched. I think they're minus like 110 either way, so you put up 110 or 120 max to win 100.
Hey, by the way, G, Illinois yesterday went into a vote. It was postponed, but it's kind of shocking. FanDuel's stock went down massively the last, 7 days.
Okay.
And this was a bet that I thought was pretty good in so-called an inflationary environment. You know what I mean? I'm like, hey, they don't rely on China.
Yeah.
So I'm like, okay, this thing should be okay. It's gone straight down. It's really been a bother to me.
Yeah.
Illinois is saying that they are going to impose a 6 to 9% possible tax on every bet that you do through FanDuel or any of the betting sites in Illinois.
Wow.
If the other, 30 some odd states are betting, is that what it is?
It's about 38 states.
Okay, 38. If the other 38 go looking for money, because they're all looking for money right now, right?
Yeah.
So have you noticed when you make your bet for 100, it's not 107?
No.
What do you think that'll do?
That'll hurt some bettors. Some people say no. They go back to betting with bookmakers because they don't want to pay the extra.
Oh, I never thought of that.
Yeah, they'll just go right back to them. They'll just be like, I'll go meet Sal on Thursdays now, like I used to.
Yeah.
I mean, again, there's advantages and disadvantages for everybody. Some people like it because you don't have to worry about meeting somebody and it's on your phone and it's very convenient. And then some people say, I don't like it because it shows everything. And now they start nailing a tax on there. You're going to get people out of here. They're going to be like, I'm not going to do it.
Yeah, it's not been approved. It's up for a vote in Illinois at some point here now. It was tabled yesterday, I believe I read. But it scared the hell out of the stock FanDuel.
Of course.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Well, it will affect the bettors.
Yeah.
Because they'll be like, hey, I don't want to deal with this. There's certain sports, like I said, always do better. Football leads the way by leaps and bounds. One of the sports that they say is easy to get to is tennis, where they have a lot of different problems with tennis, with betting and people and players and stuff like that. I mean, again, it's out there. There's always going to be somebody who's going to try to make an angle, and try to make some money. We talk about it all the time. Golf, I don't know how much you could. I mean, you could shank it where you do bad, but I don't think even the best golfer in the world can be like, well, I'm going to try harder. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to get this hole in one. So I don't know. But golf, people do bet on. They like betting on it.
I've never placed a golf bet in my entire life.
That's good for you.
Yeah, like to me, it's not a sport that, it's similar to what I've heard you say. You pick the show horse, not the winner. I would need to pick 10 of them.
Yeah, well, the good thing with golf, and we talked about it, we have a guy who calls us every week from Vegas, and he turned us on to try to betting, and not who's going to win the match, but who's going to have a top 10 finish or a top 20 finish, which is very exciting because then you got a good chance to keep it going. And you're like, all right, if the guy falls in the top 10, I still got some money.
And last week at that big PGA championship, I guess on Wednesday is the practice round, Peyton Manning was playing with the winner, Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you saw it, Dom, online.
4-4.
Yeah, you hear 4-4, and you look up. Peyton drills this drive into this lady's house.
Really?
Yeah. And you could tell he was really embarrassed. But Scotty Scheffler, who was a real stiff, he's like a real professional On the golf course, you don't see much emotion out of him.
Yeah, he's
he goes down to his knees. He can't stand up. He's dying of laughter. He's trying to hide it from the cameras.
Yeah.
And Peyton felt real weird about it, but it happens in golf.
Yeah.
Tom Brady on that golf at night from the Medalist with Tiger.
Yeah.
He split his pants during one of his downswings.
Yeah.
On live TV.
Yeah. Well, again, they're just like us. They're no different than us. And they're going to make their mistakes, and people are going to react to it.
This past weekend, Jordan Spieth had a shot that was so close to hitting a guy in the face that they actually brought the camera, and you see it. It comes about probably an inch above the guy's head.
Wow.
I cannot believe that in all of these PGA events, they allow these crowds to get within 5 feet of the golfer, some 30 feet in front of him.
Yeah.
When you're at a golf range or you're at a golf course, you can't stand near anybody hitting this golf ball because at any given point in time, this thing's going to shank.
Oh, yeah, and then you could have a big problem. There's
People place all this faith in these pros.
Because they think they're, like you said, they're pros. They're never going to miss. But you can go into the crowd, too. Yeah. I wonder if they're ever going to do like they do in baseball now, where they didn't do 10 years ago. They put up the netting for people.
I don't know how they could do that in golf, but I know Phil Mickelson has signed probably 30 gloves in his career after he hit people accidentally, because they're not technically responsible. When you buy that ticket at a golf event, it basically says you can't sue.
Well, it says the same thing at a hockey game and baseball game. People just don't read it, but it says the same thing. If you get hit by a puck, you're on your own.
Okay. So Phil has signed a ton of these gloves and given away, I believe he gave away a Rolex watch once. He must have thought he was getting sued. The shot was so bad.
Really?
But he's famous for giving away a souvenir after he hits you.
Yeah.
So,
that's not bad.
Yeah, so that kind of calms it down.
So is Diddy. After he hits you, he gives you a souvenir.
That's called a hit and run.
Yeah, 877-927-6969. That's the number to call if you guys want to get involved in the Penthouse. What do you think about the Panthers? Can they get that back-to-back? I'd love to see that happening. And let us know if you have an opinion on that. Remember, you can hear the Panthers on Real Radio 921 or 1017. We did talk about this a little bit a while ago. Josh Allen got married this weekend. A lot of experts are saying this could be the year that separates the Dolphins from everybody else, and could be the last year for the coach, because they do have some drama. And again, people are talking about football every day. It dominates our country. It dominates our network and football. I mean, in sports, that's what it is. Basketball, the finals, and the NHL, but people still want to talk about football, and which is crazy.
And McDaniels has that somewhat Miami Vice, kind of a weird vibe if you talk to most people, but yet he is the future of what you would say football may be going to, which is an accepting coach, not a bully.
If you win. Now, if he doesn't win again this year, then they'll throw him out. It'll be his third year, and they made the playoffs both times, but they didn't win. So I don't know. It depends the kind of personality he is, how he gets along with, obviously, the GM, and how he gets along with the owner. So right now it's going good, but they're a bad couple weeks away from if something happens where they would be like, okay, we got to make a move.
Mm-hmm.
I think they like him because he's young and they bought into him.
Mm-hmm.
So they were like, hey, this is our train. We're going to ride it off the tracks. But who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Like I said, he seems to be a good coach offensively. Defensively, I'm not sure. And it doesn't seem like he has a reign on the team, which is never a good thing.
He almost seems a little bit like a cheerleader of his players, but that is the way some of this is going.
Yeah.
It started a lot originally at USC with Pete. What was Pete Carroll? Remember him?
Yeah,
where he
rah-rah.
was more of a rah-rah cheerleader.
Yeah, again, it was different college, and they had great success.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when he was at USC, they went to the finals 3-4 years in a row.
Yeah, we didn't see much of Pete cheerleading for the Jets.
No, before he went, and a little bit Seattle, he had a good reign there. But again, if you're winning, it solves everything else.
Mm-hmm.
Belichick's buyout right now is only $1 million.
Wow. You think that actually takes place?
I don't know. I mean, as of June 1st. If there's one more jump, like one more hit, maybe. Maybe if there's a little bit more drama with her, and then they might be like, hey, you know what? We can't deal with it. Yeah. Now the season starts, and they start to win. Mm-hmm. Everything goes away, and everything's fine. Because winning solves all problems. If there's drama, then they might use it as an liaison of, okay, we can get rid of him. He's only got $1 million buyout, and the team's not doing good. Mm-hmm. And it's going to be tough for him. I mean, he's recruiting a team. North Carolina was not known in any shape or form for football.
Does he have good players? Because I don't even know.
He has all right guys. He had a couple transfers, but it's going to be tough. I mean, it's going to be a tough task to turn it around immediately. I don't know if he will or not, but Belichick got more hype all year because of what he did off the field. That's the first time ever. before what Belichick does on the field. And again, he was at the plateau, the highest plateau for the NFL. I don't know how he's going to be in college. You know what I mean? Is he going to be excited for it Saturday morning going to school? Or he's going to be like, oh, God, we're playing Clemson today. Who cares?
Right.
You don't know.
Right.
I mean, he's that kind of guy. Do I think he's a good coach? Yeah, you can't deny he's not a good coach. But whether it'll transcend into college, we don't know.
Right.
Got to see what happens. 877-927-6969. That's the number to call. Dom, how do you think he does?
I think, didn't we go over his schedule the other day? I think he's going to win maybe 5 games. That's
5.
it.
Well, that's not a lot.
Mm-hmm.
The over-under on them, I think, is 9.5, 10. And people are expecting that they're going to try to fight for the ACC tournament. I don't know if that happens. We'll see what happens. But with Belichick. But, yeah, now it's only $1 million thing.
Wow.
So if somebody wants to buy him out, it's only $1 million. Up June 1st, it changed to $1 million.
Did you know that, though, that June 1st it was going to change that this whole time? We were like, oh, he's got $1 million buy, but it was actually $10 million the last couple of months.
Yeah, the first couple of months was $10 million, then it turned into $1 million, like I said, June 1st. I'm sure he's aware about it. His son, his future wife, whether he's married or not, she's a pain in the ass. So, I mean, I don't know. It's one of those situations where you just don't know what's going to happen.
Hey, talk about somebody not knowing what's going to happen. I don't know if you've heard about that guy that won $3.6 million in Canada, G.
Yeah, that's
in
crazy.
the lotto.
What happened? He lost it, right?
Well, no, he wasn't, I guess, registered through the driver's license program as a full-term time resident.
Okay.
So he said to his longtime girlfriend, you cash the ticket.
After he won.
Yes, he gave her the ticket. She cashed it, and she is now ghosted him.
That's terrible. I saw a little bit of this. The guy gives her a ticket, and then she takes off. I mean, you got to start looking for her.
Well, I think he actually ran into her with another guy.
I would hire Tom Cruise. Like, you got to find her. Screw Mission Impossible. This is your day.
So he's saying he's alleging now the ticket was stolen, but he technically couldn't cash the ticket anyhow because they wouldn't allow it. So he had to find somebody, and he was with this girl for a long time. And she's gone missing in action. This is unbelievable.
Imagine that. And it's 1.36 million?
3.6.
Oh, 3.6.
Yeah, that's a good number.
Oh, yeah, it's a good number. Anything's good.
Yeah.
I play a scratch off for $20 and I win 30, I'm happy.
Yeah.
So I can't even imagine that.
I don't think I'd give a $50 ticket to my girlfriend to cash.
Yeah. I mean,
would you?
What?
I don't think I'd give my girlfriend a $50 ticket. Not that I don't trust her, but I want to cash the ticket.
But you don't trust her. Not that you don't trust her.
If she ghosted me for 50, I'd probably survive.
Yeah, 50 is not a bad number. If it was a big number, then, I don't know. You might have to go to the mattresses, make some moves. Got to be like, look, you forced my hand. When it comes to money, with people, with friends, family, it always separates. You will see what happens a million times more so than not. So it is one of those situations where, she's involved and all of a sudden she's like, you're out. It sucks. I can't even imagine that feeling if you had a lottery ticket and the person you're with that you love and you trust is giving you hammer time. You gotta go nuts.
I don't know how he stayed sane, but he is hunting for the ticket, and he has got an attorney that's alleging that this ticket is cashable and it needs to be returned to him.
Well, don't know if she cashes it because it'll show up.
I believe she already did.
Oh, she did?
I believe they're trying to rescind the funds.
Oh, man, then he's screwed. If she already cashed it, he's
I think she ran off with the new boyfriend, and she's got the 3.6.
Yeah, she's probably in Mexico drinking tequila right now and hanging out and smoking babanya. See ya. That's sad. That's something you don't get over.
No.
That's something that your whole life you've been pissed, especially if everybody told you, don't go with this girl. She's a train wreck.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She's no good person, and then she walks away with 1.36.
3.6.
Wow.
And the writing's always on the wall in these relationships, G. Yeah. I mean, you can spot these from a mile away.
Well, you see red flags. We all do, but when you really like somebody, you overlook them, or you feel like, maybe they can't be this big of a douchebag, but they are. I mean, and then when something happens, what was that story about the snake? It was a pet snake that the guy survived, brought it in, and was sick, and then one day the snake bit him, and the guy goes, I can't believe you bit me. I took care of you when you were sick. He goes, I'm a snake. What do you expect? 877-927-6969. There might be some other parts to that story, but we're not going to throw it in. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday, baby. Panthers tomorrow night. Are you ready? Dom's going to game 5. What do you go, game 4?
Game
4.
4.
It's 4.
He got tickets, huh?
Yeah, he's got a friend of his, and then he's going to go to 2 games. He's going 1 with his senorita, and then 1 he's going with this gentleman.
Okay, then he'll go 1 for 1. Because the last time he brought his senorita, they were on a winning streak.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. I mean, everybody says that he's bad luck with that stuff. Nah, I don't buy that. I got my one buddy who's bad luck, Dan Levine. Oh my God, he's the 13th.
We call them an albatross.
Oh yeah, he's the 13 twice.
Yeah,
and he says it like he'll bet $10 on a game, and then we'll bet the other way and win.
Yeah,
you don't even have to watch the game.
Yep.
So, but not him. He went 1 game, so you can't really say it's a bad. Like if he went 3-4 games and they lost, maybe.
Well, congratulations to you, Dom, for finding a beautiful woman, and you're taking her now to her second hockey game where these tickets are so sought after, and she must be just blown away by you.
Hopefully, Hopefully.
She's a very nice girl. Seems to be nice. He's playing the field. He's got a lot of things going on. And he's a big star.
You know, when you're bringing sexy back and you're young, you can do that. Gee.
Yeah, he can do what he wants. He's playing it by ear.
It must be nice.
It must be nice. Hey, everybody's got their time in the sun. Some people get a better tan than others. We'll be back in a few minutes. Peace.
Real Radio is the news junkie.
I know somebody who got bit when they were a kid by a dog, and they, as an adult, have an uneasy relationship, especially with larger dogs.
It's weird to not know anybody who's been bit by a dog. Pretty much everybody who's ever visited my house has been bit by a dog.
Lexi's just a terrorist, or what?
She likes butts.
The News Junkie, weekday afternoons at 3 on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One is coming back to Las Vegas.
And you can win your way to be there.
Streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets go on sale June 13th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific through AXS.com. But starting June 11th at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only, or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details. What's in your wallet? Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Presented by Capital One.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you or a loved one suffered from nursing home abuse? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Wet roadways making for a soggy commute. Use some extra care on the expressways. Road work slowing us down. Look out for delays. Boynton Beach Boulevard West at Hagen Ranch Road. Right lane there is blocked. That's traffic. I'm Judy Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen. Hurry in to DQ for their sauced and tossed chicken strip baskets with flavor from the top, bottom, and everywhere in between. Try them today in Honey Barbecue or New Buffalo, only at DQ. Happy tastes good, only at participating Dairy Queen locations.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Got a classic hot rod or resto mod? GimmeTheVin.com wants it. Just go to gmtvcc.com, get an offer in minutes. GimmeTheVin.com is already the best place to sell your car, and now it's even better with their big cash giveaway. Gimme the Vin is giving away $25,000 in cash every month. There are 2 ways to win. Get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry, or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. That's with GimmeTheVin.com.
Sell us your car. GimmeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Thinking about selling your business? Ready to move on to the next chapter of your life? Even in times of economic uncertainty, now may be one of the best times to make your move. At Transworld Business Advisors, we've helped thousands of business owners successfully sell in every kind of market for over 40 years. Why now? Because buyers are still buying. Capital is still flowing, and strong, profitable businesses like yours are in demand now more than ever. Whether you're ready to retire, pivot, or just explore your options, the right time is when you're ready, and we're here to help. All calls are completely confidential, and there's no obligation. Call Transworld Business Advisors today at 833-SELL-FLA. That's 833-735-5352. Or visit tworld.com/Florida to start your journey to selling. Transworld Business Advisors. Good deals for for good people.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine.
I'm Ellie Anajar.
Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
In office, West Palm Beach. Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/radio, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit. HIMS.com/RADIO.
That's you, looking at your garage door. And you're wondering, if it gets windy, just how much can this door take? 20 miles an hour? 30 miles an hour? Sure, if we get a little wind, your buddy says if you back the car up against it just right, you can probably save it. But what's your clever plan the next time we get a storm with a name? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Storm-rated doors are built to withstand heavy winds, even if your building codes aren't there yet. It's like the door to the safe that protects your whole house. Stronger materials, heavy-duty motors and springs to handle the weight, and reinforced struts to keep it from bowing out in the wind. How do I know it won't bow? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll make sure you're prepared the next time a storm with a name comes sailing across the Gulf of Mo.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
On WhatsApp, your personal messages stay private. So things like those selfies from last weekend's party stay between you and your bestie. Because on WhatsApp, your personal messages are yours. No one else can see or hear them, not even us. WhatsApp, message privately with everyone.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place. For changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name, Clay, as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Here's what's happening with the weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting the possibility for more showers and storms through the rest of the day today, so don't put away the umbrella quite yet. We are going to see also the possibility for some locally heavy rainfall leading to the potential for some flooding, so just be careful, especially around those areas that typically get this kind of rain.
This report is sponsored by Summit Racing Equipment.
This Father's Day, grab great gearhead gifts at Summit Racing. You'll find parts, tools, accessories, apparel, and more. Or give the perfect card, a Summit Racing gift card. Fast shipping, massive inventory, and expert tech advice are a click away at summitracing.com.
Medical marijuana made easy. Get approved for your card today at mmjhealth.com.
The Rocket Man has landed on iHeartRadio.
Hi, this is Elton John, and this is iHeart's Elton John Radio.
Every hit, every deep cut, and the behind-the-scenes stories from Sir Elton himself.
It became my first ever hit.
From the anthems that made history to Elton's own picks, all commercial-free, including his new song with Brandi Carlile, the soundtrack of a legend. Search Elton John Radio on your iHeart app to listen now. This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
No lube needed. Well, hi.
You're listening to The Penthouse. Now back to The Penthouse on Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7.
It is The Penthouse on a Tuesday. Thanks for always tuning in to Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7 on your FM dial. I am the Greek. You are not. Of course, we got Dominic in the house.
I am not the Greek.
Andy Quinn is here.
And gee, I always think about way back when in 2015 when those two Jupiter boys lost their lives in the boat off the coast of the Jupiter Inlet.
Yeah.
Right now there's pretty good storm cells that are moving up from the Palm Beach Inlet just off the coast straight on up to the Jupiter Inlet. So that anybody out on a boat right now, if any of your family, friends, or kids,
Be careful.
Be careful right now right off the coast between Palm Beach Inlet and the Jupiter Inlet.
Oh, that was 2015.
2015, my son's close friend, Austin Stefanos. And he went out with Perry Cohen. They were going to take their little skiff boat just out the Jupiter Inlet on a day similar today where there were some storms brewing out in the ocean.
Mm-hmm.
Things didn't look terrible. The waves didn't look awful.
Yeah.
And we have never heard from them again. And this was so devastating to the Stefanos and Cohen family and to tens of thousands of people here. And
That was a nationwide story.
Nationwide story, 2015. These were superstar young men, and wrecked families, wrecked lives, and thousands of people mourn this incident.
I remember. Very sad.
So you think about that into the summertime right now with these cells building off the coast. It's just not worth it. Try and get the boat in or get the boat somewhere away from these large cells.
Yeah, very dangerous. And that was a shame. And I know you were very much involved with it, trying to help relocate the kids.
Yes.
I know Joe Namath too, right?
Yes, Joe Namath was involved. We had a number of people,
Many
and of
people.
course there were thousands of people helping. The boat was later found, obviously, overturned by a freighter out in the ocean.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I believe it was 1,000 or so miles away from this area. So the currents took the overturned boat out.
Oh, okay.
And they did locate, I believe, was one cell phone on the boat. And they were trying to go through the cell phone to see if they could discover anything as to where these kids went.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't get much information, I don't believe, from the phone.
Very sad. It's time for a Greek trifecta.
Riders up. It's Greek Trifecta.
All right, last night, Marlins did something that a lot of teams don't do. They let the Colorado Rockies beat them. Rockies won last night 6-4. Not a good night for the Marlins, obviously, but the Rockies have the worst record in baseball. It was their 10th only victory of this season. So they got 10 wins and 50 losses. They're on pace to have one of the worst records ever in Major League Baseball history. The Mets are out in La La Land, and they ended up beating the Dodgers. Yankees did not play. They had a travel day yesterday, and they will take on Cleveland tonight. In the NBA Finals are set. It is going to be Oklahoma City, the Thunder, against the Pacers. They are huge favorites. If you want to bet the Thunder to win the series, you got to put up 800 to win 100. That's how big of favorites they are. And the Pacers obviously are big underdogs, but I don't see that happening at all. I don't see them beating the Thunder 4 times out of 7. I just don't see it. As far as hockey goes, it is the Panthers taking on Edmonton tomorrow night. You could hear it on Real Radio. You could hear all the Stanley Cup games here on Real Radio, 921-1017. Dominic will be in the house. He's going to Game 4, correct? And Game 6. So that's a great thing. It's the first time you're going to be at a Stanley Cup?
Yep.
So that's great. That's a lifetime experience.
Mm-hmm.
That's great. Congratulations for you. Enjoy yourself and have a good time.
I will, buddy.
And, if you need the next couple of days off after that, maybe mental, down in the dumps or something like that, or so happy. Maybe get a couple strip clubs down there or something like that.
I could be filling in for this kid after Cranny.
Well, you never know. You might have to.
Maybe you just rotate it.
Yeah, I don't know. Good luck with that.
Yeah, the game's too much. It might be too much excitement.
Yeah.
He's going to be out there at the Panthers win. Now, it would be cool, Game 6, if you went and it was a clinching possibility. Because that's really something that, you don't see many times. I got to see it a couple of times in World Series, which was great with the Yanks. It's something you don't ever forget. If your team wins, you're there for the clinch. Now, would you go to the parade this year if they have it?
Yeah. Well, the thing is, it's usually, during the week? Isn't it usually during the week? I don't think it was on the weekend last year, was it?
No, it's during the week, yeah.
Yeah, so no.
Yeah, but since we covered the Panthers, they'll give you a day off.
Oh,
So
okay.
you can
Thanks,
go down
Jason.
there, do some videos and hang out. And you could just check it out. Say, hey, I was there. Check out the Now, last year was a rainy day, though. Because that's why they were said, there was a lot of people down. And there was also some people that were saying, it's a tough area where to have the parade. you don't know where to have it because it's not going to be in downtown Miami. It was in Fort Lauderdale last year.
I heard Jason on the Gator talking about it, that it was actually, I think it was bad weather, and it was actually, he believed it could have been, I think he said, did he say moved indoors somewhere? Or
I don't know.
I can't recall, but that put a damper on it. I would have thought they would have had it on Ocean Drive in South Beach.
Well,
Like
they're not considered a Miami team.
Okay,
they're a
they're
Florida
not?
Panthers.
So they're a Fort Lauderdale team?
Yeah, well, and their stadium's way down. You know, what I mean, it's far from South Beach.
Right.
So that's why. Because when the Heat won, yes, but they're right in South Beach. But no, they didn't. They didn't do it. I think the Marlins, if they ever won, they would have it downtown Miami too. So you got to worry about that.
Right.
So they're not going to win. But yeah, the Panthers, no. So it's,
So
we'll
it's
see.
really a Fort Lauderdale team. So it'll probably be in Fort Lauderdale again. Is that correct?
I would think so. You don't know. I don't think you don't want to put the cart before the horse, obviously, but we'll see what happens. But again, even that they've been, we've said it a million times, this is their third season in a row that they're in the Stanley Cup is amazing. I mean, people don't realize that. Like, that doesn't happen.
Right.
Just in any franchise. We've had Florida teams in the Stanley Cup the last 6 years.
Wow.
So, I mean, that's something that's amazing, too, in itself. So, hats off to the Panthers, and you can listen to them on Real Radio. Diddy trial is going on today, and every day there's somebody else who's going to testify. I don't know how long this is going to go on for or how long they expect it to go. It really depends on how many witnesses they do pull. Today, the security supervisor talks about being offered money for the Cassidy Hotel video, and that all going on today. Again, where this ends up, who the hell knows? I think it'll go on a lot longer. I thought by July 4th to be done, but Dom feels otherwise. He feels like maybe it won't get going until September.
Yeah, you're saying the Diddy security guard.
The security guard at the hotel.
So the day or the video that was released where this, maniac was beating up on Cassie. Is her name Cassie?
Mm-hmm.
Cassie. You're saying that the security people had a copy of the videotape, and he went to them and said, "I'm going to pay you X to keep it."
That's what it looks like.
Is that right?
I didn't read the whole testimony.
Wow.
Yeah, but that's. I think he offered them money.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, something like $50,000.
Oh, 50. He should have offered $50 million. It would have saved him possibly the trial.
Well, again, he's not thinking that at the time.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? It's a security guard. He probably figured like, from $50,000 in an envelope, and that's a lot of money.
Right.
So I don't know the scenario or the whole thing. Again, this is going on as we speak.
Right.
So I didn't read the whole testimony of what happened, but it's another situation, part of it, and it's something that people are talking about.
Yeah. Well, people are freaked out over this. This guy has you have to separate whether someone's freaky lifestyle is criminal.
Yeah, sure.
And we don't know.
Well, they're looking for a RICO case too, so that's a whole different thing, and racketeering and all different things like that. This is far from over, and it's got a lot of different layers.
And then just the other day, I heard that there was talk of where this could be pardoned. I don't know if any of that's true. I don't know if any of it could happen, but...
Well, that would be with Trump, and Trump said that he would have to consider it. And if that happens, that'll be a whole nother level and then a whole nother different element to it.
I can't imagine, though,
that's far away.
Yeah. If he is convicted, is he being brought up on trial based, as far as you know, on, I guess he would call... Is it rape? What is
I don't believe it's rape.
What
it's
is it?
Racketeering.
Racketeering. Okay,
and a RICO case.
All right.
So, and there's a bunch of different charges with them. There's a lot of different charges.
It's hard to figure out what they're actually going after.
Well, that's why they also said the jury's having a hard time. Will have a hard time too with it, with different things. Again, don't know it enough to have an opinion.
Right. Could he walk? Can you imagine?
Yeah, he can walk. I've seen OJ walked. Anything's possible. It's a jury. Anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, you can walk in there and it could be where, you know what? You only need one person for a mistrial. So anything can happen. I mean, we'll see. It's an interesting situation. A lot of people are talking about it, common and mainstream. You can't get away from it.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's every place. But can he walk? Yeah, I think anything could happen. There's no doubt about it. It is officially hurricane season. I think that started yesterday. Bum, bum, bum. So get prepared. Now, do you get prepared for hurricane season? You do anything special? Like buy some string beans in a can or anything?
I put an extra couple of bottles of water on the boat.
That's it. On the boat?
Yeah. In case
what do you do with the boat if the hurricane's coming down here?
The boat does get moved right now out of season up north, right? So it's up up north, and it comes and goes. But normally the boat stays in the Keys. Down
Now, who
Key
moves
Largo.
the boat for you? Somebody?
I've done it in the past with my son.
Oh, you guys have drawn up?
Yeah, I've actually run the boat from here through the Carolinas and gotten off the boat and played golf in the Carolinas.
Oh, TL.
And then we go from there.
Tough life. For you people found it home. So did you go all the way up the coast?
I did. I got off in New Jersey.
Wow. Did you ever drive past the Statue of Liberty?
My son has.
Really?
And he has docked the boat on the lower west side of Manhattan.
But you can't dock at the Statue of Liberty. No, you can't do it. You can't do a little section.
I think do the French own that still? I don't know.
They'll probably get a little upset.
Yeah. No, so the boat will go up north and away from the trouble. It's usually out of trouble as well down in the Keys.
Yeah, well, hopefully we don't have bad hurricane season.
I mean, you know how it is. They make these claims of this is the worst ever, and then sometimes they say you're in the clear.
Yeah.
And there's no empirical data to support any of this. Basically, that one-off is going to happen at any given moment.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's hope for the best.
Yeah.
We've been very lucky, knock on wood, over the last few
We
years.
don't need it right now.
We never. When the hell do you need a hurricane? It's like an audit.
There are obviously, yeah. Well, you need the rain,
Yeah.
but as far as the housing business goes, you got a lot of people out there right now listening to us. They're involved in AC. They're involved in plumbing. They're involved in house building, flipping, construction, carpentry. We're seeing a hell of a slowdown right now, G.
Mm-hmm.
Whether this continues, whether it's interest rate related, it's somewhat unknown. Is the market saturated? Nobody really has the right answer. A realtor may or may not have an
They're
opinion.
still building down in Miami, though.
They're still building, by the way.
Which is crazy, the condos.
And look at West Palm.
Yeah,
West Palm is crazy.
It's become like a little Wall Street, New York.
Yeah, it has.
But the question is, at what?
Kelsey and Taylor Swift were there last weekend.
Yeah, see that? Look at that.
At Harry's.
Yeah, you can go down there and watch them. I heard Josh Cohen lives right by him.
He lives in the area, yeah.
Yeah, so he watched them.
Yeah.
But as far as this economy goes here in South Florida, we don't need those hurricane headlines scaring off what is already a depressed housing market, which many say we're waiting for it to come back. We hope it comes back significantly stronger if rates get lower. But just as you think rates are going lower, which they're at like somewhere near 7% right now on a mortgage, 30-year mortgage.
Yeah.
There's talk right now that they could actually go higher unexpectedly. So all these predictions, you have to just wait and see how it plays out.
We don't know.
But we don't need the hurricane headlines slowing things even worse.
Vanessa Bryant, Kobe Bryant's, she was his wife, and now she's his widow, obviously, from a tragic accident. But she felt the need, and it was all over rumors that she was pregnant. So she had to address it and say, hey, I'm not pregnant. There was rumors all over the place about her being pregnant. So she addressed that and said, look, I'm not pregnant. And who was ever out there spreading these rumors? And that's what they are a lot of times, just rumors. So she went out. Nikki Glaser is going to be at the Kravitz Center Sunday night.
Ooh, G-Man's going to be in attendance?
Yeah, I'm going to be there. I am going to be there. I'm looking forward to seeing her. I always, I saw her like a couple times on her Showtime stuffs over the years, and I thought she was good. But obviously, I became more of a fan at the Brady roast because she was tremendous. So I don't know what to expect Sunday, but I am looking forward to seeing it. And I think she has a lot to live up to. She's done very, very well.
Who are you going with?
A friend of mine's taking me.
Ooh.
A gentleman who has seats there.
Is this the one that you're like, oh, I might have to upgrade the tickets?
I don't know if I'm going to upgrade the tickets or not. We're going to see. We're going to see what's going to happen. I'll get a pair for Kravitz and then see which ones are better. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Nikki Glaser. I really am. I have not. This is the first time I'm going to go to Kravitz to see a comedy show.
Mm-hmm.
I've gone a couple times to see music and different acts that have been there, but this first time. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I think she's great. She was hilarious in the Brady thing. I mean, some of the lines still to this day were just so funny. I don't think that Brady realized it, obviously. I talked about it. I didn't know Brady got paid that much money. I thought he got like a couple million, like $5 million. So when I heard he got $25 million to do that, I mean, that's life-changing. I mean, even to Brady, that's a lot of money. He was telling a story I saw over the weekend of different things that they were playing the Jets. He was in the tunnel. He was walking out, and somebody was like cursing him out really bad. really bad. He said he couldn't even repeat the things. And he couldn't see the person, but he could hear him in his helmet. And he looked up, and it was a young kid. And he said to the kid, "How old are you?" The kid said 11. Only in New York. He said he was just, cursing him out. 11-year-old, like, really, he said, like, "Where's your father? Where's your mother?" 11-year-old kid, like, ripping him up. Only at a Jet game, which would be happy, which is crazy for him. But no, I'm looking forward to seeing Nikki Glaser. I am.
G-Man, real quick, I have a talkback, actually 2 talkbacks for Andy.
Okay, good.
Andy, we got to clarify something with Greek. You're calling it the Jupiter Dog Beach, but it's just the beach. You don't have to have a dog to go there. You can just go to the beach. Now, if you got a dog, forget about it. You're in. The women will come right up to you. They'll actually time their walk to meet up with you and the dog.
You see that? Gee, he's confirming what I said. You don't need to be on a dating app. Go to the Jupiter Dog
I'm not
Beach
on a dating app, but I think I might borrow your dog for $200. You got another one?
Yeah, he needs to get a new phone for recording, too, because that sounded like that was some recorded in the 1800s.
Andy was talking about carbs, and Greek said, yeah, because everyone's on Ozempic. I wonder what the number is of people that were so against getting vaccinated against COVID-19 and are now currently on one of these Ozempic-style drugs for weight loss. I wonder what that number is. It's an interesting thought.
And it's a great point because there's the research on Ozempic and the GLP-1s, which are the weight loss mechanisms, which were previously put forth for diabetes and diabetic treatment.
Yes.
There's not a ton of long-term data. So the concept of...
Well, they don't know, obviously.
Yeah, so they don't really know in 5 years from now...
what the effects are going to be.
What's it going to be? Because we heard this about COVID, like this listener just said.
Yeah.
And, a lot of people were convinced that this was government approved and government safe. Now, we are not so sure that this is as safe as was stated. Okay, we don't know that even for sure.
No.
But it could take 20 years of data. So the Ozempic thing is really you're going into an area there where it's unknown.
Well, I think it's also a situation where people, and there's billions of dollars spent every year on weight loss for people, men and women, and people see something that's fast and easy. They also know somebody who it's worked on, and so they're like, hey, let me try this. I don't have to go to the gym. You don't have to get a trainer, and it's working. It worked on Susie. It worked on Dave. It worked on this one.
These muscle guys that my girlfriend seems to spot from literally, she doesn't need binoculars. It's unbelievable. She spots these guys, right? And that's annoying in and of itself, but I'll save that for next week.
Yeah.
But these muscle guys.
She could be on her way out.
They always had that layer of fat, according to her. So, like, they're bulked up.
Yeah.
All right, they're pushing, I don't know, let's just call it 240 pounds.
Yeah.
Bulked up, but yet they took off their shirt and they had that layer.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you something. The layer's gone.
Yeah.
These muscle heads,
Yeah.
they're ripped and shredded tight thin now due to these Ozempics. So you don't just have obese people on these meds.
Oh, no. Yeah, you have a lot of people on it. But again, I think every situation, everybody's affected differently. Just like alcohol, just like a lot of things you put in your body.
Yeah.
Something might affect you, might not affect him, or vice versa.
Steroids reduces sexual organ size.
Yeah. So again.
On that note.
Yeah, never took a steroid.
I'm just saying,
Not that there's anything wrong with it. It is the Penthouse on a Tuesday. We're back. That's right, we're back. We were off yesterday. Dominic made the call. He said, we're off, Greek. And I said, hey, I'm not going to argue with you. I don't.
All right, we're off tomorrow.
I would argue with that. I don't like to make the call because when I take a day off, and I usually spend money or I get in trouble. one of the two. So I didn't get in either one. I didn't spend money yesterday, and I didn't get in trouble. So it was a good thing.
All right, 2 for 2.
Yeah, had dinner at New York Prime. It was very nice.
Good for you.
I was also like a typhoon down there, so I really couldn't go out too much. Dom, good job as always. Thanks for your help. Thanks for coming to work today.
Oh, no problem, G. Anytime
Andy,
for you.
Andy, thanks for helping us out. We appreciate it. Don't be an ass of wise. Thanks for your help today. 12 to 2. I know you like to do hours.
These half days are phenomenal. It's like a kid getting out of school early.
It's awesome.
So until Franny feels perfect, I can do 12 to 2. These are great hours.
All right, we'll pencil you in for Wednesday and Thursday. We know you don't work Fridays.
That's right. Johnny Carson never worked Monday and Fridays, Greek.
All right, so I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to stop for tradition.
Thank you.
He doesn't want to be on the camera. You don't want to work Fridays. Who am I
Can
to
you
say?
keep up with all these demands?
It's easy. I got it. I've been getting demands my whole life. It is The Greek. You guys have a great afternoon. The Greek Zone is next. We're going to get into so much more. We're going to talk about the NBA Finals and the NHL playoffs. Josh Cohn's joined us. And remember, if you don't feel good today, a little Windex and some Vaseline will make you feel better. Peace.
The Stanley Cup Final is on Real Radio.
The Panthers are Eastern Conference champions in 2025.
Our Florida Panthers have slashed their way through the NHL playoffs to become Eastern Conference champions.
The final seconds tick away, and the Florida Panthers are going to the Stanley Cup Final for the third year in a row.
The puck is dropping on an epic rematch for the Stanley Cup against the Edmonton Oilers. Real Radio is your official home of Florida Panthers hockey and the Stanley Cup Final. Catch every goal, every fight, every face-off on the way to victory. Not Hero Radio? Make Real Radio 92.1 a preset on the iHeartRadio app and stream the Stanley Cup Final anywhere. Here's traffic on Real Radio.
Watch out for wet roadways on the drive today. We have major roadwork slowing us down Beeline Highway North right before Blue Heron Boulevard. Right lane blocked. And it's construction Boynton Beach Boulevard West at Hagen Ranch Road. That is taking up a right lane. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Wherever the drive takes you, we're here to help keep you on the road to summer fun. Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Summer drives start here.
Go to VIOC.com for money-saving coupons and to find a location near you.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Spring has sprung and it's full tilt boogie time at GiveMeTheVIN.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVIN.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Quitting tobacco isn't easy. The good news is Tobacco Free Florida is here to help you quit your way. When you call Tobacco Free Florida's phone quit service, you'll receive one-on-one sessions with a coach who can help you on your quit journey. You may also qualify for free nicotine replacement therapy like patches, gum, or lozenges. Whatever your reason to quit is, Tobacco Free Florida can help you get started. Call 1-877-YOU-CAN-NOW.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When we place our loved ones in a nursing home, we expect them to receive the best care. We meet with families who learn that their mothers and fathers, grandmothers and grandfathers have been terribly abused in nursing homes. Bed sores, malnutrition, broken bones, dehydration. and yes, even death. If you believe that a loved one has been abused or neglected while living in a nursing home, call us. The consultation is free.
Offices, West Palm Beach.
Comcast Business is celebrating Small Business Month by giving you a $1,000 small business bonus when you switch to a qualifying gig speed package from the company with over 99.99% network reliability. Just imagine the thousands of possibilities of a $1,000 prepaid card. Like possibility number 1, company merch for staff. Styling. Or possibility number 24, the latest software upgrade. Or possibility number 192, new equipment powered by gig speeds. Or possibility number 555, a 3D printer. Rapid prototyping, anyone? Switch to Comcast Business for over 99.99% network reliability, advanced cybersecurity, and now get started with a $1,000 small business bonus. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
And 6/22/25. New customers only with 2-year agreement. Other restrictions apply.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's the latest with weather on Real Radio.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting the possibility for more showers and storms through the rest of the day today, so don't put away the umbrella quite yet. We are going to see also the possibility for some locally heavy rainfall leading to the potential for some flooding, so just be careful, especially around those areas that typically flood this time of year.
This report is sponsored by WhatsApp.
Wondering what a personal message with your credit card number has in common with way too many pictures of your dog? Well, they're both private. Because on WhatsApp, your personal messages are yours. No one else can see or hear them, not even us. WhatsApp. Message privately with everyone.
From the Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys Studios.
Have you been in an accident? Call Anajar and Levine Accident Attorneys at 1-800-747-FREE.
That's 1-800-747-3733.
Real Radio 92.1 is WZZR West Palm Beach, an iHeart radio station.
Make us the #1 preset on your car radio and on the free new and improved iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good. Live from South Florida, this is the Greek Zone. The Greek Zone is brought to you by Schuler, Weiser, Zoller, Overbeck, and Baxter.
It is the Greek Zone on a Tuesday. Getting ready for a big week. Panthers in the Stanley Cup as they will take on Edmonton and try to become back-to-back champions. We got the NBA Finals. A lot of NFL news going on. Certain guys, I know the Dolphins are right now trying to trade Ramsey. We'll see what happens with that. But so much going on. And on Tuesdays and Thursdays, this gentleman's nice enough to join us. He is the host of Questionable Call 3 times a week on YouTube. Download it. You'll be entertained, and you'll find out some good things going on in sports. And Josh's spin on it all the time, which is very unique and entertaining. Josh Cohen, how are you today, buddy? Good afternoon.
What's happening, Greek? How are you, sir?
I got a great story for you. So the other night, I'm up about 3:30 in the morning, 3:45, and I leave my TV on, and I feel like am I dreaming or am I actually hearing your voice? And it's a very, unique voice and distinguished. And obviously, because I worked with you for years, I thought I was dreaming, but I wasn't dreaming. Right. You were doing the McGregor fight, and you had it on your what's that station you do with stuff with?
Vice TV.
Yes, yeah, and it was McGregor, and who was the other fighter?
Khabib Nurmagomedov.
Yeah,
Great
so-
rivalry in UFC history.
Yeah. So it was like weird when I was like, waking up at 3:30 in the morning, and I heard your voice, but I really couldn't see my TV, and I'm like, is that? And I was gonna call you yesterday, but I said I wanted to wait to do it live. I said, is that Josh? So I said, my God, it sounds just like him. And then I finally got it. I go, here he is. And you had the blue blazer on. You looked sharp. And you were talking about the whole fight and doing everything. But it was just crazy to hear you, 3:30 in the morning on this channel. I don't even know how it ended up on there. I think it was like one of those things on Instagram when you all of a sudden I'll get Gucci shoes. And I'll be like, why? Because I don't remember having it on before I went to bed, but it was on and you were there. And I'm like, man, this is like your phone. Like, in your mind, you think things. Because I was like, I got to text Josh tomorrow, ask him to come on. And then 3:30 in the morning, you're there. It was freaky, I'm telling you. But you did a great job.
Yeah, I appreciate you. You were like one of 4 people, I think, that actually told me they saw that. Vice TV. Well, you were watching the Calipari reality, not Calipari. You're watching Rick Pitino reality show, right? So it's same network, Vice TV.
Oh, yeah, but it wasn't on that night. I don't know. It was weird. To me, I went to bed with Sports Center on, and then 3:30 in the morning, you were on, and you were like huge, right? I couldn't see it. Then when I turned around, I went, oh, my God, JC. And I was I said, man, maybe he's on my couch in the other room. I got to check. But, yeah, it was pretty unique. And you did a good job, as always. You have a great presence on TV, and I like your comments. And then you had also, why don't you tell people quickly the story about what you and McGregor there, where that went viral when you asked him a question, and it was a pretty funny question.
Yeah, what you saw was a new series on Vice TV called The Grudge, and they take a big rivalry from sports history, and then they have some experts come in and then just give insight. So the whole thing is it's a 30-minute show. But this one episode, they did one on Piazza versus Clemens. Remember that? T.O. versus Don McNabb.
Yeah.
This one was on Conor McGregor and Khabib Nurmagomedov. Yeah, 4 years ago, UFC Fight Week, International Fight Week, Las Vegas, Dustin Poirier, Conor McGregor. I happened to be wearing a pink blazer because it was Thursday. It was press conference day. So I've only got, 4 blazers with me for the whole weekend. And that was the one I figured, that's one I cared least about. Because Friday night, you go to dinner, Saturday's fight night. I was staying Sunday night. I was going to have dinner plans with a young lady. So the Thursday check was just picked. But long story short, I asked Conor a question. It got under his skin.
Yeah.
Thought I'd back down. I didn't back down. It became a thing. It was on TMZ. And everybody, no one knew my name.
Yeah.
So they said, the pink suit guy woke up and chose violence. Well, John Anik, who's the play-by-play guy, he's a buddy of mine. So he's on Instagram and Twitter, and he's like, that's my boy at Josh. And so he tagged me, and so then everybody knew who I was. That whole thing was born. It took about 2 years before it went away. It finally went away, thank God. But the pink suit guy thing,
very cool.
It got a little sideways. Yeah. But listen, if you're in sports media and you become part of the story, something's gone wrong.
That's right.
So that whole weekend, that became like the big story in Vegas. It became a little surreal. Because I'm used to people knowing me in South Florida, not in the airport in Vegas, not in the airport in Phoenix, not walking down the street in New York City. It got a little weird, and then, like I said, thank God it finally went away. But I digress.
But again, I just want to give you a thumbs up. You and I have been on many, many trips, but it was just a weird feeling. Like if you hear a voice, like I said, you're sleeping, and then you wake up, you're like, wait a minute, I know that voice. And then I thought maybe something happened. You ended up in my living room because you're always welcome. And I thought I was going to walk inside. There'd be 2 brunettes and say, Greek, what are you doing? You're sleeping through this. I would have been like, oh, my God.
Greek, you want French toast?
Oh, yeah, I love it. That'd be awesome. Josh is the host of Questionable Call 3 times a week. You can download it on YouTube. Let me ask you about the Panthers. We talked a little bit about it, but we're getting close. I'll bring it up today because tomorrow we won't be on. Game 1 is going to be on as they are taking on Edmonton. Would it be unbelievable if this team repeats, where going into this season, a lot of people didn't think they were going to. They thought they would have a good team. But this is a little bit of a different team than last year. But, man, talk about putting a franchise on the map. Wouldn't this be unbelievable for the Panthers if they win it again?
It'd be unbelievable if they were to win it consecutive years. Keep in mind, it's their 3rd consecutive trip to the Stanley Cup Final. In the previous 3 years,
it's crazy.
Eastern Conference was represented by Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
So you've had the state of Florida between Tampa and the Panthers the last 6 years now. For the Panthers, if they were to go back-to-back, it's been a couple years since we had that, but it would be astounding. It would be tremendous. Now, that's a hot ticket. We all know that.
Yeah.
It's South Florida. It's not a celebrity scene.
Mhm.
These people are legitimately hockey fans.
Which is
South
nice.
Florida, like most places. Yeah, which is nice. They love a winner.
Yep.
But it's a great matchup. I've watched every minute of both of these teams' games. I watched every minute of the Edmonton playoffs, every minute of the Panthers playoffs. They're the two. It's not a case where the team got hot or got lucky. These are the two best teams since the beginning of the playoffs. And for the Panthers, they've not had home ice in any series.
Yeah, which is good.
This is the fourth consecutive round that they begin on the road. Hasn't bothered them a bit. Hasn't been an issue thus far. They did have one Game 7, remember, in Toronto.
Mhm.
And last year, the Panthers jumped out to a 3-0 lead.
Which was crazy.
Everybody all of a sudden was celebrating. And the next thing you know, Edmonton won the next three. Now we're at Game 7, and everybody was holding their breath, which, by the way, was a one-goal game. Remember, it came right down to it in the final seconds. So it's a great matchup. It's great for hockey, especially since the NBA Finals sucks and nobody cares about these teams. It's a great chance for hockey really to get a bump up. Familiarity, big stars, best star in the game, Connor McDavid. I love it.
It's going to be exciting. Who would you, if somebody gave you a free bet on Hard Rock, who would you bet for the series, not the games?
Yeah, no, we talked about it briefly last week. This feels like a series that goes 6 or 7, and honestly, it's a true toss-up.
Yeah.
Edmonton has so many guys that can score, and they play such an exciting brand of hockey. The Panthers are the best team in the Eastern Conference. If you gave me a free bet, it just feels like it's Edmonton and 7, Edmonton and 6 in a back-and-forth series, in a close series. But obviously, I'm rooting for the Panthers. But I would not be the least bit surprised if Connor McDavid and that team with, Ryan Nugent-Hopkins, that all their goal scorers, all their playmakers, they just have so many weapons. It's almost like an all-star team if they were to win it in 7.
We'll see what happens with that. We're talking to Josh Cohn. He is the host for Questionable Call. 3 times a week on YouTube. Download it. You'll be entertained. The NBA Finals, I think Alexander is really going to get a lot of press with this. I like this kid. Again, I think he's a star. He's known but not superly known, and I think they handled the Pacers in 5 or 6 games. Would you be shocked if this went 7?
Yeah, I would be, to be honest. Oklahoma City, a minus 700 favorite on the series.
Crazy.
I was a little surprised to see that the over-under on 5.5 games in the series, the over is minus 135, because it feels like a gentleman's sweep.
Yeah.
It feels like a 4-1 kind of a series, and you think that then the juice would go on the under. But I just checked our friends at Hard Rock Bet. Over-under series, 5.5 games, going over minus 135. Now, the point differential. Oklahoma City, they're winning games at 12.9 points per game for the season.
Oh, yeah.
They're doing it at a historic pace. So they're not just winning, is more games than any team in the league, which they did. They are winning by a margin that's unheard of. So on paper and statistically, this is not a fair fight. In fact, I think it's 7th on the list over the last 40 years of the biggest lines. And by the way, 2 of those were the Lakers back in 2000 and 2002. So they're at minus 700. That's a pretty fat, chalky line for a series price before it begins for this Oklahoma City Thunder team. SGA, the MVP, best player in the world, you mentioned, because he's got the nickname, the SGA, Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, the abbreviation, he will become more of a household name. He will become more of a star. He's a likable young man.
Yeah.
He's a great player. He's been outstanding all postseason, all season. Great coming out party for him because the NBA needs him to be the guy. They need a star in this. He's that guy. Great for branding, great for marketing.
Yeah, I think he's I like him. I like what he represents. He's been with the same girl for years as a child. Bought everybody Rolexes. His over-under, I mean, you want to talk about a high over-under because he's 33.5 for his over-under. I mean, that's extremely high. And an NBA Finals game. Yeah, game points, 33. Because what I was doing, I was on a nice run. I went, I think I was 9 for 11. I was betting Caruso to go over. and the playoffs. And he did 9 out of 11. He's the white guy with the headband that nobody pays attention to, but I picked up on it and was definitely putting some rice in my Krispies, and I was happy about that. But when you look at Alexander, I mean, 33.5 is a lot of points. Not that he can't do it, but I also want to get back to you. When you saw the Indiana beat the Knicks, and did you see when they announced the MVP and everybody's talking about Halliburton 21? Was that funny or what?
Halliburton did that thing you're never supposed to do.
Yep.
And that is take us like in the NBA All-Star Celebrity Game, we saw Drewski, who's the social media comedian.
Yeah.
We saw him joke around and pretend like he thought he was going to win it.
Yeah.
But really, Halliburton, he started walking forward to get the trophy.
Yeah.
Everybody knows you got to hold. Like coaches say in football, hold your water.
Yeah.
Don't jump offside. That's a 5-yard penalty for offside. That's a false start.
Yeah.
False start on the offense. Got to hold your water, brother. Really didn't think he was going to win it. And that's a meme. Like, that becomes a meme.
Of course.
That people will go, oh, you thought you got it? You thought you had it? Yeah, you just pulled Tyrese Halliburton trying to claim the MVP award. It's not your time, young man. That's a bad look. But it was hilarious.
Oh, it was hilarious. And we always talk about gambling, you and I, over the years. We talk about different things. And I always talk about, you know this, you've heard me say it a million times, it's better to be lucky than good. So Halliburton at the end of the game, he's got 18 points, and the over-under is 20.5. He takes a shot from Larry Bird's backyard at the end of the game. It didn't even matter, and it goes in, and it cashes for so many people. And like I've said before, just the luck. Like even in game one, when that ball went up and hit the Statue of Liberty and came back down, you could do all the handicapping in the world. AI figures things out. At the end of the day, it is luck, a lot of it. And I know you've seen it as well as me in sports gambling.
Of course, yeah. And, the announcers used to say before, in 2017, before the proliferation of legalized sports betting, they'd be like, and a meaningless basket, a meaningless bucket.
Yeah.
Because in basketball, you'd get that, where a guy would throw up a shot.
Yeah.
The clock's ticking down, they're not paying, and then with just 1/10 of a second left, you throw something up. Now, they don't say meaningless. Now they say, I wonder how that affected. Because that can affect the total.
Sure.
It can affect the individual performance. It can affect the point spread, obviously. Al Michaels was famous for doing the wink-wink, right?
Yeah.
There'd be 4 minutes left in an NFL game on Monday Night Football. It'd be him and that one year was Dennis Miller and him and Dan Fouts, the year 2000. 25 years ago, hard to believe. And he'd say, well, this game is definitely over. And then Fouts would say, Al, what are you talking about? There's 4:27 left. They're getting the ball back. And then Dennis Miller would say, I'm sitting next to Robert De Niro from Casino. Go-go-choo. The great Albert. Like, Michaels was famous for letting the gamers know, I'm thinking what you're thinking. We're seeing the same thing, but you couldn't talk about it openly.
No.
Now, they show you the live wager odds during the game. They give you a promo code during the game. But, the numbers come from the computers with what is likely to be. But now they're setting lines. Like, that SGA 33.5 line, that's insane.
Yeah.
That's a sucker bet line. That's inflated by probably 1.5, 2 points more than what it should be, because they know the public now bet the over. This is the star. They got let's go over. The value on that's got to be under, right? The value play. If you're bargain shopping, the play's got to be on under 33.5, even if you don't care about the game or the player.
Last 16 years, the team that was favored and home, I think, has gone 13-3 and something like 12-4 against the spread. We're talking to Josh Cohn, who is the host of Questionable Call 3 times a week on YouTube. Check it out. You'll enjoy it. I never miss it. I'm going to talk about something else real quick, which I know you and I can relate to, there's no way really to control this, but it is sad. In Major League Baseball this year, and it happened in college football and basketball, the people slipping into people's DMs and threatening them, and when they're losing bets, is just terrible. And it's such a black eye for gambling, obviously, and for all aspects of the game. In your opinion, is there any way, obviously when you have your stuff out there for the public, because again, before nobody could get in touch with these guys. You write a letter to the stadium and God knows where it went. Do you see, I know that it's a bad problem, and you and I agree on 100%. Is there any way that ever stops, or is it just continue on?
The only, and I just thought of this while you were talking about the scenario. By the way, do you remember during March Madness, they spent probably $40 million worth of airtime with PSAs, PSAs for those that don't know, public service announcement. They ran commercials that said, if you're losing a bet,
That's right.
don't take it to social media. These are college kids.
Mm-hmm.
Think about what you're doing right now. Think about what So I just thought of this just as you mentioned it. The only thing I can think of is if the legalized sportsbook operators cooperated with the social media platforms.
Mm-hmm.
And what they said was you could report, they could flag it. So if somebody were John Smith in Philadelphia sends a DM saying, hey, you bleep, you missed that easy layup, you cost me my rent money, bleep you and your family, I hope you die. Okay, then that could then get flagged by the athlete, and then the sports book could suspend the kid. Because what the kid wants is the ability to have action. Right?
Yes.
The guy wants the ability to still bet. So if he got suspended, not by social media, but by the sports book, which they wouldn't want to do, they want his money, obviously. But if they could put him in timeout, if they could threaten him, whatever, they may think twice. Because what you want is, if you're that deep into it, where now you're threatening people and talking smack at people, because, like they didn't tank on purpose. This isn't paint shaving. But if you could limit, if the social media platforms cooperated with the sports books and they could put you in timeout, then you may think twice. I can't think of anything else, to be honest with you. I can't think of a way to make people in that moment not lash out. Yeah, it is. I mean, one of the best things that's happened is the legalization of sports gambling. And one of the worst things that's happened is the legalization of sports gambling, because it's changed so much about how people talk to each other, how they treat the athletes, how they view the games, what's important. It's taken so much away from that. It's unfortunate, but there's pros and there's cons, like all technology, like all advancement. Smartphones are great. Smartphones are tremendous. Smartphones also are terrible for our brains. Social media is great. It lets people be connected, community, but it also is terrible because it makes people feel awful about themselves and all the negativity. So with everything in life.
Yeah, I think for you and I, it was no big deal because we knew how much went on and how much everything was. I think when it became legal, I also think that people didn't realize how big it was. It's an iceberg with that. I read an article over the weekend that I thought was interesting. I wanted to bring up to you. They said that the sports betting with the young generation is the same as when rap music hit a lot of our country and people took into it. Like, people didn't realize how big rap music would be outside, and everybody in the community of suburbia, they jumped into it and wanted to be in. And they said the same thing they felt in this article about sports betting. And I agree with it too, because there was not only a certain element and you had a certain personality where you got involved with it. And again, it wasn't up and up. And we've talked about this, but I thought it was a great analogy because it is true that when rap music came out, obviously it wasn't mainstream. Then it became mainstream, which brought to new levels, and obviously everybody involved. But I think the same with sports betting, where the young kids, and it's on their phones, are so like, oh my God. And again, the prop bets, the things that they designed for this, where the kid doesn't have the intelligence. Like, you and I were the kids that, and still do sometimes, we watch all games all day. We could never get enough. Where the kids today are like, I got Hero over 19 points. I'll check my phone, maybe look at the game, and then move on. And that's just amazing the way, the society has changed and the kids have adapted to it, and they knew what they were making to get the kids involved.
So, rap music isn't going to cause anybody to get themselves an addictive problem that gets them in financial issue, that gets their family, their parents in financial issue. There's a real problem with kids who shouldn't be betting because they're not of age anyway, doing it. And I had a bunch of college interns this past fall, and I'm talking about females that are 19, 20, 21 years old. They're talking about their parlays.
Yeah.
They're talking about their parlays.
Yep.
That wasn't the case 10 years ago.
No.
So people need to realize if it's for you, if it's for you, great. If it's not for you, then know that. Like I would say to people, they're like, oh, I don't like the feeling of losing money. If the feeling of losing money causes you to feel sick and you can't go to sleep at night, it's not for you. It's not for you. But it's right now, if you talk to people who are teachers of middle school and high school age kids, they'll tell you that it's a real problem.
And that's why I wanted to bring it up. I thought the analogy was good and it was different because, again, it's something like people really didn't realize, and I don't think maybe people do realize how big it was. When they would put out Super Bowl numbers, you and I would look at each other working together and say, man, this number's nowhere near it. And then they would come up with this number. And then, now you see where New York and New Jersey are bringing in billions of dollars. They're handling that in a month, which is astronomical when you think about it. Josh, always good talking to you. Appreciate all the conversations. Josh Cohn is the host of Questionable Call 3 times a week. YouTube, download it. You'll be entertained, and you'll also get Josh's opinion, which is always intriguing. Josh, tell everybody anything else you want to hit real quick before we let you go.
Yeah, just a quick shout out for my people at Revo Rideshare. Uber and Lyft, they don't treat you right. They don't pay drivers like they should. So if you know anybody that drives Uber or Lyft, they need to be driving with Revo, where you keep a larger share of the ride. And by the way, riders like me, I haven't owned a car in 2 years.
Yeah.
Ride with Revo Rideshare, and then you can ride for less, and drivers get paid more. And by the way, everybody earns rewards with every mile of every ride. An American-based company founded in Jupiter, Florida. Download the app from the App Store, REVO. Revo is in the revolution, the new revolution in rideshare. I appreciate you, Greek, and thanks for watching The Grudge last night.
Oh, yeah.
TV.
3 o'clock in the morning.
You were asleep.
Yeah.
Most people fall asleep during it. You fell asleep.
I woke up to it.
Appreciate it.
Keep in touch, bro. We got to get dinner sooner than later. Let's try to do it this week. Thanks for your time.
Sounds good.
Peace.
Appreciate it.
It is the Greek Zone on a Tuesday, always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney, 561-689-8180. We'll be back in a few minutes. We'll look at the lines in Major League Baseball and so much more. Peace.
This is Real Radio 92.1 and 101.7. Real talk for the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast.
Rover's Morning Glory.
A woman was arrested on a plane for smacking a kid after he said that she was fat, looked like Miss Piggy, and couldn't fit in her seat. The twist is, she was traveling with the kid. The news didn't say, but it might actually be her kid. You'd be pissed off if your kid says something like that to you.
And I'm also the kind of mom, if you want to call me Miss Piggy, I want to roast you back. I might come back with a comment about your looks or say something. I might, especially if you're a teenager.
You're not afraid to stoop low. You'll go right after.
If you're a teenager.
You're flat-chested.
Rover's Morning Glory.
And 101.7 for the Treasure Coast.
This September, our iHeartRadio Music Festival.
Presented by Capital One is coming back to Las Vegas.
And you can win your way to be there.
Streaming live only on Hulu. Tickets go on sale June 13th at 2 p.m. Eastern, 11 a.m. Pacific through AXS.com. But starting June 11th at 1 p.m. Eastern, Capital One cardholders get first access to tickets and other exclusive offers for 48 hours only. Or while pre-sale tickets last. Visit iHeartRadio.com/Capital One for more pre-sale details. What's in your wallet? Keep listening for the next chance to win your way to our iHeartRadio Music Festival. Presented by Capital One.
Injured? Hire America's largest injury firm, Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Getting you up to speed on traffic on Real Radio.
From the Gordon Partners Traffic Center. Have you been injured in a motor vehicle accident? Call 561-333-3333 or go to fortheinjured.com.
Major road work, Jog Road slowing us down. Expect delays. Jog south right after Belvedere. There is a right lane blocked, and we're slow Jog Road northbound before Belvedere Road. That's taking up a right lane. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Stay connected and stay productive with Rapid Radios. Business owners trust Rapid Radios for instant, reliable team communication with nationwide LTE coverage, push-to-talk convenience, and room for up to 200 units on one feed. Keeping connected's never been easier.
Order now at rapidradios.com.
You're great at protecting your personal information. You might even use things like two-factor authentication and strong passwords. But as much as you try to control how your info's protected, there are other places that also have it, and they may not be as careful. That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats. If your identity's stolen, they'll fix it, guaranteed, or your money back. Save 40% your first year with my name Clay as the promo code at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
Tito's Handmade Vodka is America's favorite vodka for a reason. From their first legal distillery in Texas, Tito's is 6-time distilled. Till it's just right and naturally gluten-free, making a high-quality spirit that mixes with just about anything. From the smoothest martinis to the best Bloody Marys. Beyond the bottle, Tito's has gained a reputation for giving back, teaming up with nonprofits around the world to serve its communities and do good for dogs. Make your next cocktail with Tito's and learn more at Tito'sVodka.com. Distilled and bottled, 5th generation, Inc., Austin, Texas, 40% alcohol by volume. Distilled from corn. Copyright 2025. Crafted to be savored responsibly.
If you're into true crime tonight will be your new obsession.
We're unpacking the latest true crime headlines with our team of experts, covering all of the major trials that are heating up this summer.
From the team that brought you the Piketon Massacre and Murder 101, it's a first-of-its-kind live interactive true crime radio show.
5 nights a week, we go live with bold opinions, expert insight, and real-time listener call-ins.
Open your free iHeartRadio app, search True Crime Tonight, and start binging now.
The NBA Finals tip-off soon on Hard Rock Bet. And right now, this bonus bet is a layup. If both teams hit a three-pointer in Game 1, you win a $10 bonus bet.
From way downtown, bang!
Just bet $1 on Game 1 of the Finals. No need to overthink it. Lock in any Game 1 bet and cash in on a $10 bonus bet. Hard Rock Bet. Roll with us. New players, win your first bet or try again on us. Offered by the Seminole Tribe of Florida. Must be 21 plus and physically present in Florida to wager. Terms and conditions apply. Concerned about gambling? Please call 1-888-ADMITTED.
That's you, looking at your garage door. And you're wondering, if it gets windy, just how much can this door take? 20 miles an hour? 30 miles an hour? Sure, if we get a little wind, your buddy says if you back the car up against it just right, you can probably save it. But what's your clever plan the next time we get a storm with a name? At Mo Better Garage, we make that way mo better. Storm-rated doors are built to withstand heavy winds, even if your building codes aren't there yet. It's like the door to the safe that protects your whole house. Stronger materials, heavy-duty motors and springs to handle the weight, and reinforced struts to keep it from bowing out in the wind. How do I know it won't bow? Because I'm Mo. Call Mo Better Garage and we'll make sure you're prepared the next time a storm with a name comes sailing across the Gulf of Mo.
Mo Better Garage, we make it way more better.
MoBetterGarage.com.
Men, is good enough really what you want with your sex life? This is Jeff for the Atlantic Men's Clinic. And if erectile dysfunction is making a bad bedroom experience for you and your partner, you should call us because you want your intimacy to be fantastic, both for you and the one you love. At Atlantic Men's Clinic, our treatments have success rates of well over 90%. And because we're a medical practice focused on men's sexual health, we can offer many treatment options and even combine treatments to find the right one for you. Which means if you're like most of our patients, we can likely get you performing like you haven't in years. So make an appointment and make a change from good enough to really good. Your initial visit includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. Call 877-455-7300. That's 877-455-7300. Or go to AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. That's AtlanticMen'sClinic.com. We have 7 offices across South Florida to serve you, including our new office in Hollywood, Florida. Atlantic Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
I'm Mark Anajar. I'm Glenn Levine. I'm Ellie Anajar. Together, we're Anajar and Levine. If you've been hurt in a car crash, we'll fight to get you the maximum compensation you deserve.
Call Anajar and Levine for your free consultation. 1-800-747-FREE.
In office, West Palm Beach. Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay, things, people, love. Eligible items only, exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Real Radio weather.
I'm CBS 12 meteorologist Charlotte Carl. We are expecting the possibility for more showers and storms through the rest of the day today, so don't put away the umbrella quite yet. We are going to see also the possibility for some locally heavy rainfall leading to the potential for some flooding. So just be careful, especially around those areas that typically flood this time of year.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of how the Muppets were introduced to America on coffee commercials on television. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
The Rocket Man has landed on iHeartRadio.
Hi, this is Elton John, and this is iHeart's Elton John Radio.
Every hit, every deep cut, and the behind-the-scenes stories from Sir Elton himself.
It became my first ever hit.
From the anthems that made history to Elton's own picks, all commercial-free, including his new song with Brandi Carlile, the soundtrack of a legend. Search Elton John Radio on your iHeart app to listen now.
Why does this still seem like gambling to you? I mean, why do you think the same 5 guys make it to the final table at the World Series of Poker every single year? What are they, the luckiest guys in Las Vegas? It's a skill game, Joe.
Don't guess at the games. Know the games. This is the Greek Zone.
It is the Greek Zone on a Tuesday. A lot going on. We got baseball going on right now, and we'll have the NHL, and we'll have, obviously, the NBA Finals. We'll get into all that and so much more on the Greek Zone, always sponsored by our good buddy, Jason Weiser. Jason always gets it done. If you get into a car accident or have any kind of an issue, Jason's team is the place to go. 561-689-8180. Dominic looked right away like, ooh, wow.
I'm a lawyer now?
yeah, you're an attorney. You're doing it all over. But that's the thing. We're going to look at some Major League Baseball lines. We're going to check those out right now. You got the Yankees playing the Guardians tonight. The Yanks are in the Bronx. They're big favorites right now. They're minus 200. Guardians are plus 165. So what that does mean is if you bet the Guardians tonight, you put up 100, you'll get 165. When you got Colorado, Miami, not huge favorites, 175 over Colorado. Should be a little bit higher, but that's what that is. Houston and Pittsburgh, and Pittsburgh is favorite over Houston. You got the Cubs and Washington. Nationals are home, and the Cubs are favorite. Philadelphia and Toronto. Philly's favorite over Toronto. You got the Angels in Boston. Mike Trout's back. Big game last night. Boston's a favorite, 135. Again, if you're listening and you're new to the program, that means you got to put up $135 to win 100. You got Cincinnati and Milwaukee. That is Cincinnati's minus 130. Arizona is playing Arizona. They're playing there. Hold on one second. I'm trying to do 3 things at once. You got Texas and Tampa. Tampa's favorite over Texas. Detroit and Chicago. Detroit's favorite. Best team in baseball right now is Detroit. Kansas City.
Not the Rockies?
No, not the Rockies. That are worse. St. Louis is favorite over Kansas City. Seattle favorite over Baltimore. You got San Fran favorite over San Diego. You got the A's and Twins. Twins big favorite. A's are terrible. And the Mets and Dodgers. And the Dodgers are favorite in that game. So hats off to them. Yankees home, they got to figure out what they're going to do because they got a situation where, they can't beat the Dodgers, and that is not a good thing for them. They just cannot beat the Dodgers, and they lost the World Series in 5. Then 2 out of 3, they got beat. And it was also one of those situations where the Dodgers have their number. That's the way it seems. And then they had that really bad beatdown where it was 18-3. Judge is having a great year for the Yankees.
Did you see that the banana, that group, the baseball group, the banana people?
Yeah.
They were there at New York Stadium. They actually outsold the Dodgers and Yankees games.
Did they really?
Yeah.
I heard the Dodgers were sold out.
I heard it was that they did better than the Dodgers Yankees this past weekend.
They were in L.A. too?
No, they were, I believe they were in New York.
Well, that makes no sense. Then how did they outsell them? The Dodgers were home in L.A.
Well, wherever they were, I believe that's They were at the same place as that game, and they outsold them this past weekend.
Oh, then they must have been in L.A.
Mm-hmm.
And they must have sold out. Yeah, it's unbelievable what they do, those guys. They're very entertaining, and they also, people love them. They were down at Marlins. Franny went. A couple of my other friends have gone to them. They're very, like I said, they're entertaining. They do all music and dance moves, crazy uniforms, trick plays, sort of like the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball. That's what they're like. And, a lot of teams in baseball do have a problem with selling out, like the Marlins and Rockies tonight. There's going to be more people at New York Prime in Boca Raton. It's crazy, but there will be. But, again, people like the entertainment. That's what they like. So we'll see what happens with it. As far as the Panthers go, they're going to be on the road, and Edmonton is favorite. We'll check that line right now coming up for you, and we'll see what the line. The series line is pretty close. It is very, very close, the series line, as far as that for the tournament and for the Stanley Cup. But for the game individually, we'll put up the Hard Rock app right now, and we'll see what's going on with that as far as tomorrow night's game. And also you got the WNBA. Some people are betting on that, believe it or not. Game 1, the Oilers are minus 120. And they're also, if you bet them to win by a goal and a half, they are plus 160 over the Panthers. Now, for the series, that's a little different. Now, Indiana and the Thunder, they are minus 9 over-unders, 231. Man, these are some high over-unders. And when you look at player props, which everybody does look at, and the one you're going to look at is Alexander and what his over-under it is, and it was 33.5, minus 115. Williams is 22.5, a little bit more reasonable. Halliburton is 17.5, minus 120. Also, if you want to look at Caruso, our boy, 8.5, minus 110. Man, some of these lines are very, very high. And Turner, 13.5. Nesmith, 11.5. Man, some of these are high. Jason Williams, 22.5. They're tough. So you got to look at some of these before. TJ McCullough, minus 7.5. He's from Indiana, and he's also one of those guys that, he comes off the bench and he plays. Sometimes the guys off the bench are better because they can get in, get a little hot, drop in a couple points, and, you never know you win. Like, for me, Alexander would be my bet, but again, he's 33.5. 34 points for a guy to score is a ton of points. Now, he's also the point guard, and he's got the ball in his hand 95% of the time. When he comes down, loves to shoot, but he'll create to it, just like Halliburton. He's more of a point guard than Alexander. But again, they got the ball in their hand a lot. Mm-hmm. So that's what you need in basketball. Almost the same as like a quarterback. When a quarterback's got it, you know what? It's different because, again, he's touching the ball every time, but he's not the one who's going to be calling his play. It's rare that he's going to run. Now, certain quarterbacks, you say, when you're betting them over-unders, Josh Allen, when he plays for the Bills, he's gonna scramble 3-4 times. He definitely does. And he's got the opportunity where he also will just like take off plays that are designed for him. When you're betting basketball, Alexander at 33.5 to me is a little high, especially game 1. Now they're playing Thursday night. These teams have both been off for like Oklahoma City more, like 9 days. The Pacers will be off 7 days. So they have that debate all the time, and they always do it after the game. Is it Russ off of, you have some Russ against some people who are arrested, back and forth. I don't know what's better. I really don't. I guess it depends how their practices are and, how they play during practice and they're ready to go. Oklahoma City has won 4 games in the playoffs by 30 points or more. Ooh. When you think about that, 30 points.
They had that one blowout, and then since then it was whoosh.
Yeah, well, they lost 1 game. Yeah, to Minnesota. That was it. But I mean, they've beaten 4 teams in 3 rounds by 30 points. When you think about that, that is astronomical. They're laying 9. So, like 9, when you see it for an NBA championship game, that's a ton of points because the other team's the best too. Mm-hmm. When you look at that's the best out of East, and you're laying 9 with them. But I can't bet Oklahoma City. I mean, I can't bet the Pacers. I just can't. Just like with the Pacers with the Knicks. I just thought the Pacers had too much and too speed. That first game, I liked the Pacers. They ended up winning. I think that set the whole vibe of the series. I think it was very hard for the Knicks after losing that game 1. And not so much losing, but they were up by 20. and they ended up losing. I think that was a nail right through them. They made it close. They went 6 games, but the Pacers had them. So, again, tomorrow night, Thursday night, I'm not expecting anything but the Oklahoma City to win. Now, will they cover 9? I don't know about that. Maybe first half might be a good bet. Or total of the team for Oklahoma City. We'll check that. Dom, you just texted me something?
Yeah, there's this big story going on right now about it's kind of big. We're dealing with Angel Reese.
Yes.
And her first shot every game for the last 6 games, she's missed. And there's these bettors out there that have been putting big money on it, and they've hit 6 times in a row with her missing her first shot.
Well, again, when they came up with, prop bets and every play you can bet, there are trends out there. And just like I have been involved in a lot of them over the years. And again, I just came up with Caruso. I started following that, which you're my witness, and you've heard me on the air speak about it for 3 weeks now?
Oh, yeah.
You find them, and that's what professional gamblers do. They find trends. These guys are not only watching the game, they are going over the game after the game. They're watching everything, seeing if there's a certain trend, if somebody plays something, and whether it's NBA or WNBA, if they can make money, they don't care.
It's the truth.
Yeah, and the thing with prop bets that is a little bit different is that with a prop bet, the line is more true. Like, it's right there. That's where it should be. Prop bets, sometimes you might get a little advantage. You really can get a little advantage, and guys will pound it. Now, they'll go to different places. Like you're in Vegas, you can go to a different couple casinos. You go to 30 of them, doesn't matter. Here you can't. You can only go to Hard Rock. But guys will find something, and they'll be like, hey, we can do this, and we can make money. Now, Reese is losing, and then what it does when this spreads, just like me, the last time Caruso played, there was over 50 people that I knew, and that's just me, small, that bet on Caruso. It's legal. You could do it. And they all won because Caruso went over. He had 12 points, whatever it was. But something like Reese, like I said, they're picking up on a trend, and they're going to run with it. Lamar Jackson over in yardage. That was over 1, for a while this year. Smith for the Dolphins, the tight end. He cashed in like 7-8 times. So, that's what gamblers do. They follow these trends, and they look at things, and they're like, hey, I can make money on this.
They're saying that these guys have won more than her annual salary doing this bet every week for the last 6 times.
I don't doubt it. I think Angel Reese makes $200,000. So if it's a bunch of people, yeah, they could do that. I'm not surprised at that at all. But like I said, it looks like the Knicks are firing their head coach. Wow, that just came across. He's going to be done. I'm surprised about that after he got into the Eastern Conference Finals. People were talking about it, but I didn't think Tibbs was going to get fired. But it does look like that's breaking news that just came across the crawl that it looks like the Knicks are going to fire their head coach. Surprised about that. I guess they have somebody in mind. I think the guy who coaches them is the coach of the Denver Nuggets.
That's what I was about to say. Is that he hasn't been picked up yet, right?
Oh, no, because he's still under contract. I think that's where they go. Yeah, it just announced that the Knicks are Tibbs is gone. 5 years. Man, I'm a little surprised. First Eastern Finals in 25 years, made the playoffs 4 or 5 years, led the Knicks to consecutive 50-win seasons for the first time since the 90s, and he's getting fired.
Yeah.
Wow, that's tough. That's a lot of it is the fans, the media, everybody jumping on. I wouldn't have fired him. I thought he did a good job. I really did. And like that first time they've been in the Eastern Conference Finals since 1990. Since 2000.
That's like Denver getting rid of their coach. That didn't make sense to me either.
That was more of a... Well, Denver I saw because the owner said to Malone and the GM, if you don't stop fighting publicly and embarrassing the organization, I'm going to fire both of you. And he did. It wasn't so much on performance, but he told him, and again, it's just like you and I have a boss, you have a boss. If your boss tells you not to do something and you do it, you can't expect not to get blown out because he told you. The Denver owner said it to them that they were fighting publicly. And they did fight publicly, and they got fired.
Yep.
So again, I don't care if it's the Denver Nuggets, iHeart, or a lemonade stand. If somebody tells you not to do something, you don't do it. Because, at the end of the day, you'll end up out on your ass. But I'm surprised about this. People said this, but I didn't think he should have got fired based on that. 50-win season, first time, a long time, Eastern Conference Finals, and they fire him. And they fired him relatively quick.
Oh, that was real quick.
I mean, it was like a week later. So to me, they had their mind made up. I don't know who they're going to get. Maybe Malone. But he is one thing with Malone. He is a disciplinarian. And I don't know about the Knicks dealing with him. Because he's tough on practice. The Denver Nuggets said that he was, a stickler with stuff. But he is a good coach. He's won for years with Denver. That's the one guy I would go after. And maybe they are. I mean, who knows? But they have to have somebody in mind if they're firing Tibbs not even a week after where, you know what, they just got eliminated. I'm surprised about that. That's quick. That was all over social media. People were saying that. And that was really the word on the street. Like, people were saying he deserves to get fired. I didn't think so. I think the guy did a good job. He was limited. They have no bench. But, yeah, they wanted to fire him, and they made it happen. So we'll see what happens, who they're going to go for.
There's a lot of actually pretty decent coaches available right now, according to Google. Mike Malone, Mike Brown, Frank Vogel, Sam Cassell. All these are, decent coaches that are all out there right now.
Sam Cassell be good. He'd be somebody different. He has had great success as a player, won a couple of championships. Mike Brown's won with the Warriors and also with Cleveland. Not won at all, but won. So there's a couple of guys that could be out there. I think Malone. I think that's
that's the highest one is Mike Malone.
Is it? Yeah. That's the one I think. He was with Denver for years. People liked him. But, yeah, I don't think Tibbs deserved to get fired. That's just my opinion. Not after what he accomplished and what they won. It's like sometimes you hear coaches, they lose the Super Bowl, people want to fire him. He got him to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy got him, 2 wins away to the NBA Finals. The Knicks haven't been in the NBA Finals in 40. I mean, again, they haven't been in the Eastern Conference Finals in 25 years. And you got to walk out of there and feel like, this is my reward. I'm getting fired. But people didn't like him. Everybody I knew were like, fire him. He's not good. He's not a good coach. But I looked at it a little different. I thought he did a great job for what he had. Again, Towns, first year, they got him. They were making some moves. So I don't know. I wouldn't have fired him, but the Knicks did. So he's out of a job. We'll see what happens.
They really only had like a good starting five,
Yeah, he had no bench. He really
exactly,
had, I mean, the sixth guy off the bench was Tracy Morgan. They put a couple other guys.
Kylie.
The Kylie Jenner. But, yeah, I'm a little surprised. I'm not surprised. I'm more surprised they did it just quick. That's what I'm surprised about. Because the thing, again, you could wait months and waiting for the NBA playoffs to end, the finals. This will be the big talk now. The one thing with the Knicks, when they like to do this, this will be mentioned during the finals.
Oh, they won't pick up a coach probably for a couple months, I think.
I don't know. They might have somebody in mind. I don't know. I really don't. We'll see what happens. They don't have good drafts because they gave up 5 first-rounders for Bridges, which I thought was a horrendous move, but that goes on the GM. That doesn't go on the coach. But, again, if you're a Knicks fan, this just came in. Tibbs is gone. They did fire him. This was the rumor going around on social media, and a lot of the 4-letter network were talking about this, but it happened sooner than later. The Greek Zone is always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney. 561-689-8180. Give Jason's team a call if you get into an accident. It is not a good thing. And you need good information. You need somebody to tell you, hey, the ins and outs and how to get through the situation. Jason Weiser's team will do it. Again, breaking news right now. Knicks fired head coach Tibbs after 5 seasons. Again, I'm a little surprised. But I guess we'll see what the New Yorkers say. I can see the back of the New York Post now, what it's going to say. Appreciate you guys always listening. It is the Greek. It is Dominic. It is the Greek Zone. This is a sports gambling show, by the way, if you're unaware. Maybe tuning in for the first time. And it's always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney. 561-689-8180. What was our giveaway today? Daltrey tickets?
Yep. Seether and Daughtry.
And they'll be all week.
Yep, they will be.
Yeah, so you guys are going to have an opportunity to win that, where we can play some of that, and you guys will have an opportunity every day at 11:45 for that giveaway. On Thursdays and Fridays, we like to do double up. We like to give you 2 things, and we give you Burton Max's or New York Prime or Deck 84 or Miller's Ale House. We always double up on that for you.
And we are also doing a little special giveaway right now, iHeartRadio Music Festival Flyaway. Win it before we even get the chance to buy tickets. All you got to do is listen every day, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. and 5 p.m. for your shot to win a trip to Vegas. The trip includes a round-trip airfare to Vegas, ground transportation from airport and hotel, 2-night hotel accommodation in Vegas, and 2 tickets to the 2025 iHeartRadio Music Festival at the T-Mobile Arena, and a $1,000 gift card.
Ooh,
and all
that's
you gotta
awesome.
do is take the keyword, go to the website, and put the keyword in.
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
You go
Vegas.
to Vegas.
Vegas.
You go to
G-Man.
Vegas, you get $1,000 and see the iHeart. Hey, you can't beat that. Great groups, obviously. Great entertainment. No doubt about it. That'll be awesome. So pay attention to those keywords. You guys are going to get those. You'll be on your way to Vegas, and you get some cash in your pocket. Who
I
doesn't
mean, you could take that gift card and go to Spearmint Rhino over there.
You go anywhere. You
Yeah.
can have a good time. You get $1,000. It's whatever you want to do. Tonight in baseball, we'd like to give you one selection every night. I think the Marlins win. I don't know. They scare me a little playing them. But I would go with the Twins over the A's. And I like the Guardians over the Yankees. So I like the Twins over the A's, Guardians over the Yankees. Tomorrow we'll get more into the hockey series and Edmonton and the Panthers. Don't forget, we are the home of the Florida Panthers on Real Radio 921-1017. All season long, we had the Panthers, and of course, we're going to have them for the Stanley Cup, baby. Let's go back to back in South Florida. Who would want that? Panthers, you can hear it on Real Radio. There's always a pregame, and then the puck will drop tomorrow night. We're excited for the Panthers to be on Real Radio as they take on Edmonton. Same matchup as last year, exactly the same. Hopefully, we get the same result. The Greek Zone is always sponsored by Jason Weiser, personal injury attorney, 561-689-8180.
I like the same result, but not that comeback by Edmonton. That was rough watching.
Oh, yeah, 7 games and at the end. Oh, that was brutal. But the Panthers won, so that's a good
I'll
thing.
take that still, yeah.
Yeah, it is the Greek. You guys have a great afternoon. The News Junkies are next. Remember, tonight we like the Twins, we like the Guardians, and we hope the Marlins get a W. Talk to you guys tomorrow. Have a great afternoon. Be careful out there. It's a little wet. And also, I'm on 95, so please be careful. Peace!
The Stanley Cup Final is on Real Radio.
The Panthers are Eastern Conference champions in 2025.
Our Florida Panthers have slashed their way through the NHL playoffs to become Eastern Conference champions.
The final seconds tick away, and the Florida Panthers are going to the Stanley Cup Final for the 3rd year in a row.
The puck is dropping on an epic rematch for the Stanley Cup against the Edmonton Oilers. Real Radio is your official home of Florida Panthers hockey and the Stanley Cup Final. Catch every goal, every fight, every face-off on the way to victory. Not near a radio? Make Real Radio 92.1 a preset on the iHeartRadio app and stream the Stanley Cup Final anywhere.
Medical marijuana made easy. Get approved for your card today at mmjhealth.com.
Let's see what's up with traffic on Real Radio.
Major road work, Jog Road slowing us down. Expect delays. Jog south right after Belvedere. There is a right lane blocked, and we're slow Jog Road northbound before Belvedere Road. That's taking up a right lane. That's traffic. I'm Jody Stewart.
This report is sponsored by Wendy's. Big news, bacon lovers. Wendy's Son of Baconator is only $3 for a limited time. For just $3, you get crispy, crunchy apple smoked bacon, 2 juicy beef patties, and plenty of cheese on a burger. For bacon that just won't quit, gotta be Wendy's.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text BIKE to 321321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text BIKE to 321321. That's BIKE to 321321.
Do you have multiple broken or missing teeth? Think you can't afford dental implants? The care team at Eric's Dental Group may be able to help. Eric's Dental Group, a unique dental implant practice, focuses on helping patients use their medical insurance to pay for life-altering dental implant treatment. You may qualify to receive total full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Full mouth restoration for just your deductible and co-insurance fee. Eric's Dental Group is in network with Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO and Florida Blue and work with most employer-based insurance. Your insurance company will never volunteer to help. That's where Team Eric's comes in. They guide you through the medical insurance bureaucracy. They do it every day, and they're great at it. If you have Blue Cross Blue Shield and you're ready to change your life, search for Eric's Dental Group right now. That's Eric's Dental Group. Your insurance company will hate it. Your family will love it. Step up and visit